Your first year in network marketing. Overcome your fears, experience success, and achieve your dreams. By Mark Yarnell and Rene Yarnell. Chapter 5. Attacking the Warm List Warhead. Overcome your reluctance to offer a quality lifestyle to family and friends. The first 6 months in the career of a new distributor are critical. Much like the first 6 years in the life of a child, the first months in network marketing are formative times. And it is during these impressionable months that patterns of success must be firmly established in each new distributor's mind. Very few people will survive the first year if their first few weeks are misspent, and we believe our industry's high attrition rate can be traced back to seeds of failure sown in these very early stages. Apply what we teach you in this chapter, and you're far more likely to find yourself among the first-year survivors and thrivers rather than a part of that attrition statistic. Fundamental to the establishment of a network marketing business is the creation of what we call the warm list. In fact, it's so critical to success that we've allocated this entire chapter to define, explain, and teach you step by step how to utilize your most powerful resource. A warm list is a group of individuals from your past and present whom you know well enough that were you to pick up the telephone and call them, they would recognize you once they heard your name. The value of a warm list is that for the first few months, new distributors are able to speak with people they know, and more importantly, those with whom they would love to forge a lifetime business relationship. Indeed, one motive for our recent partnership with other experts in the think tank consulting firm 21st Century Global Trust is to educate network marketers how to prosper in the coming century by focusing on relationship marketing rather than merely sifting through huge numbers of prospects. We are currently working on a simple, easily duplicated system which will allow many more distributors to capitalize on their own warm market relationships, as opposed to the past process of just throwing mud on the wall and hoping some sticks. Furthermore, it matters little to this group of family and friends that distributors are new or that their presentations are mediocre. By beginning with this inner circle, what we call warm contacts, new distributors will be prepared to enter the more judgmental world of cold marketing, attempting to recruit professionals whom they've never met, should they have to do so. That's when approaching large numbers of prospects becomes crucial. Your warm list is what sets you apart from everyone else in the business. It is your edge for success. Without it, your approach to this business is not terribly different from standing on a street corner selling newspapers. Creating a large warm list. The larger your warm list, the more solidly you will establish your business. By age 30, social psychologists have noted the average person literally knows 2,000 people on a first-name basis. One of the first steps for new distributors is to begin making a 2,000-person list of people they know personally. We can hear the gasps and sighs already. Why do we recommend such a large warm list? If distributors are asked to create a 200-person list, they will average 60 or 70 names and feel proud. If they are urged to target 10 times this many, they will generally come with hundreds of names and apologize for being short of the goal. Once you are well on your way with your list, select your top 25 people, those with whom you would most enjoy being in business. Since we believe so strongly that the warm list is the key to starting every network marketer on the right track, we're going to devote some time to it. We want you to know what objections you will hear and how to overcome them, as well as how to create and use your warm list as a tool for building your business. Everyone has a warm list, but most don't know how to identify and record the names. 2,000 is a shocking number, but even more shocking is our inability to recall a mere 10% of those acquaintances without a specific triggering device. A triggering device is any list of people, places, occupations, directories, or things that allow us to recall people from our past. At the time we first became involved with network marketing, we each had a very extensive warm list, and have since recruited others whose lists far exceeded ours. We used telephone directories, old high school yearbooks, and books of vocations to help us create lists of several hundred people. The next section consists of a memory jogger to help you develop your own warm list. Memory jogger to help make your warm list. Who do you know whom you respect, shows genuine concern for other people, is active in their church, people always seem to like, does personal counseling, such as church leaders, doctors, lawyers, etc., is a professional, is in clubs and various group organizations or active in civic affairs, is in a teaching position in a school or business, deals with the public, such as police officers, firefighters, mail carriers, city officials, is in a management, supervisory, consultant, or trainer capacity, is looking for more out of life, is ambitious, assertive, and on the go, is considered a leader, attracts leaders, has children just starting junior high, high school, or college, has children with special talents that should be developed, wants to set a good example for their children to follow, owns a business, holds a very responsible position that is causing stress and pressure, wants to have freedom, is considering a new profession, changing jobs, or has recently changed jobs, is unable to advance in her job, has talents but is held back, just started selling or is an experienced direct salesperson, relies on ideas for his livelihood, authors, designers, promoters, advertisers, has never been able to get started or failed in business but still has strong desires, is going to college, business school, trade school, etc., or just graduated, was recently married and is just starting out, knows everyone in town, has international connections, exudes credibility, is elected to office, works with you now, you see at the gym, is looking for a job, you play tennis with, you know from the old neighborhood, appraised your home, already has a great job, takes care of your car, is on your Christmas card list, you take your cleaning to, is your accountant, you do civic work with, does your hair, runs the spa, you see at the copy shop, delivers your mail, seems to change jobs often, did your home repairs, is concerned about her skin and hair, is concerned about his weight, is into sports fitness, wants more time with the family. Who are our relatives? Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers, aunts, uncles, cousins, children, step relations. Who is our mail carrier, newspaper deliverer, parents' newspaper deliverer, dentist, physician, minister, florist, lawyer, insurance agent, accountant, congressional representative, pharmacist, veterinarian, optometrist? Who sold us our house, car or tires, television or stereo, fishing license, hunting license, suit, tie, shoes, business cards, wedding rings, eyeglasses or contacts, vacuum cleaner, boat, camper, motorcycle, bicycle, living room furniture, air conditioner, kitchen appliances, lawnmower, luggage, Avon products, Tupperware, carpet. Do you know someone who lives next door or across the street? Is my spouse's barber or hairdresser? Teaches our children at school. Was best man, usher, maid of honor, bridesmaid. Was the photographer who took our wedding pictures. Is the purchasing agent where I work. Is the finance director at school. Goes hunting or fishing with me. Was my Army or Navy buddy. Is the architect who drew up house plans. Goes bowling with me or us. Is president of the PTA. Was my spouse's college fraternity brother or sister. We met camping. Is the credit manager of the store where I shop. Is my spouse's old high school teacher or principal. Repaired my television. Upholstered my couch. We knew on our old jobs. Went with us to the races. Is in my carpool. Installed our telephone. Has a laundromat. Teaches ceramics. Owns a taxi service. Cuts the grass, or my parents' grass. Painted the house. Owns the pet shop where I bought our dog. Installed our refrigerator. Renewed my driver's license. Owns an apartment. Is in Rotary, Lions, Kiwanis with me. Is J.C. president. Plays bridge with me or us. Is in garden club. Is in book club. Is my child's kindergarten teacher. Is a deacon in my church. Owns a slipcover and drapery business. Manages an athletic club. Gave me a speeding or parking ticket. Does our income tax. Cleans our clothes. Hung our wallpaper. Taught our children driver's education this summer. Works with the rescue squad. Owns beach or mountain cottage where we vacationed. Sells us gasoline and services our car. Sold my wife her wig. Owns a nursery. Delivers parcels. Works with an exterminator or pest company. Stores my wife's winter coat. Sells ice cream in the neighborhood. Owns and manages the jewelry store downtown. Sells aluminum awnings. Works for the travel agency. Who do you know who is a professional nurse, golf pro, student, fashion model, security guard, sheriff, fire chief, secretary, welder, crane operator, candy salesperson, police detective, music teacher, art instructor, typesetter, forester, seamstress, carpenter, pilot or steward, mobile home salesperson, bank cashier or teller, tailor, garage mechanic, editor, lab technician, restaurateur, PBX operator, social worker, lifeguard, race car driver, paper mill worker, brick mason, draftsperson, printer, office manager, bakery owner, plant supervisor, dietitian, mechanic, anesthetist, surgeon, librarian, mortician, missionary, real estate agent, railroad ticket agent, newspaper press operator, bulldozer operator, bus driver, airline ticket agent, computer programmer, motor home dealer, business machines salesperson, soft drink distributor, air traffic controller, interior decorator, swimming teacher, typewriter salesperson, grocery store owner, insurance adjuster, warehouse manager, moving van operator, rent-a-car representative, professional baseball player, professional basketball player, professional football player, television anchor or producer, tool and die maker, cookware salesperson, dance instructor, sawmill operator, industrial engineer, research technician, telephone line person, lithographer, fisherman, bench machinist, waiter or waitress, furniture dealer, notary public, farmer, actor or actress, land clearer, horse trader, statistician, cement finisher, antique dealer, brewery salesperson, engineer, contractor, chiropractor, podiatrist, auctioneer, electrician, dental hygienist, shoe repairman, physical therapist, motel owner or manager, highway patrol officer, judge. Take the time and use the resources to develop your list. All new distributors should sit down in a quiet room with several triggering devices and attempt to create a warm list of 2,000 people. It should take 2 or 3 days to get a good start, and by the end of the first month, you should be well on your way to hitting the target. You will never regret starting your business with this tool. Network marketing, by its very nature, requires you to talk to large numbers of people. The longer your warm list, the better your chances for success. The warm list warhead strikes. Generally, the warm list warhead strikes after you have given this assignment to your new associates. This is when arguments between sponsors and new distributors first begin. Sometimes objections aren't even verbalized because your new associates would often rather keep them to themselves. Most new network marketers are able to come up with a dozen good reasons why they don't know 2,000 prospects, and why they can't possibly go after friends and family first. We've heard all the arguments over the years, and none of them are valid. It is vital to the success of your newest distributors that they not ignore this warm market phase of the business. Let's review a few of the rationalizations and excuses used by new distributors, so that you know how to respond to them in this first stage of recruiting. And remember, not all new associates will be honest with their sponsors and declare that they have no intention of working with their warm market list. There are many reasons people are inclined to hold back from calling on their families and friends, and it is this resistance we are referring to when we talk about watching out for the warm list warhead. When it strikes, it can be a killer of many would-be great distributors. First warhead: lack of conviction. Network marketing is the process of sharing one's belief in a marketing concept that is so unique and about which you are so enthusiastic that you can't hold it inside. You lose sleep at night. You can hardly wait to tell people of your discovery. When this level of conviction is lacking, people tend to hold back. It's a catch-22. If you wait for the belief level to come, you run the risk of missing the opportunity. If you try to go forward without it, your friends can hear the reservation in your voice. So first, do your best to try to work through whatever reservation is holding you back. It just sounds too good to be true. Maybe it has worked for others, but I can't be sure that it will work for me. What if I'm wrong and I mislead my friends? Discuss these concerns with someone in your upline whom you trust. Whatever you do, don't make the mistake of waiting to share your discovery with friends. A common excuse is, "I don't want to call my friends until after I'm making the money." Of course, the solution is to rely on the support of your upline leaders, those who have a track record of success in the business. It is that team approach that makes network marketing so effective. What happened to Mimi Joy Swenson of Los Gatos, California, can happen to you if you use this excuse. Mimi Joy explains, "I was building my business part-time my first year, and had made my list of 2,000 names. I felt like I just had to create sections on my list, and one of those categories was called my chicken list. These were names of people whom I felt were already successful in their present jobs, and with whom I had better wait to speak until I was more educated, making more money, and working this business full-time. I was attending a company function in San Francisco, and as I walked into the gathering, I experienced a scary vision. I saw the person who was number 1 on my chicken list. I calmly walked over, thinking to myself that he was probably just there as a guest of someone. "Hello, funny meeting you here. By the way, why are you here?" I asked him, puzzled. He proclaimed, "I have just recently been introduced to this great opportunity and have made the decision to build the business and replace my income." I proceeded to turn a deep shade of green-yellow and gulped, saying, "Well, isn't that just wonderful? I know you will be very successful." I wished him luck, and like a sad, hurt little puppy, I moped to the back of the room to find a seat. I got myself situated, but was feeling quite sick. As the meeting began, I noticed the woman principal at our daughter's school, and she wasn't even on my list. The moral of this story for me is to never, ever prejudge people for this business, because they could end up sitting right in the same room with you at your next meeting. Having learned the importance of working with those on her warm list, and not letting anything hold her back from calling them, Mimi Joy has now made it more than halfway to the top of her compensation plan, loving the work and lifestyle of a network marketer. Until your belief level is 1,000%, you might try this script when you approach those on your warm list. I've just gotten involved in a new business that has me so intrigued, I just had to tell you. There are people making more money in a month than most make in a year. But what got my attention was the lifestyle. They are all working out of their homes and at their own pace and creating an ongoing residual income that is staggering to me. I don't know if this is for real, but I can't stop thinking about it. When I saw the caliber of people coming into it, I thought of you and your wife, husband, right away. I can't think of two people I'd rather be in business with. Besides, you two know everyone in this community, and they all respect you so much. I really think I'm onto something. But I'd like you both to look at it and tell me if I'm crazy. A few close friends are coming over Wednesday night, and I would love to have you both join me so I can show you exactly how this works. Or would Thursday during the day be better for you? I really value your opinion. Until you have replaced your income in this business, it is understandable that you may have some reservations. But don't try to solve the problem by avoiding your warm list. Approaching strangers is much more difficult than reaching out to your family, friends, and acquaintances. Find the words that are comfortable for you, but whatever you do, begin calling those on your warm list. You want to be in business with those people you most enjoy, because your network organization is for life. So approach your favorite 25 people first. If you let your doubts stand in the way of beginning your business, you are guaranteed to fail. If you can find a way to go forward with honesty, you may succeed. Believe us when we say, with success comes conviction. Second warhead, lack of self-esteem. Many people avoid their warm market because of their poor self-image. It's a delicate issue, and one that must be approached with sensitivity. Some people do not feel that their friends and relatives respect them. In fact, many people believe that the friends they approach will laugh at them and ridicule them for attempting to be an entrepreneur. Let's look at a classic scenario. Bob is a bus driver who loves to play poker on the weekends, and he belongs to 3 different groups of men who also love to play cards. As Bob makes out his warm list, he writes down the names of 12 men whom he knows well from the poker clubs. The only problem is that Bob is lowest on the socio-economic totem pole. The other men are white-collar professionals, and while they respect Bob's skill as a poker player, Bob just naturally assumes that they wouldn't consider listening to him about a business deal. But Bob is totally wrong. Unless you address this issue in general terms during training, Bob will not approach those men. Here's what we suggest you say, because there will always be someone similar to Bob in your group. Folks, the biggest challenge you're going to face just as soon as you succeed in this business will be the anger of people to whom you never even showed this opportunity. You may have a group of friends, even physicians and attorneys, whom you're afraid to approach. But they won't be your friends anymore when they find out that you got involved with a business that's now paying you $30,000 a month, while they're still going into an office 60 hours every week. Why would they be upset with you? Because you didn't think enough of them to show them this business. If they do resist even attending your presentation, tell them right up front that it's their choice whether they get involved or not. But you wanted to make absolutely sure that they won't turn on you in a year because you didn't give them a chance to see this opportunity as soon as you knew about it. Notice the strategy here. We keep it a soft approach and refer to professions like law or medicine. Most everyone who isn't a lawyer or doctor looks up to those professionals. And in our business, it's really not uncommon for a student or maid to sponsor an accountant or a CEO of a corporation. On a scale of 1 to 10, if you think of yourself as a 5, once you sponsor a 10 into this business, you become a 10. Move past your comfort zone and offer everyone on your list this opportunity. The truth is this. We are all 10s in potential. We just need to seriously buckle down and recruit as many frontline distributors as we can. Don't let this warm list warhead hold you back. Third warhead, fear of losing credibility. As more professionals enter the network distribution industry, it is natural that they will want to postpone acknowledging their participation until the time is right. For example, some will pretend that it's their wives' business. The problem is that if you're a professional and people sense your doubts or uncertainty about the industry, they will also be suspicious. Some will choose not to join, and others will join but build through someone else, such as their spouse. But the reality is that once someone of stature has joined our industry, the floodgates start opening for everyone. And more often than not, it's the ordinary, everyday people who make it to the pinnacle, not the big hitters of traditional business, law, or medicine, though they certainly can earn enormous wealth while pushing their sponsors into the stratosphere. We can relate countless stories of people who have failed at this business because they were afraid to let their peers know how very serious they were about building a networking organization. One story goes back to 1990, when Rene sponsored a couple, Susan and Richard, from the San Francisco Bay Area. She was a corporate executive on maternity leave, highly motivated because she wanted to stay home with her baby and not return to the office. Susan was a competent, organized self-starter. Richard was a high-level salesman for a food manufacturer who admitted that he was no longer excited by his job, even though he was well established with a Fortune 500 company that was strong in the global marketplace. Richard was concerned about how his reputation among his corporate peers might suffer by joining network marketing. He could not afford to have his boss learn of his involvement, which he felt might result in him losing his job before their network marketing business actually began generating a good income. Richard played it safe by providing his wife with leads from among carefully selected business associates and trusted acquaintances. He had the utmost faith in his wife's ability to do this business and to professionally handle his best prospects. The problem was that his associates knew him and trusted his judgment and insights about a business opportunity, and they didn't really know his wife. She spent months calling up his leads and doing presentations for them. He was even present at some of her business meetings. But because of his fear of losing his professional credibility, he never openly admitted that he believed in the business hook, line, and sinker. He never let prospects know that at some point in the future he was planning to give this his full-time effort. He continued to portray the image that this was entirely her business, and that he avidly supported her in it. After a year, she had sponsored a few of her girlfriends, a couple of guys she knew from work, and a few of the wives of her husband's business associates. But their business never really took off as they had expected. Susan and Richard ultimately slipped from business building into merely product wholesale buying, and she eventually went back to work. Both of them were disillusioned about network marketing. Rene was developing a close personal relationship with both of them, and knew that if any two people could succeed in this industry, they were Susan and Richard. They had the connections, the motivation, the innate ability, and the respect of their friends and associates. Susan obviously felt that if she could not make her MLM business work, none of her family and friends could either. But it was the fear of losing his job and professional reputation that held Richard back from participating in the business with Susan. The fear of something that may never have happened destroyed the possibility of their success. The lesson here is that whoever knows the warm list prospect best should make the call. Prospecting the other way certainly put Susan into a funk because she didn't understand what had happened. She just assumed that she wasn't a self-starter. She, who had been one of the top women earners in corporate America, had failed in her own networking business. She was depressed, and Rene had little ability to fix it, change it, or help her understand it. Rene was only 2 years in the industry at that time and could not pinpoint the problem. But in hindsight, there is no doubt in Rene's mind that if she had coached Richard to put himself and his reputation on the line with this business, he and Susan would be two of the top earners in the industry today. They had phenomenal potential. They would have been great working side by side. This fear of lost credibility holds back countless new distributors in our industry. As leaders, we must not be afraid. Once we are absolutely convinced of their potential, we need to encourage men and women to take a stand and go for it all the way. We don't mean to undermine the very real fear that exists in starting a new venture. It is a legitimate one. Why burn the bridge that currently supports you before you know whether the new bridge you're building will hold up through storms and outer pressures? The solution is in what we call balanced risk-taking. If you don't let prospects know how completely and totally convinced you are about this industry and your company, you will fail. That is for sure. On the other hand, if you flaunt your new business around the office, you could lose your job and your source of income before you ever placed it. Somewhere in between is the answer. Unless you have sizable savings, you may have to postpone sponsoring your boss if he is someone who would be truly threatened by your outside business involvement. You may even have to put off sponsoring everyone in your immediate environment. But there are plenty of other current clients, former clients, and sideline associates who would be interested, and/or know other people who might be interested, to hear about a business opportunity that creates personal freedom and financial security. With these people, don't hold back. Prospects need to know that you are a believer. Let them know in no uncertain terms the depth and breadth of your conviction about the power of this type of business to transform your life and theirs. Encourage husbands like Richard to state at each meeting their ultimate intention to do this business full-time, and soon. Steve Sledge of Dallas, Texas, is someone who took the risk of losing his professional credibility. He and his wife Carolyn joined this business about the same time as Susan and Richard, but they worked it as a couple, putting everything on the line. In Steve's own words, "I showed one of my former real estate colleagues the power of network marketing, the huge expanding markets in which we were positioned, the honesty of my company, and the potential of the compensation plan, and he wasn't interested. He asked how I could bring myself to do something so unprofessional. I was 1,000% convinced that I had hold of the financial opportunity of the century, and answered him this way. 'Bill,' I said, 'if I'm wrong, I'll fail, and you can tell everyone that Steve failed in that silly pyramid deal. On the other hand, if I'm right, I'm rich. What story will you tell them then?' The operative words were 1,000% convinced. Steve was, and Richard wasn't. But even if Richard had been convinced, he was unwilling to share that fact with his associates, and therein lies the difference. Today, Steve and Carolyn enjoy being at the top of their compensation plan with many successful leaders in their organization. It's now a global organization spanning a dozen countries, but it began as a simple conviction in their hearts that was unchangeable, and succeeded because both were willing to say so. They made it to the top by their shared willingness to do whatever it took to make their business work. During the early days, even though they were long on commitment, they were short on finances. To make ends meet, Steve actually threw a newspaper route in an exclusive subdivision near their home early each morning to earn extra money. He claimed he was so excited about his business that he couldn't sleep anyway. As Steve recalls the story, "I laugh when I remember the look on people's faces when, because sometimes I was a little late, they were waiting in their front yards as I flew by in my gold Mercedes, and they suddenly saw a newspaper come flying out through the sunroof. Little did they know that their paper boy would, within only a few years, build a worldwide business from his home that would earn him in excess of $1 million. Fourth warhead: embarrassment from prior failure in MLM. Another more common reason people will use to justify not approaching warm market leads is embarrassment. They are mortified because they've already been in 3 MLM deals, and they can't stand the thought of approaching their family and close friends a 4th time. It's actually a legitimate concern. It's human nature, but it's not sufficient justification. Because some people have been involved in several companies, they now have one of the best approaches possible. Here's the basic dialogue we teach our new distributors who are concerned about this problem. After a bit of small talk, they then share this information with warm market prospects. You and your wife know that I've been researching the field of MLM quite carefully. In fact, in an effort to become extremely knowledgeable, over the last few years I have enrolled in several different companies in order to learn from the different experts. Well, I'm happy to tell you that all the analysis finally paid off. I've been able to master enough about the industry to pick the global organization that allows people to earn $30,000 to $50,000 a month in the shortest amount of time. I've spent a lot of time, money, and energy doing my homework, and now I'm so excited I seem to be losing sleep every night. I need to see you as soon as possible to find out if you would be interested in earning this kind of money. Instead of portraying your past involvement or your new distributor's past involvement as a liability, turn it into an asset. Wouldn't you much rather purchase life insurance or an automobile or actually anything from someone who has had the broad experience of representing more than one company? If this is your situation, then be sure to use this strategy to approach the people in your warm market. Fifth warhead: qualifying the leads. There is a critical difference between traditional business and MLM. Traditional sales and marketing reps are taught to always qualify their prospects. For example, a Xerox rep wouldn't attempt to sell a $3.5 million laser printer to a company that didn't need it or couldn't afford it. To qualify a prospect is to determine, before an attempted sale, if indeed that prospect both needs and can afford your product or service. But we call MLM the great equalizer, because anyone can achieve staggering levels of success. To decide in advance that one person is too important to be approached about your business, or another is too inadequate to succeed, can literally be economic suicide. Do not, under any circumstance, attempt to determine in advance who is qualified and who is not, who may be interested and who will not be, who is approachable and who is not. Consider one of the most successful distributor teams, Tom and Terry Hill. Terry left the corporate world as the #1 Xerox salesperson in all of North America. She was an expert at qualifying her leads. Tom was a stockbroker for Merrill Lynch. During their first year in network marketing, they had to break a lot of old habits by not qualifying their leads. What finally drove it home for them was when, early in their networking career, they held an opportunity meeting in their home. During the showing of the video, both Tom and Terry left the room, a no-no in the business. When the video was over, one gentleman came down to their office and said, "Thank you, but the business is not for me. I appreciate your time." As he turned to leave, he put his head back in the office and whispered, "By the way, the other guy is asleep." Tom went in and turned the video off, and the man woke up. As Tom thanked him for coming and started to hand him some information, the prospect stood up and said with the utmost enthusiasm, "This sounds incredible. I'm in." When the timing is right in someone's life, it is right, no matter how wrong everything seems. Even an unconscious man can evidently become excited. Today, this distributor has hundreds of distributors under him in both the United States and Australia. He is one of the strong legs in the organization built by Tom and Terry, who have now sold their MLM business and moved their family to a small town in Tennessee. After all those years in the corporate world, they both feel extremely fortunate to have left the stress behind. Now they both have the time and money to live the laid-back life they have always wanted. Another one of our frontline distributors was a college student, earning $800 a month as a student teacher. His brother David was a detective investigating hit-and-run accidents in Houston, Texas. We are, of course, referring to Dennis and David Clifton, two of the real legends in the network marketing industry. They joined the business along with Dennis's father-in-law, scholar and theologian Dr. Roy Blizzard, Jr. All three men and their wives have become multi-millionaires and respected industry leaders. The brothers often tell the story that when they came into the business, no one rolled out the red carpet. The company president didn't call and welcome them into the company, anticipating that they were a couple of big hitters. They were just a graduate student and a cop. They were scared, and their wives were petrified. David's wife, Jackie, was fully aware that her husband only had to put in 13 more years in order to have full vesting in a $17,000 a year pension program. What intelligent wife like Jackie wants to walk away from that kind of security? Everyone starts out in network marketing as a little hitter. Big hitters are team-made and are recognized as such by their results. The proof is in the printout. Dennis and David are quite literally two of the most sought-after speakers in the entire network distribution industry today. Yet before they entered network marketing, neither could have even gotten a job interview with Exxon or Sony because neither had a business education or former experience in management. Today, they manage an international organization of more than 100,000 distributors in 20 countries and account for over half of our MLM income. We could go on listing other distributors who had no previous success prior to MLM, but these stories should make our point. Don't play God. Even if a man or woman has a menial job, don't assume that they are incapable of building a large, dynamic organization. On the other hand, don't assume that because one of your friends is a doctor, MLM would be beneath him or her. Many doctors may be in a state of mind where they detest the practice of medicine and are looking for an alternate way of making the same amount of money. Whatever you do, don't succumb to this warm list warhead. Don't make the mistake of qualifying your leads. Sixth warhead: conflict of interest. Some professionals hold back in building their network marketing business because they are concerned about conflicts of interest. As a minister, Mark was afraid it would be a conflict for him to approach individuals in his congregation. Rene was a county commissioner and afraid to approach her constituents. Since this was a large part of our world, it put a serious restriction on prospecting our warm markets. So we understand that this is a legitimate concern. It can even be a question of ethics. Whatever you do not want to jeopardize your present career. You want to decide when you're leaving your profession. You don't want it decided for you. We have two suggestions that may help. First, when you're on the job, never mention the name of your particular network marketing company, but prospect through lifestyling. That is, approach people through the normal course of your life. Clients, customers, store clerks, people at the health club, the bank, the grocery store. Complimenting them about the personality trait that drew you to them. Make it genuine. Let them know that with that quality, they could be outstanding in your business and are exactly the kind of people with whom you are looking to partner. Tell them up front that you cannot discuss the matter there. Say, for example, "This isn't the place," or "It's against company policy," but that you would like to find a time that would be good for both of you. Then ask permission to call them. Exchange business cards, and write on the back of theirs the best time to reach them. This is the method Rene used extensively, and it was very effective for her. By handling the situation straightforwardly, few constituents ever complained about her having a conflict. If that method doesn't work for you, you might consider Mark's approach. He never did approach his congregation, but he recruited one couple from the church who did, and they used his name for credibility. Target marketing. You may want to consider prioritizing your warm list by using target marketing, which involves focusing your prospecting efforts on selected groups of people within your inner circle of influence who have a potential interest either in 1. The business opportunity, part-time/replacement income, and/or tax deductions, or 2. Your product and its specific benefits to them. The research of Dr. Charles King offers us an example of target marketing. An aerobics instructor at a health center introduced her line of vitamin supplements to members of her aerobics class, all upper-middle income 30 to 50-year-olds. Based on the shared demographics and interests in healthfulness, physical fitness, and exercise, several of the class adopted the products. Within 6 months, the instructor had a customer base of over 60 regular retail buyers. Some of the customers later became distributors in order to buy products at wholesale or develop their own businesses. Based on her formula for target marketing in health clubs, The instructor continued meeting with aerobics instructors from other area health centers. She introduced the concept, sponsored the individuals into her downline group, and trained them to develop their organizations by duplicating this process. Of course, if your goal is to build a huge international business, the key to success in target marketing is to focus on several groups with whom you have rapport, and not put all of your energy into just one. When to use three-way calling. Let's assume that you are convinced of the importance of calling the people on your warm list. So what happens next? How does this team approach work? Three-way calling can be a valuable tool as long as it is used at the appropriate time. Most prospects will hate the idea of three-way calls prior to a personal presentation. If they know they're going to have to suffer the indignity of making their first call to their family and closest friends with their sponsor, even if they are very close friends, they literally refuse to go any further than purchasing their starter kits. That's why, in our collective 20 years, we've always avoided three-way calling as a first contact with a prospect. The new distributor is actually right to want to avoid this strategy. Think about it intelligently. Does a professional or corporate executive really need to gang up on his friends? That's precisely how it appears to the prospect. If a distributor can't even pick up his own telephone and get his family and friends to a meeting, or review an audiovisual presentation in the privacy of their own homes, that person probably does not have what it takes to succeed in network marketing. Period. End of story. Once trained, your new distributors should always be allowed the courtesy of talking to their closest friends and family without the presence of some hyped-up sponsor trying to overcome objections and prove how brilliant she is to her new distributor. Three-way calling at this stage is a very unnatural way of networking. Besides, when the business is presented properly in the initial approach, there should be no serious objections to overcome. If there are a lot, that person is not a prospect anyway. Call him or her again in 6 months. Don't badger them with your upline on the other extension. The only way this could be helpful is if your sponsor is listening silently on the line during your first few calls in order to offer some constructive criticism afterward. The best time for three-way calls is after a prospect has seen the presentation. It is most effective after someone has been exposed to the concepts of network marketing, likes what he or she has heard, but still has some reservations. This is the best time to bring an upline associate into the mix. Here's a sample script of what you might say to a serious prospect. You're asking some really good questions, and as I told you, I'm new to all this. But my business associate has been at this longer than I. Let me see if I can get him on the phone with us right now. You simply press your conference button on your telephone, dial your sponsor or upline, and press the button again, and bingo, you have an instant three-way call. Or if you prefer, give out the private number of your upline to your prospect, and let him or her call when it is convenient. Serious prospects will make that call. There are advantages to each of these strategies. The three-way conference call allows your new associate to learn by hearing how a prospect is closed. It also reinforces your new associate's belief in the business. This is sometimes quite helpful to a new network marketer. The two-way direct call from prospect to upline offers more flexible scheduling and sorts out a serious prospect from a lukewarm one. Just taking the initiative to call shows a certain eagerness for the business. Mark prefers the direct call. Rene is more comfortable with the three-way call. Just be sure to use them appropriately. That is, never until after a full presentation has been made to the prospect or your audiovisual business briefing has been reviewed. Using a follow-up card file. Now we'll share the most important tools for building and maintaining a warm list. Pay attention to this advice, follow it without deviation, and you'll likely end up among the big money earners. In a very short time, this method will enable you to have more prospects than you have time to call. Purchase a 12-inch long card file cabinet. In addition, purchase 12 dividers, one for each month, and 31 numbered dividers for each day of every month. Index card dividers can be purchased already labeled and numbered. Then purchase several hundred index cards and write the name of one warm market prospect at the top of each card. Next to each name, write his or her telephone number. Beneath the name on the left-hand side of the card, write the heading words, Date Last Contacted. On the right-hand side, write Actions and Results. Every time you obtain any person's name and telephone number, especially new people you've just met or prospected, create a new card. Of course, for computer buffs, there are software programs for organizing and following up on leads. What matters is that you have a system for keeping track of your prospects. Now for the critical system. From that point forward, you are going to call every single person on your prospect cards every 6 months until they either sign up or die. Never, ever are you to throw away leads until they become distributors or you attend their funerals. As you speak with your prospects and they tell you all the reasons why this isn't a good time to get together, politely ask them if you can contact them at a later date. They'll almost always say yes. Move the index card to that month in your follow-up file. The day-by-day dividers are, of course, used in the current month. Some people will need a follow-up in 2 days. Or, if you fail to reach some people, you should put their cards in the next day's file. The average full-time worker in any field in America, Europe, and Asia will change jobs every 3.7 years. Try to contact prospects every 6 months. No matter how adamantly they rejected you previously, eventually you are going to catch them during a period of job transition. If presented properly to people during those inevitable transitions, network marketing will be next to impossible to turn down. Remember what we've stressed before. Network marketing is all about timing. If prospects are in the right time in their lives for change, it doesn't matter how poorly MLM is explained. They'll probably decide to give it a shot. Conversely, prospects who are not in the proper time of life probably won't be receptive, no matter how articulately or professionally the business is presented. Steve Sledge says he had fun using the follow-up system. Sometimes after I explained the power of network marketing to some of my former business associates and showed them the 5x5x5 illustration of logarithmic growth, they smiled. Some even laughed and said, "Hey, Steve, give us a call when you get rich." So I did, every last one of them. Starting with warm market prospecting. So now you know some of the excuses people will throw at you in an effort to put off prospecting their warm lists. But why is it so important that sponsors encourage them to do it? Warm market prospecting is much easier than the cold, cruel world of trying to persuade people you've never met to quit their jobs and join you in MLM. Cold market prospecting requires professionalism, enthusiasm, competence, and moxie. You are trying to convince veritable strangers that they should abandon their weekly paychecks and comfort zone jobs or professions to follow you into an entrepreneurial pyramid. At least, that's how prospects view it. This is where the numbers play an important role. You will talk to a greater number of people in cold marketing than in warm in order to generate the same favorable responses. In those circumstances, you better be confident, self-assured, and proficient at responding to their primary objections brought up at recruiting meetings. Cold market prospecting is aptly named. It's cold. Because your warm market is comprised of folks you know, it is much more understanding and forgiving than our total strangers. There's an old saying in our industry, every great multi-level marketer was a lousy multi-level marketer first. No one starts out poised and self-assured. So it just makes good sense to approach your strongest relationships, those with your family and friends, first. And you're not alone. Your sponsor should do your first 2 or 3 presentations for you when you're home with your friends, or support you by phone if long distance. We'll discuss that later in this chapter. But now let's examine the proper way to approach warm market leads. Success results more from attitude than ability. Because attitude rather than ability leads to real success in network marketing, your biggest asset is enthusiasm. But we're not talking about some fake excitement that is a learned behavior or following some script written by your upline associate. We're talking about natural enthusiasm, that is, your excitement after realizing you could be only months away from earning $20,000 a month. Again, we remind you that if you aren't truly excited about this business opportunity, read or listen to anything that will build up your enthusiasm. It is essential to effective prospecting. Whatever strategy works to motivate you and get you in a positive frame of mind prior to calling warm market prospects, employ it. The deeper your belief level, the greater your chance of success. It also helps to realize that you are first and foremost an educator. You're not a salesperson, nor are you a professional recruiter. Your job is to teach as many people as possible that there's a better way to live and to earn residual income. The only way you're ever going to convince people to change careers and to join you in MLM is if you can get them to agree to sit down with you for 45 minutes to take an objective look at your business. When you call your warm market leads, your only objective is to get them to seriously consider your company. Probably nobody in the history of the network distribution industry has been so persuasive as to be able to convince prospects over the telephone in their very first call to change jobs and join their company. Nor do we know distributors who can consistently sell products or services over the telephone. So don't try. Network marketing is a business of education. You may want to begin by having your prospects review an audiovisual package, but eventually you need to interact face-to-face. It is about teaching people how to teach others to build an organization of people who use and share products and/or services. And keep in mind, the more information you give to prospects over the telephone, the less likely they will be willing to listen to an audio or attend a business presentation. Try to raise their curiosity over the phone rather than satisfy it. Do not give information out during your first call or answer a lot of questions. Share your enthusiasm and set a time and place for the meeting to which you are inviting them. Make sure you are talking from your heart, inviting those with whom you truly wish to associate. MLM is an ingenious industry in that its leaders and founders learned long ago that people usually make decisions based on certain emotions. A desire for more money is one of the reasons you can count on to motivate prospects to attend meetings. Later in this book, we will also show you how fear of loss is what motivates many folks into creating wealth. No product or service, except perhaps a lure to a better career, is exciting enough to cause people to want to change professions. But the possibility of having total control of their time and a monthly income of $20,000 to $30,000, maybe even $50,000, gets the attention of most people, even the most cynical. So here's another approach to friends and family. Begin with small talk, but purposefully cut that off as soon as possible, and in an extremely enthusiastic manner, nearly out of breath with excitement, say something like the following. I've got to tell you the real motive for my call. In fact, I can't hold it back any longer. My wife and I are so excited about what we've blundered into, and we want to share it with you because, frankly, we can't think of anyone else we'd rather spend the rest of our lives in partnership with than the two of you. Listen, I'm going to ask the same question of you that was asked of me a couple of weeks ago. If you are absolutely convinced after a full due diligence that it was possible for you to earn legally and ethically up to $20,000, $30,000, or even $50,000 a month, and kick back and relax in a few years, still earning that much without a major investment, would that be a business that would interest you? If you take some time to study this approach, you'll notice that there is absolutely no reason for objections to surface. You have asked the prospect a question in which all the possible objections have been skillfully addressed. First, you encourage him to research the opportunity. It's moral, it's ethical, and there is minimal startup cost. The potential earnings are substantial, they are residual, and even more important to people in this global economy, Success will allow him considerable free time. If, after hearing this question, your friend argues at all, regardless of the objection, you'll know that he or she is not a prospect today. Don't badger your reluctant prospects. Be sure to end the conversation on a positive note, asking permission to check back with them in a few months. Simply write on the prospect's card, "Wasn't interested," and place it in the folder to remind you to call again in exactly 6 months' time. Remember, this is a business of timing, finding people who are ready for change. No need to sell people on network marketing. One of the biggest mistakes most new distributors make is arguing and attempting to sell people on the business at the wrong time. Think about it a moment. Where's the objection to the question we've posed? There is none. So what does it accomplish for a new distributor to stay on the phone with his friend, trying to overcome every objection and pestering him to death? Or worse, what if an upline associate is on the call also badgering the prospect? Even after 6 months, that friend will not be open and receptive, even if the time is right. Alex Marr of San Francisco, California, learned this lesson the hard way. When I first decided to pursue a network marketing business, I was in my last year of law school. When I told my friends and fellow law students of my decision, I was completely unprepared for the onslaught of well-meaning but tremendously negative advice I received. Most friends laughed. Some openly showed their disgust for the industry, and a few went so far as to print up brochures with my name on them that said things like snake oil and fraud for sale. None of them, however, would look at the facts about my company and the opportunity associated with it, even though those friends were both intelligent and about to embark on a career in law, where looking at facts before making judgments is one's entire profession. I was discouraged initially, but I knew I had a great opportunity. I set out to assemble mountains of evidence proving that network marketing in general, and my company in particular, was legitimate. That's what law school had trained me to do. After a year of assembling books, articles, newspaper clippings, along with audio tapes and videotapes, I approached some of my friends again. I was much more confident because I had the facts on hand to back me up. But nearly all my friends still refused to come to a presentation, even after having seen the facts and figures I'd put together. I was completely blown away. How could they refuse to join my company when all of my statistics clearly showed that it was in their interest to do so? The lesson I learned sunk in over the next few weeks. I can convince a person intellectually that joining my network marketing company is a great decision. But if that person does not believe he can succeed in my business, or if he does not believe in himself and his own abilities to learn and grow, all my facts and statistics are useless. He will not join my company, and even if he does, he won't do anything after he is joined. I wasted a year assembling information to convince people who were just not interested, when I could have been out making presentations to people who had expressed real interest. Mark Yarnell summed up this lesson well. A person convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Now, I don't waste time showing facts to anyone until I have sifted for interest first. I could have shaved a year off my learning curve if I would have followed that advice earlier. Patrick Schumacher of Payson, Arizona, had a similar learning curve in this business. He read in Success magazine that the next time you are with a friend, ask him if he has ever wanted to start his own business. What if I could show you a business that you could start for about $500 with the potential to pay you what a CEO of a Fortune 500 company makes, and the company with whom you partner would take care of all R&D, packaging, payroll, opening of foreign markets, and legal matters? Would you like to know about this business? I emailed that same message to a friend who works for a high-tech company because he complained to me that the company he worked for had just cut his commissions. He responded that he was not interested. Rob didn't even ask me what the business was about. No interest, nothing. I couldn't believe it. Then, 2 weeks later, my sister-in-law visited me and used the products that we have in the shower. She loved them and wanted to know how she could get some. Once I sponsored her, she spent around $1,000 on products and was unable to stop talking about how excited she was. Within 2 months, she told me she was quitting because she didn't have time. She manages her husband's plastic surgery practice, so I asked her if she thought that people who spend thousands of dollars on plastic surgery would want to use these products to maintain a youthful appearance. No answer. I thought maybe it was something I did, until I remembered the SW rule. Some will, some won't, so what? Because someone else is always waiting. Once I understand the 4-letter word next, I begin to always move forward and never look back. Patrick's approach is a solid one, and now so is his attitude. Network marketing inevitably requires you to talk to many people within your circle of influence. By reaching out to enough people, you will eventually find those for whom the time is right. And that is when the personal relationships begin, what we call relationship marketing. No need to pressure friends into the business. Another mistake made by a new distributor is to pressure 20 friends to get into the business. And they do, oftentimes merely to shut the recruiter up. Then the new distributor spends the next 6 months trying to drag those people across the finish line. For many, many well-meaning people, network distribution is the process of selling people on our industry, then doing everything possible to make those people successful. Unfortunately, that's literally the antithesis, the exact opposite of what our business is all about. Our job is not to do it all for them. It is to teach them how to do it for themselves. We are educators. We teach people a new way to buy and sell products and services and a new way to make a living. The more people we educate, by getting them to review an audiovisual package and then sit down in our homes and hear the whole story, the more money we all earn. And the more people we approach with extreme enthusiasm about partnering in a business that will generate big money and free time, the more people we get to our homes in the first place. So make absolutely certain that you leave no one off your warm market list. And when you begin calling them, on your own, remember, no 3-way gang-up calls. Make certain that you are in an enthusiastic frame of mind. Share your desire to be involved in business with them, and focus your prospecting question around big money, free time, and a lifetime partnership. The philosopher Maurice Nicole, a student of Russian-born spiritual teacher Georgy Gurdjieff, used to say, "Old people are asleep, and in order to awaken them from their stupor long enough to introduce them to a new idea or way of doing things, you must give them some sort of conscious shock." We agree. What we've come to recognize is that unless you use high income numbers, most people will remain asleep. The promise of $20,000, $30,000, even $50,000 a month, income levels actually achieved by the top earners, is usually enough of a conscious shock to awaken most folks to your presentation. Then, if the time is right, and if they've been thinking about changing careers or fearing being laid off, they might respond affirmatively, listen to an audio presentation, and actually come to a meeting. That's one of the keys to effective network marketing. Many people have the leadership potential to do this business, but may not reveal it to you unless the timing is right. Making unexpected friends through warm market prospecting. Sometimes your warm market list can expand almost to the other end of the spectrum, simply by making your business and products known to those within your circle of influence. Nelja Hudman Alquist, like so many ex-wives, did not get along with her ex-husband's new wife, Joyce Hudman. Both are from small towns just outside of Houston, Texas. Nelja describes the situation. "The tension between us was so strong that at one time, when Joyce was working at a law firm with a mutual friend, she asked the mutual friend to ask me not to come to the office while she was there. After she left that law firm, one of the partners would purchase gift packages of my products for all the secretaries, who loved them so much they told Joyce about them. Once I even asked my ex-husband to buy one for her Valentine's Day gift. He laughed at me and said, She wouldn't use anything that you sold, but he bought it anyway. To my surprise, after using what he bought, she called and asked what other products we had, and asked if she could come over. We did a skincare clinic, and she left as my new distributor. We are now close friends and work together in the business. It has made a wonderful difference for my children. We recently roomed together in Dallas for a regional conference with our company. Everyone looked puzzled when I introduced her as my wife-in-law. To make things even funnier, last week I went to her house to wait for my son. There were two other ladies there. One was engaged to the other one's husband and was there to pick up her son. They too had come together through our business. It's amazing the friendships you forge when you work in this business. You make friends with people you never thought possible. Putting the list to its fullest and best use. Don't let any of the warm list warheads strike you. Reach out to everyone on your list, starting with those in your city whom you would enjoy as partners in the business. Contact your top 20 or 30 family members and friends and invite them to take a look at this exciting opportunity. If possible, your sponsor should be there with you for your first 2 or 3 home meetings. It's best to present the opportunity to small groups of 3 to 6 people at a time. Invite twice as many guests as you want to allow for the no-shows, which are an inevitable part of this business. Focus your first 90 days on relationship marketing. That is, reaching out to those closest to you to extend the invitation to create a business partnership intended to enhance the quality of your lives. Over the course of your first year, devote almost all of your time to approaching the remainder of your list, setting appointments, and presenting the opportunity. Notice that we didn't say, take them to someone else's meeting. These are your prospects, your appointments, and your presentations. Using your warm list, keep doing this over and over until you reach your desired goal. Of course, once you have sponsored new associates, train them to duplicate your efforts, to use and share your products and services with a small circle of friends, and then to prospect, set appointments, and assist them in doing their own meetings with those on their warm lists. Like the presentation, do this training in small groups in your home once a week. We suggest Saturday morning. Once your new associates complete their assignments, order products, set their goals in writing, and begin making their warm list, they then qualify for a one-on-one personal training session with you. If you want to stretch your list to its fullest and best use, learn to ask for referrals. When someone on your list says no, that is the time to ask them for the names of 1 or 2 of their colleagues who might be interested in this opportunity. The secret to asking for referrals is to be specific. Whom do you know there at the factory who is already thinking about leaving? Who is the most dynamic person among your friends at work, or the one everyone looks up to? Remember to ask for referrals. If you can learn to replace every no with just one new prospect, your warm list will never run out. Summary. A warm list is a group of individuals from your present and past whom you know well enough that, were you to pick up the telephone and call them, they would recognize you once they heard your name. The direction of the 21st century is to build on warm market relationships as opposed to the philosophy of throwing mud on the wall and hoping some sticks. The larger you build your warm list, the more solidly you will establish your business. Make sure new distributors are taught how to use triggering devices in order to help them recall at least 2,000 friends and acquaintances. Remember not to yield to the arguments and rationalizations new distributors use in order to avoid approaching their warm markets. If you let your doubts stand in the way of launching your business, you are guaranteed to fail, but if you go forward and persevere, you will succeed. Move past your comfort zone and offer everyone on your warm list this opportunity, especially those you feel are already too successful to consider doing this business. Professionals have a natural tendency to refuse to openly acknowledge their participation in network marketing, but this refusal can negatively impact their business because their doubts and insecurities can be sensed by both prospects and distributors. If you can't let your associates at work know about your involvement in network marketing, be sure during in-home presentations to show that you are proud and enthusiastic about the industry and your company. Your reluctance to approach your warm market because you have been in other MLMs and have already approached the same people in the past can easily be overcome by assuring your friends and family that your research and analysis has finally led you to the right company. Never qualify your prospects. To decide in advance that one person is too important to be approached or another is too inadequate to succeed is economic suicide. If your professional career has a potential conflict of interest that hampers recruiting efforts, you can either 1. Prospect through lifestyling, that is, by approaching people through the normal course of your life, letting them know, without mentioning your business, that you would like to get together with them when it is appropriate. Or 2. Sponsor someone who knows your business associates and can ethically approach those people. You may want to consider prioritizing your list by using target marketing, wherein you share a personal background with certain groups from your warm or lukewarm market. Always allow your new distributors the courtesy of talking to their closest friends and family without the presence of their sponsor on the line. Three-way calling is most effective after the presentation, not before. Or you may prefer to have the prospect make a direct call to your upline associate. Use a card filing system to track your prospects. Call all the people on your prospect cards every 6 months until they either sign up or die. Beginning with the warm market is best because approaching friends and relatives is much easier than approaching strangers. Attitude is more important than ability in network marketing. During your recruiting efforts, think of yourself as an educator more than as a salesperson. Until the presentation, your intent is to stimulate the curiosity of your prospects, not satisfy it. When contacting warm market leads with the possibility of partnering in business, emphasize big money and free time, rather than any specifics about the company or products. When prospects object to an enthusiastic, big money, free time partnership, don't argue with them. Simply file their card and call them again in 6 months. A person convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Remember the SW rule. Some will, some won't. So what? Because someone else is always waiting. Focus your first 90 days on relationship marketing. That is, reaching out to those closest to you to extend the invitation to create a business partnership intended to enhance the quality of your lives. During your first year, devote almost all of your time to prospecting, setting appointments, and presenting the opportunity until you reach your desired goal, and teach your associates to do the same. When someone on your list says no, that is the time to ask for the names of 1 or 2 colleagues at work who might be interested in your opportunity. If you can learn to replace every no with just one new referral, your warm list will never run out. Chapter 6. Fending off the scatterbomb. Stay focused amidst all the distractions. The next great obstacle in the battle for success probably afflicts every single distributor who ever enters our industry. We call it the scatterbomb. It is quite easy to fall into this booby trap because of the very changeable nature of our business. Simply put, the scatterbomb is a mental explosion that diffuses the focus of distributors, causing them to stop using the system they have been taught and to frantically follow any and every new network marketing system that comes along. The scatterbomb occurs frequently in the first year, sending new distributors in search of any new leader, company, sales aid, or system that might enable them to succeed more rapidly or more easily. This divisive weapon is quite deceptive because it comes disguised as the ultimate new tool or as the perfect strategy for success. Sometimes it's a new manual or video, which many new distributors assume will be more effective than the work program currently used, merely because it's new. Other times it's a new leader who comes to town with a brand new way to do the business, and since he's making more money than you, his system must be better than yours. When your spirits are really down, it can even be a new company with a better compensation plan. Whether the scatterbomb takes the form of a person, system, or company, the very worst thing you can do in your first year is yield to the temptation to change direction every time a new system comes along. This business is a process of system duplication, and therefore each time you change your system, everyone in your downline gets confused. In network marketing, the worst battles in the entire first year will be the internal ones you fight each time you're tempted to find a faster, better, easier route. Remember, if someone in your upline is earning the amount of money you strongly desire, and you continue to duplicate the exact system that got him or her to wealth, you too will eventually get there, but not if you are always changing the system. There are many different ways to do the network distribution business, and fortunately each of them is equally lucrative. There's no one way to success. But if a network marketer becomes so scattered that he or she is constantly changing from system to system, thereby compelling downline associates to change, failure will certainly follow. In this chapter, we will prepare you to fend off the inevitable scatterbomb by bringing to your attention the detours you and your new distributors will be tempted to take. Always changing the system. We have personally lost great frontline distributors, many of whom could have become legends in this industry, because they just couldn't stop changing systems. In fact, in one case, we lost the leaders of an entire foreign market. Just imagine the possibilities if you started on the ground floor in a brand new country with 1,500 serious prospects who came to learn more about your business on opening day. The company you represented was a billion-dollar MLM company already successful in 20 other countries, and all the new distributors signing up were within your first 5 levels. Also, assume that your sponsors were extremely well known and had all the training manuals, audio tapes, videotapes, books, translated into every language on your continent, and then set up a second home in your part of the world in order to spend significant time supporting you. Under these circumstances, failure seems impossible. Believe it or not, failure was the end result. The key leaders quit the business within 18 months. They failed because they changed their name from the Yarnell organization to another unknown group, gradually eliminated every system we taught them, and consumed much of their time routinely changing their training materials. It was the ultimate scatterbomb. Every one of our systems had proven success, and every one of theirs rapidly failed. But they still maintain that their organization collapsed because they just didn't have a good enough compensation plan. And we provided them with many other forms of support, financial and otherwise, that we haven't even mentioned. The truth is that they and all their downline were victims of the scatterbomb. But frankly, as their sponsors, we have to accept a great deal of the responsibility for their failure, because each time they made a system change, and it was very frequent, we protested only gently. Unlike the typical recriminations in traditional business after such a collapse, we are still friends with this group of distributors despite the failure. This experience was an important and painful lesson for us, so we want to pass it on to you so that you might avoid our mistake. And here's the primary lesson. New distributors must literally be indoctrinated into duplicating your system. They must be taught in the beginning to follow the system of their sponsor and not deviate from it. Today we tell our newest associates in no uncertain terms that the day they deviate from our system is the day they lose our support. It's a serious matter for us. What we've learned is that even if you hand-pick the best recruiters and most committed people in a newly opened foreign market, set them up with all the training tools they need, help close their best prospects, sign them up during an opening day launch attended by the company's highest dignitaries, even if you do all that, if those people are unwilling to duplicate one simple system that has proven itself elsewhere, they are destined for failure. That's the frightening reality about the scatterbomb. Business without blinders. The metaphor of scatterbomb also refers to the inability of new distributors to ignore all the inevitable distractions in the first year and maintain a clear vision of where they are going and how they are going to get there. New distributors become scattered very quickly by a veritable smorgasbord of companies, recruiting systems, videos, manuals, and numerous other sales systems available to them. New distributors must be warned to put on blinders during their first year. Consistent duplication of one simple success system is essential in order to avoid confusion in one's entire downline, which is precisely what occurs each time a leader changes systems midstream. Even worse, some overzealous entrepreneurs jump right into recruiting without any goals or systems around which to base their business plan. Many new network marketers are like the man searching for his keys one night. A neighbor sees the man spending hours laboriously searching for something in the grass. Finally, she goes to ask if she can help. "What are you looking for?" she asks. "I lost my keys," he replies. As she begins to crawl on the ground with him, she inquires, "You lost them in this yard?" "No," he responds, "but the light is better here." There are countless distributors who want to work the business in ways that are more comfortable to them, more fitting to their self-image, more in keeping with their old work habits. The light may be better there, but if your goal is to achieve financial security and personal freedom, you may have to get out of your comfort zone and work where the light is not so good, or the ambiance is not so elegant. The good life will come soon enough, if you pay the price in the first year. Having faced many challenges in her life, Pia Dietzen of El Dorado, Arkansas, learned this lesson repeatedly before entering the world of network marketing. She left Denmark to come to America and got her real estate license within 5 months of her arrival. Shortly thereafter, she became a full-time student while holding down a full-time job, all during a pregnancy. She went back to work within weeks after delivering her baby through C-section. Throughout all of this, she managed to get her black belt. "What keeps me going on these ugly days when nothing seems to go right?" she asks. "I believe that inside all of us, there is a driving force that will help us just as long as we stay focused on our goals. I teach my distributors not to give up, no matter what. I tell each distributor, the longer you stay and continue talking to people, the closer you will get to your goal. Never lose sight of that light at the end of the tunnel." Doctors Joe Rubino and Tom Ventullo of Andover, Massachusetts, had practiced dentistry for 10 years before being introduced to network marketing. Although they had built a very successful dental practice, they had lost all their enthusiasm for dentistry. The fire was gone, but dentistry was all they knew. The concept of network marketing was initially appealing to them, but both were shy and introverted. To build a successful business, they would be required to break out of their comfort zones and learn how to speak with others. Of course, all of the usual concerns came up for them. What would people think? How would they look to their peers? Because of their self-imposed limitations, they felt trapped and without a sense of direction. What could possibly turn 2 introverts into top network distributors in a business usually excelled at by extroverts? They had been playing small all their lives. Their focus was on playing it safe and avoiding risks. While this philosophy sheltered them from the dangers of the world, it also carried with it a tremendous price. Playing not to lose, instead of to win, was draining the partners from the inside. The adversity they had to overcome, like so many others living in quiet resignation, was to conquer a fear of the world that was slowly and steadily killing their spirits. As Norman Cousins wrote, "The true tragedy in life is not death, but that which dies inside us while we are still living." Once Joe and Tom woke up to the reality of their resignation and what it was costing them in terms of health, happiness, relationships, and their potential contributions to the world, they made a conscious decision to play full out. They needed to find a compelling reason to do what was uncomfortable, as well as nurture a self-confidence in who they were and what they had to offer. Part of their vision was, and still is, to expose millions of people living in resignation to the limitless possibilities for change in their lives once they simply choose to become open to them. With the support of their network marketing team and after working with some personal coaches, they decided to implement an action plan and to expect success. Nothing changed externally. The entire shift was in their mindsets. After just 6 years of effort in network marketing, Doctors Joe and Tom fully retired from dentistry with an income far greater than that from their dental practice. They speak and write internationally on how to succeed in network marketing. In December of 1995, Joe was featured on the cover of Success magazine, which called him a millionaire creator in the cover story entitled How Network Marketing's Entrepreneurial Elite Are Building Fortunes at Breakneck Speed. His book, Secrets of Building a $1 Million Network Marketing Organization, has been highly acclaimed for its comprehensive approach to becoming financially successful by developing a life purpose. They are living testaments to the fact that all of us can harness the life-changing power of this industry to make a difference in our own lives, while also contributing to the lives of countless others. Karen Johnson, formerly a Pink Cadillac winner with Mary Kay, and one of the strongest female speakers in the business, joined a new network marketing company in partnership with her husband, Bill Curtin. She looked up line to her role models, Charlie Miller, Jay Prim, and Mark Barrett, all of whom had achieved the top level of their company in record time. She believed that if they could do it, so could she. So she quit her job, Bill sold their business, and they joined up. They achieved the level of executive in the minimum time in January of 1991, the same month the Persian Gulf War erupted. Unfortunately, their 4 qualifying executives watched the news instead of working the business, and within 60 days, all 4 had lost their vision and quit. As Karen explains, 7 months later, Bill and I climbed our way back to having 4 new qualifying executives, only to have Barbara Walters appear on Nightline featuring our company with the infamous question, "Is it a dream or a scheme?" This television broadcast launched the most intense media and regulatory scrutiny ever encountered by any network marketing company. Over the next 10 months, as our company was ruthlessly attacked by the media, all 4 of our qualifying executives lost hope. Even though our company was exonerated after the investigation, we lost 3 more qualifying executives. Defending our company in the media and to the regulators exacted a heavy toll. After all that work, we had lost a total of 11 executives. Our families were begging us to go back to corporate America. We just couldn't. We had a dream. In June of 1992, we were thrown another curve. Our company diversified, and suddenly we had to go from our comfort zone of being knowledgeable about cosmetics and personal care products to learning about antioxidants, chelated minerals, and metabolic conditioning. But we did it, and by August of 1993, our first full-fledged executive emerged in our organization. It took 3 more years of hard work, but finally, in September of 1996, we reached the top level of our company. Karen remembers back to her days with Mary Kay, where she was often told, "The greater the individual's potential for success, the greater the adversity that individual will have to face. Gold is tempered through fire. How can we aspire to the greatness of leadership if our commitment is never challenged. Karen and Bill, who successfully met the challenge, now live in Redondo Beach, California, freed from the shackles of corporate America and of owning a traditional business. When asked why she was able to hang in when everyone around her fell out, Karen said that it is essential to have your destination clearly in sight, even before the journey ever begins. It is clear that success for Doctors Joe and Tom, Pia, or Karen and Bill was tied directly to their undaunted sense of purpose. Each was successful at building their networking business because of an ability to shut out every distraction around them, whether internal or external, and stay the course with clear vision of where they were going and how they were going to get there. Achieving your goal is a process of getting accustomed to a new and better reality, one in which you can actually see yourself. Keep focused on the end result while 1. Preserving your belief that it is possible, 2. Blocking negative influences, and 3. Not worrying about how it will come to pass. Changing the system midstream. More than likely, one of the first manifestations of the scatter bomb will be the temptation to change, even just slightly, the system of recruiting you were taught. For example, your sponsor might tell you the critical importance of approaching your warm list by expressing your desire to have a business relationship with each of them and sharing your excitement about the potential of big money and free time because of the universal appeal of both. And while you are nodding your head in agreement, what you are really thinking is, I can't approach my friends and family with an idea as outrageous as earning such extraordinary income. So you begin changing the approach. You avoid your best prospects, or mention a smaller income figure, or none at all in favor of promoting your products. Never mind that your sponsor insisted that you need to use the big money, free time approach. You know in your heart that your friends and family members simply cannot relate to that kind of money. You don't argue with your sponsor because you've already promised to use his system, but you think you know what's best. And guess what? If you think that way, so will all your recruits. We don't know what there is about our industry that makes it seem so easy, but all who sign up immediately begin to believe that they know more than their sponsor. Or, for that matter, more than anyone who's ever been in this industry. The greater their innate leadership skills, the more likely they will want to reinvent the wheel. The way to prevent new distributors from changing the approach is to anticipate their notions during training. New distributors may not understand the importance of starting their business with relationship marketing, or quoting large income figures in order to create a conscious shock. So teach them how easy it is to get sidetracked. Tell them right up front. Now, you're going to be tempted to postpone reaching out to your most viable contacts or change the numbers because you're concerned about discussing so much money with your friends. Do it anyway. It is important that you use the exact approach we teach you. Make sure new distributors understand that network marketing begins with relationships and requires numerous contacts and tenacious follow-through. Another part of the approach they will feel compelled to change is to lower any numbers you give them in training. If you suggest they need to personally sponsor at least 100 people over time, they often decide that 50 frontline recruits are enough. If you advise that full-time distributors may need to approach at least 100 prospects a week once they move into cold marketing, they often decide that 30 or 40 is plenty. If you suggest targeting 2,000 people on their warm list, they will, usually without telling you so, think you are out of your mind. Such changes to your system, which new distributors are convinced will not block their success, is the first element of the scatterbomb. Remember, each time you teach a module of your system to new recruits, make absolutely certain that you stress to them that any deviation from your system could result in failure. The mere act of warning your recruits about first-year challenges during a fun, relaxed training session will help you later when you need to constructively criticize them after they become rebellious or unfocused. Of course, if you don't want to waste time talking about all these things, and you have no system created by an upline associate who is earning big money, just hand this book to all new distributors when they sign up. How's that for a shameless endorsement? But remember, the best advice will come from upline leaders, because they have already proven themselves in your specific company. The lure of other deals. Some changes will come from outside your sphere of influence and seem beyond your control. We want you to be prepared for any and all diversions and challenges that threaten your downline. The amazing truth about MLM is that once you have established yourself with a company, you can literally waltz through decades without anyone trying to lure you away. Yet in the first year you become a distributor, the competition will come out of the woodwork and beg you to switch companies. Success and perseverance will earn you respect, whereas your newness makes you vulnerable. Mark tells the story of his very first exposure to a successful upline distributor. There I was, excited about finally putting a face with the name of a guy I already respected by virtue of his income and lifestyle. He was living in another city, so when he called to see if he could help me in any way, I asked if he would consider driving the 150 miles to my city sometime to visit with my top distributors and coach them about the business. I was astounded by the speed with which he accepted my invitation. He told me to get everybody ready for advanced training and that he'd be there in a week. I was elated. Back then our leaders were not yet caught up in the hotel presentation mania, so I didn't set up a citywide meeting. I simply invited 25 of my best distributors to my home for an advanced training session with our upline hero. Although my real mentor was Richard Call, this leader lived closer and was only 3 levels above me in the company. He was allegedly earning over $15,000 a month, so I figured my people would be in good hands. I remember it like yesterday. We had a real Texas cookout, great barbecued ribs and all the wonderful trimmings. While the others were eating, I was delighted that my great upline hero wanted me to take him to a quiet room in the house to discuss the meeting that was about to start. I took him upstairs to my office, and we sat down in a couple of chairs facing each other. Before I could say a word, my wayward upline said, "Mark, get ready to lose sleep tonight. I have found the ultimate payout and recruiting video in this company called USA Vitamins. If you think our company has a good comp plan, listen to this." I was shell-shocked. The first major scatterbomb of my first year in MLM had just exploded. And this one was sure to get everyone off course, because he was getting ready to address my top 25 distributors. I had to think fast because I didn't want to make a scene, and I only had half an hour to prepare a strategy. As he talked, I sat there racking my brain, trying to figure out what I could do. Finally, I thought of a comeback. "Look, Doug, you've hit me cold on this, and we cannot let my wife know that you've presented this to me without her, or she'll be extremely offended." Doug said, "I understand, my wife's the—" I stopped him with my last comment. "Look, just pretend you haven't said anything. I want my wife to see this great deal, and the last thing we want is for you to say anything to any of these distributors. My wife and I need to be on your team when you pitch them. You know what I mean?" Doug nodded in agreement and became extremely cordial. He was sure he was going to recruit us. He promised not to say one word until the 3 of us were alone later that evening. The meeting went smoothly, and nobody had any idea that our great mentor was already in another deal. Of course, once everyone was gone, I really let him have it with both barrels, specifically pointing out what a fool he was to jump ship in the first year. We parted as enemies, because that's the way he wanted it. But he still calls from time to time to share his latest MLM venture and explain why I should join him. I think he's been in half a dozen companies since then. Imagine what he must be thinking when he realizes, had he stayed and continued to work, he would be earning in excess of $100,000 a month for the rest of his life off of our efforts alone. We have a saying that we share with every new distributor. The grass is always greener till it's time to mow. We can guarantee you, just as certain as the sun will rise in the east tomorrow, that your new recruits will be courted by other MLM companies in their first years as distributors. It's a certainty and must be addressed in the training process of all new distributors. A good thing for distributors to always keep in mind is that the trickle-down theory works better in our business than in economics. Teach your leaders anything, and if it works, everyone in your organization will learn it rapidly. Those of us who have been in this industry for many years have learned a very real success principle: perseverance. Distributors who have stayed with one company for many years and built new legs in each of those years are now very wealthy. Those who think the grass is greener soon learn that true, lasting wealth can only be achieved through long-term participation in one company. We've heard all the arguments of those distributors who honestly believe that to succeed in MLM, one must belong to 2 or more companies. But the proof is in the printout. We've never met one person who has successfully built more than one downline at the same time. And we've met hundreds of people over the years who swear by the 2-company system. But listen closely. It doesn't work. It takes every bit of focus and effort you've got to reach the top payout of one solid network marketing company. Have no doubt, several of your distributors will become tempted by other programs, and some will actually attempt to prove us wrong. Until that's done, we've got to keep stressing the facts. No one has successfully done it yet. Some people will participate in what we call positioning for the pop. That means that they will jump from company to company, knowing full well that each company will not remain in business long term. But they'll jump from the gold deal to the offshore deal, hoping to pick up some front-end quick money in the process. Never mind that these are pyramid schemes, and only a few people will win. Never mind that the company is likely to fold any minute. All that matters is that they pick up a little easy money along the way. Watch out for those scoundrels. They are the folks who give our industry a bad name. In the world of traditional corporate pyramids, entire companies are created to search for executives to fill their clients' needs or specialties. If you are a physician who is tired of private practice and you're looking for a partnership of specialists or some directorship at a hospital, all you need to do is find the number of an employment agency that specializes in the medical field. There are dozens of them. If IBM needs a specialist in some technical engineering position, they not only advertise but will also frequently call in employment agencies specializing in engineering. Here's our point. In a free society, people will always seek to better themselves. Corporate executives aren't particularly hurt when some headhunting agency hires away their upper managers. It happens. It's a fact of life. Yet, if one of our leaders begins sniffing around other network marketing companies, or worse, actually goes to a presentation, my God, you'd think the sky was falling. Rumors begin flying around at fiber-optic speeds. Upline associates are immediately notified, and an entire search and rescue program is launched by every money earner within 6 or 7 levels in an effort to keep that poor fool from defecting. They all think that if the company loses that leader, they're ruined, that it's liable to destroy the enthusiasm and momentum of the entire organization. Bull! The truth is, all new distributors will probably be tempted, several times in their careers, to change companies. Remember the SW rule. Some will, some won't. So what? Because someone else is always waiting. We're all adults, and we certainly don't want to retain those who are plodding along in our company, who are making no progress and draining our time, when they might be happier in a different company. We say, Godspeed and good luck. But long before they are ever exposed to a new competitive company, we make certain that they've been prepared for that eventuality, and that they realize that every time they start over, they are hurting their reputation just a little bit more and distancing themselves from wealth one more time. Unless you pick a real dud of an MLM company, it's possible to do well in any number of them. The key to success is to stop jumping ship and stick with one. Peter Hirsch has given a name to the frantic search that people take as they go from company to company looking for that $10,000 first-month fix, the cocaine mentality. In contrast, he recommends the surer, safer approach, the carrot juice mentality, which recognizes that it is only from the steady building of a healthy organization that long-term residual benefits are derived. In MLM, as in life, as we sow, so shall we reap. Diffusion by other leaders. The temptation to follow the teachings of expert journalists or to become involved in other MLM companies would seem to be a natural part of business. But what about scatter bombs that are dropped by leaders within one's own company? How dangerous are those diversions? Extremely. In fact, this problem causes distributors, especially in their first year, to become scattered and ineffective, and is the most difficult to combat. Unless leaders explain this very carefully, they could quite easily become the targets of scorn and ridicule from leaders within their own company. More often than not, the scatter bomb is perpetrated by pseudo-leaders who may have never before succeeded in building a successful downline, but by virtue of former experience believe they know what they're doing. There's a significant difference between 10 years' experience and 1 year's experience 10 times. That's why we always encourage our distributors to primarily recruit individuals with no former experience in MLM, because they are so much easier to train. Those who are basically MLM junkies, jumping from company to company, are often the very know-it-alls who can cause your new distributors so many problems. Let's take a look at the confusion potentially caused when leaders set off the scatter bomb. Let's pretend that you are in your first year of MLM and you've done an exceptional job of building your organization. You have 850 people total and are earning a reasonable $3,000 a month. Your groups are growing exponentially, and all of them are following your training format. Then your people start excitedly discussing the fact that one of the company's leaders from a completely different upline group is coming to town to train his people, and since it's an open meeting, everyone in town is invited. Obviously, you can't stem the tide of enthusiasm if you failed to discuss this threat beforehand with your people, and you certainly don't want to seem jealous or overprotective. Of course, this is just your 6th month in the business, and none of your strongest leaders have been in the business long enough to make any real money yet. So they are extremely vulnerable at this stage of their careers to any new concept that would seem to propel them to wealth a little faster or easier. The meeting occurs, and you sit there and cringe as the speaker introduces a brand new prospecting system that has supposedly proven very effective. You notice your people are taking copious notes. This is the same system your upline associates taught you is not as effective as their own. In fact, they tried it years ago and found that it wasn't a system that was easily duplicated. Be prepared in this situation. Usually about half your leaders will go charging out and implement this exciting new system, only to fizzle in 6 months, but in the meantime it will sidetrack your leaders just enough to ruin their momentum. How in the world do you stop this kind of internal scatterbomb? A psychiatrist we greatly admire once said, 90% of the solution to any problem consists in awareness of that problem. Again, if you train your people effectively in the earliest stages, you'll have already dealt with, if not eliminated, this problem. Here's how to do it. During your training session with new distributors, you should state the following. We consider it our job as your mentor to assist you in earning millions of dollars and regaining total control of your time as quickly as possible, and we can assure you of 2 things. 1, we will never keep information from you about systems that work. And 2, we will never allow you to make the mistakes that experience has taught us can cause failure. Can you all understand our motives? We want to see that you succeed. As your mentors, we insist that you agree to one very important stipulation, because if you won't agree to this, we can't help you. Fair enough? Get their consent. You must be willing to promise us right now that you will never, under any circumstances, change to new systems because a leader in town has promoted them, or recommend books and materials to your downline until you check with us. That is, until we get you to an income of $15,000 a month. After that, you can do whatever you want. Is that a fair deal? Again, get their verbal consent at this point. We cannot afford to have you scattered and unfocused, or teaching new concepts to your downline, or doing anything else counterproductive. In fact, we suggest you check with us before you attend any big meeting in your first year. Fair enough? By calling the attention of new distributors to this inevitable booby trap, you are doing a great deal toward preempting it. More importantly, you are requesting their permission in advance to repeat this admonition each time a new leader comes to town peddling sales aids. And when you do bring it up on your voicemail to your entire downline the week before the leader hits town, they will not consider your warning as stepping out of line or expressing jealousy. If you don't breach the subject at training and teach all your people to do the same with all their frontline, every time a new leader comes into town, your people can be set back months in their efforts. You see, it's not necessarily that the new system doesn't work. The problem is that each time you introduce a new system to your entire downline, everyone starts all over again at ground zero. And we all know that it takes months of effort to become proficient at any new marketing strategy. The Parasite Mentor. The next factor that will cause new distributors to become scattered is what we call the parasite mentor, someone who has never built a legitimate organization yet has written a book or recorded an audio tape to teach others how to do so, and claims to be a mentor. Let's say that one day a new second-level distributor calls you to introduce herself, and innocently lets slip that her sponsor, your frontline associate, is engaged in some new recruiting activity with which you are completely unfamiliar. So you call your frontline associate and gently mention your conversation with his new recruit, and after a bit of small talk, you quiz him about this new direct mailing system. He becomes embarrassed, but then explains to you that he just read a great book by a well-known author, whom you know has never actually built his own organization. Regardless of the fact that mass mailings have never worked effectively for anyone in your group, he is using it and teaching it to others. Folks, we recognize and respect the fact that we are all independent distributors who have the right to do this business any way we desire. But as the head of our own organization, each of us has the right to decide whom, among our people, we wish to actively support. Make certain in training new distributors that they understand that you are going to support only those that follow your system. And those who change your system without your approval will lose your support. Why are we so adamant about this? Because we want you to succeed, and we know our system works, but we don't know about others. Another problem can stem from a successful network marketer who has a burning desire to become an author. But beware of these books. They can be quite inventive. We have seen lots of materials churned out by successful network marketers that contain systems and strategies that have never been utilized by them or anyone else. But motivated by a fiery zeal to get a book or tape released, the concepts seem logical at first glance. The problem is most new distributors who read materials written by leaders accept them as gospel. We've often pondered how many poor souls must have failed at network marketing by emulating these unproven recruiting and training techniques, presented by successful distributors who never actually used them. It's sad, but true. If you're a new distributor, we encourage you to track upline until you find a highly successful distributor and follow the exact systems he or she has used. If you enjoy absorbing knowledge about the industry, at least call a veteran in your company to get suggestions on truly useful books by authors who have successfully built huge organizations. Don't lose your vision by following systems of parasite mentors or new authors describing unproven systems. Some who have written bestsellers in our field have never built anything. Other authors have been in 20 different companies and will, in fact, join yours if you order 10,000 books. but they are often disseminating strategies that do not work or have not been tested. And if your new distributor reads and implements them, it will cause months of wasted time. Scatter bomb fever. The next diversion is often inadvertently created by your own company when new products or services are introduced. Often it's what we call a sizzle product, a new exciting technology or a specialized niche item that causes distributors to lose all decorum and sense of propriety and start jumping around like old Festus Bean on a train trip to the Yukon during the Great Gold Rush. Irrational comments and erratic behavior on the part of new distributors generally accompany the announcement of these new products, especially when a major field leader joins in the fever. The sizzle product scatter bomb can be quite devastating. Let's take a look at one example. This type of scatterbomb fever began in one company with something as innocent as simple math when a distributor calculated that he would earn an extra $30,000 the next month if everybody in his group ordered just one of the newly released product. It progressed to the point where frenzied medical doctors rented warehouse space and taught medical assistants how to operate forklifts in order to warehouse the supply, which would result in $20 million of profits next year. What made this situation all the more frightening was that this frenzy occurred when no one had yet seen or even used the product, and no studies about the product had been released. All this activity stemmed from rumors that the new product was really great, and that everyone in America would be in lines a mile long to purchase it. Company leaders dropped the hint that the supply was limited and could become back-ordered, thereby keeping the fever at a high pitch as distributors bought more than they needed to be sure they didn't run out. We saw thousands of victims of this misdirected activity, and even a year later, some distributors were still distracted from building their business. Some were threatening to sue everyone in the known world, and others were still angry over the $20 million they lost. So how in the world do we protect ourselves and our distributors against this type of scatterbomb when it's a new product from our own company? How do we maintain rationality in the face of a screaming frenzy initiated by our upline leaders? Well, to be honest, we're not certain there is any protection, given the truth about greed and human nature. When a good, solid company releases a new, exciting service or product, nothing can really keep people from becoming excited. But at least you can remain balanced. Tell your leaders to try the new products and to recommend that everyone in their groups try them, but not mortgage their homes in order to buy them. Wait until the new product has fully proven itself before getting too excited. And above all else, please don't rent that warehouse space just yet. What we've learned is that the real money is made a few months after the new products have proven themselves, not during the initial hype. If distributors jump the gun at the launch of a new foreign market or a new product, they typically last only a short time in this business. About halfway through the second month, at a time when we truly don't know yet about the long-term nature of the commodity, it may actually still be on backorder. Around the third or fourth month, if the product or service is truly what it's been portrayed to be, and the company has produced enough to supply the demand, thus enabling us to purchase all we want, then the real volume, based on usage instead of hype, begins. That's when we truly notify all our friends and family and begin developing a new addition to our recruiting speech. Perhaps the biggest danger of all is that the launch of a new product or service, which has real sizzle, can scatter distributors enough to shift their focus from selling financial security and time freedom to just selling the new product. That's a real hazard. You don't want your best recruiters redirecting their approach from the MLM dream to a single service or product. Remember, prospects will never be as excited as we are about a new toothpaste or CD-ROM. In the midst of their selling a new service or product, distributors should continue to focus their prospecting approach on how to earn $20,000, $30,000, even $50,000 a month, and achieve total financial independence. Tantalize your prospects, if you like, with your excitement about the new items coming or new foreign markets opening up, but keep it in perspective. Most of all, maintain a balanced outlook with every new product. Don't go overboard and build your presentation around any one product or service before it is a proven success. Frenzies never yield stable growth. Lack of structure. Many distributors suffer from lack of structure in network marketing, particularly those who were accustomed to the world of traditional business. After all, they got used to the Monday morning rah-rah meetings, production quotas, and supervisors breathing down their necks, demanding more and more. In network marketing, you are your own boss, revving up your own engines and setting your own pace. The systems in traditional sales are the antithesis to those utilized in networking. Some corporate salespeople, such as Terry Hill after she left the Xerox Corporation as their #1 salesperson, feel disoriented and displaced at first without the traditional structure. Many people need a detailed plan of action and a timetable, complete with daily quotas. This keeps them from becoming scattered and creates a strong sense of direction. Once you have set specific goals, use a day planner or a scheduler or anything else that will assist you in keeping yourself on track. For others, time itself is a problem. Such people may feel overwhelmed by their already busy lives. How can they possibly fit one more thing into it, especially something as time-consuming as a network marketing business? Or perhaps having jumped in without a plan, they use their time inefficiently, running around town, hither and yon, fighting traffic, doing one-on-one meetings, presentations, and training. They feel completely at loose ends and are unsure about what really constitutes productive activity. Pam Delahanty of Francistown, New Hampshire, found the solution by turning to her upline associates for coaching. She describes how dissipated she felt trying to keep up with her life and her business. The biggest challenge I had was time. After all, I already worked full-time as a dental hygienist. On top of that, I was a mom to 2 very active toddlers. And then there was my husband, with whom I wanted to spend time. I felt stretched, torn, and at times guilty as I tried to spread myself in all directions. I felt out of balance, out of control, and out of integrity. I saw myself wearing too many hats as mother, wife, friend, employee, and now as a networker. Though I felt a strong belief for this industry and the possibilities it could provide, it was difficult for me to find the time and energy to share it with other people, given my already full and hectic schedule. I turned to my upline associates, Dr. J. Clark and Linda Young, for help, and at their suggestion I began exploring my core values. What I found to be most important to me are relationships, fun, spontaneity, and the peace of mind financial freedom brings. Once I determined this, I took a look at how I could work these into my life and my business. What if I could share the benefits of the products and the business when I was going about my daily life, without putting on a separate hat? What if it was spontaneous and even fun? Since having incorporated these elements into my business, I am more energetic because I'm not wasting time worrying about what I am going to say, or how I am going to look, or even what the response will be. I used to think energy was dependent on how much sleep I had or what I ate. I now believe I will have all the energy I need just by getting myself into worthwhile action. Action creates energy. I'll never forget one of my first outrageous impromptu conversations after discovering my new enthusiasm. A policeman stopped me on my way to my first sponsoring interview because I had rolled through a stop sign. I explained with much enthusiasm how nervous I was with this new business venture, and he let me go with just a warning, a smile, and a good luck wish. As a thank you, I gave the officer a sample of our toothpaste. A week later, I was stopped again by the same officer, this time to purchase product, and years later, he is still a loyal customer. When a long-time family friend first introduced Suni Nelson of Fresno, California, to network marketing, she was working from 60 to 80 hours a week and holding down 2 jobs. Suni immediately informed her friend that she couldn't take on network marketing because she absolutely had no extra time, period. But the more she thought about her predicament, a relentless work schedule and $40,000 of debt hanging over her head, the more she decided she had nothing to lose. She gave up television and some sleep, deciding that television would never get her where she wanted to go, and that she could catch up on missed sleep later. Suni began sharing the opportunity and products with everyone she knew. She created a work plan, stayed with it, and within 2 months she earned the distinction of being the first in her company to become an executive director in such a short time, a record that lasted 5 years. After 2 more years, she reached the top level in her company, and now has earned the freedom to enjoy her real love, competitive slalom water skiing. One of the primary excuses people give for not joining our industry is that they don't have the time. However, both Pam and Suni found a solution to this problem. They avoided the scatterbomb and focused on doing the work necessary to build their groups. Not so surprisingly, once they realized what the business could mean to them, they both found the time. If you are having difficulty organizing your time, harnessing your energy, or keeping your attention focused on your business, seek the help of a mentor. Ask someone, preferably in your upline, or someone else you want to emulate, to coach you. It can be done once a week in as little as a 10 or 15-minute telephone conversation. Rene has been a mentor to Karen McGeehan of West Lynn, Oregon, for some time. Each Monday, Karen reports her business activities to Rene, summarizing the number of people she prospected that week, the number of appointments she set, and the number of people to whom she made a presentation, her real measure of progress. Her goal is to do 10 presentations a week, which results in her sponsoring between 5 to 8 people a month. When she is off her target, Karen and Rene will talk about what got in the way of her meeting her goals that week, and then perhaps Rene will assist her in redesigning her mindset to block any negative thoughts. When we are out of the country, Karen faxes or emails her report to Rene. Even if they don't talk, they share some communication in writing. Over time, Rene and Karen have built a close relationship. You may find that a mentor can help structure your activities, making all the difference between success and failure. Going it alone in a team sport. It is the role of the new distributor to plant the seeds, which the various upline associates need to water. It is easy to get scattered if distributors try to go it alone in this business. But the fact is, we are all part of a team. New distributors must learn to utilize upline support until they, like their role models, achieve wealth and independence. John Prangy of Kutztown, Pennsylvania, was a veterinarian in his 50s who had been successful at everything he'd ever tried, until he tried network marketing. According to John, "It took 2 years for me to realize that something was wrong, that I was not succeeding as I normally had in my other endeavors. I was able to recruit lots of benchwarmers into the business, but none who wanted to play on the team." John was really bothered by his apparent failure and turned to his network marketing team for help. It was suggested that John look into taking a personal development course to find out what might be missing in his life, something that perhaps he didn't even know was missing. One program led to another, and he made a discovery. "I realized that I had never honored anyone by listening to them, but had always listened with my own agenda. I began to look at the fact that my life had been designed by me many years earlier to play out exactly as it was playing out, and I currently had no control over the play unless I was willing to make some major changes in myself. I was fascinated by the joy of writing a new script, wherein I could develop a game bigger than life with no particular ties to the outcome. But the most important part of this plan came when I began surrounding myself with a community of individuals who would support me in my decisions and commitments, and who would always be there for me. Then I learned that it was a two-way street. I had to be able to give positive directional feedback to my players to help them win the game based on their own expectations. I had always wanted to be the good guy to my friends, wearing the white hat. But now I could see the value of letting other members of my team know when they were getting off track with their businesses. As the one soliciting support, I needed to make strong, clear requests. As the one giving support, I came to understand that my associates could not read my mind, They joined me in this business believing that I would lead the way. So I began making requests of them that honored their individual visions and supported them to stay on their own chosen paths to success. What John discovered was that being part of a truly supportive team is the key to success. It comes down to a few simple steps. 1. Consider the unlimited possibilities and shape your vision around the vast choices. 2. Develop a game plan delineating specific daily steps toward building your business that will include identifying those characteristics in your life that you believe could be improved. 3. Get into action. Don't procrastinate. Just do it. 4. Make clear requests from a coach or upline mentor for your own personal growth and give honest feedback to your downline, being mindful of their personal objectives. Then watch your business grow beyond your wildest expectations. Because of the multi-level structure of our industry, we are all part of a team, sometimes coaching and other times being coached. When it all works according to plan, the multi-level compensation program is absolutely warranted and justified. To try to go it alone in this business is to swim upstream. It is a team business in which, in the course of every day, there should be some giving and receiving along the way. If you want to avoid being scattered and keep total clarity of vision, you need to reevaluate how to better serve and be served by your team. Distractions caused by personal crises. None of us works in a vacuum. The success of our business is commensurate with our enthusiasm, and our enthusiasm is affected by our personal lives. Dr. Dennis Petzolizzi of Middletown, Connecticut found comfort by focusing his complete concentration on his business while going through the greatest tragedy of his life. Dennis's story puts many other crises in perspective. On February 28, 1992, at approximately 10:30 p.m., I was involved in a car accident that changed my life forever. Before this tragedy, I was a successful person, or so I thought. I excelled in everything I ever did in life. I was a perfectionist who was able to do many things and do them all well. But the problem was, deep down, I was unhappy. I wasn't passionate about anything in my life. This instability led to my divorce, a drinking problem, and finally the accident that was the turning point in my life. I had been drinking that night, like I had on numerous other occasions in my life. That's how I disconnected from reality. On this particular night, I ran a red light and broadsided a car with 2 passengers. The passenger was not hurt, but the driver, Renford Gilling, was killed. From that moment on, my life activities consisted of being sued, appearing in court, going bankrupt, trying to run my medical practice with my name in the headlines, facing a possible 10 years in jail, and trying to sustain a marriage to my new wife, Bonnie, the most supportive person in the world. On the inside, I felt guilt, shame, sorrow, fear, and despair, all mixed together. I wished I had been the one who died. This was a tragedy of immeasurable proportions, and it was buried inside of me, eating me up. I was convicted of misconduct with a motor vehicle and sentenced to 4 years, suspended after 30 days with 3 years probation. I was put on random urine tests for 2 years, alcohol counseling, and AA meetings. My license was put on probation for 2 years. I went bankrupt and had to close my office. I did 3,000 hours of community service. But nothing, I felt, could make up for the life I had taken. In August of this same year, I discovered network marketing. My company president believes strongly that network marketing is an opportunity for personal growth, which will then lead to financial growth. With the help of my new networking family, I learned how to stop hiding my tragedy and instead turn it into a positive force for gift-giving. I've told my story to hundreds of people who in turn have affected thousands of others. Don't drink and drive. Instead of wallowing in the shame of it all, I now honor Renford Gilling by saving lives in his name as I tell others his story and mine. If it weren't for the philosophy put forth by our incredible industry, I know I would still be drinking and living in guilt and despair. Instead, I have a beautiful relationship with my wife, a wonderful 3-year-old son, a thriving medical practice, a network organization that is growing geometrically, and most of all, I am living my passion, which is to powerfully affect the lives of millions. Dennis was fortunate to have found a supportive wife and an understanding team in his network marketing company. He could easily have allowed his tragedy to diffuse his energy for the rest of his life. Instead of yielding to chronic alcoholism and utter despair, he has turned his attention toward concentrating on the lives he can still save. The exponential growth that is so strongly promulgated by our industry is far from being just about money. As it is exemplified in Dennis's personal life, the concept is a force for change in hundreds of thousands of lives. Dennis has overcome his reluctance to hide his story. By his openness, he has made a significant impact on others. Each time we sit down with new prospects, we must realize we have the opportunity to make a difference in their lives. But for that to happen, we must find a way to get through their resistance. When prospects see a business opportunity that seems too good to be true, one that doesn't fit their self-image, they will either pass on the opportunity or get in and then quickly get out. It is only when people can visualize the end result that they will consider joining you in this business. Network marketing is a business of storytelling. Don't be afraid to show your vulnerability. If your story has a human quality, it has a much greater chance of touching people and breaking down their barriers during your presentation. We can't avoid crises, but we can prevent them from completely diverting our attention from our work by accepting each one as a stepping stone to both personal and business excellence. Summary. The scatterbomb is a mental explosion that diffuses the focus of distributors, causing them to stop using the system they have been taught, and to frantically follow any and every new network marketing system or leader that comes along. Effective network marketing is a process of duplicating systems. Each time you change the system, everyone in your downline gets confused. New marketers can be handed everything on a silver platter and still fail if they refuse to duplicate a simple system that has already been tried and tested. Novice distributors must be taught to follow the teachings of their sponsors and not deviate from them. Distributors must be warned to put on blinders their first year because of the veritable smorgasbord of competing companies, recruiting systems, videos, manuals, and numerous other sales systems available to them. Successful networkers build their businesses on their ability to shut out every negative influence around them, whether internal or external, and stay the course with clear vision, focusing intently on their goal and plan of action. One of the first manifestations of the scatterbomb will be the temptation to change, just slightly, the recruiting system you've learned, by either softening the approach or lowering the income or recruiting numbers. The way to prevent your new distributors from attempting to reinvent the wheel is to anticipate it early and warn them during training of the importance of following a proven system. Counter the threat that first-year networkers will be offered other deals by 1. Warning them of this fact, 2. Teaching them that perseverance with one company is the key to success, 3. Explaining to them that trying to build 2 downlines in separate companies will lead to failure. Most new distributors will be tempted several times to change companies, but remember, no single person in your organization is absolutely indispensable. As you continue to build your group, new leaders will emerge under those who choose to leave. Keep your group from jumping from one system to another by preparing them ahead of time to glean new facts from a new speaker while never changing to a new recruiting or training system. The key to building a successful business is to stick with one system long enough to allow it to work. Ask a trusted upline associate for recommended reading, and don't lose your vision by following authors not recommended by your mentor. Scatterbomb fever can be caused by an announcement, often from highly respected leaders within your company, about a soon-to-be-released product or service that they say is so unbelievable that everyone will soon be clamoring for it. Be skeptical of their claims until you have used it yourself. When you or your associates occasionally fall victim to scatterbomb fever, don't change your plan of action, simply continue on your steady course, while including a mention of the exciting new addition in your presentations. Many distributors suffer from a lack of structure, particularly those who were accustomed to the structure of traditional business. If you have a problem organizing your time, use a planner or scheduler to help you stay on track. Make clear requests for your own business and personal growth from a coach or upline mentor, and, in return, give honest feedback to your downline associates, being mindful of their objectives. If you want to avoid being scattered and keep total clarity of vision, reevaluate how to better serve and be served by your team. The success of our business is commensurate with our enthusiasm, which in turn is affected by our personal lives. It is only when people can visualize the end result that they will consider joining you in this business. When you experience a personal crisis, don't be afraid to include it in your story to help break down the barriers during your presentation. You can't avoid crises, but you can prevent them from completely diverting your attention away from your intended objectives by using each one as a stepping stone to propel you to success. Chapter 7. Eluding the Meeting Minds. Avoid the pitfalls of counterproductive meetings. Everyone who has come out of corporate America recalls different highlights of the experience, but without exception, all of them recall the endless meetings. Many managers, who still have some desire to be productive, get extremely frustrated with the meeting syndrome. They are absolutely convinced nothing of value ever happens in meetings. The greater the attendance at the meeting, the less productive it seems to be. Meetings can be great obstacles for workers who are results-oriented. There has been a deluge of displaced executives flocking into the network distribution industry. They bring with them some valuable resources, most notably their wide base of professional contacts and high-level management experience. But they also bring some disastrous habits, many of which may have caused the downsizing of corporate America in the first place. We will discuss this in more detail in Chapter 9. That same executive who was paid a fairly high salary to go from meeting to meeting in his former career has a strong inclination to carry that habit into our industry. In the very first year of network marketing, probably even the first month, new distributors may find themselves exposed to one of the prime causes of failure in our profession: lethargy. Because this is brought on by the very people whom they regard as successful, it will be difficult to resist. Lethargy results from what we call meeting minds. In the battle for success, these minds seldom cause death, outright failure, but they often lead to the maiming and disfigurement of a networking career. That is, they keep some new associates from rising to their full potential. Once they step on these well-camouflaged explosives, new distributors may end up disabled and limping through the rest of their careers. If new distributors are lucky, they will be able to avoid these particularly destructive explosives until after they have achieved a reasonable income. Those unfortunate enough to be led through this minefield by their sponsors in their first month may indeed be among the earliest of our dearly departed associates. Although meeting minds usually just maim, they can be fatal. Take some time to consider how our industry works. Income is paid when products or services are ordered. The larger our organization, the more orders are placed. CEOs in our industry pay people to do word-of-mouth advertising, instead of building overpriced retail stores and hiring expensive public relation agencies. The more people we personally recruit and train, the larger our organization and the larger our income. Therefore, effective recruiting and training meetings are the foundation of our business. In network marketing, no one pays you to waste time sitting around in strategy meetings. Unless you are talking to people about your business, you are not really working the business. New distributors will never be as enthusiastic about personal sponsoring as they are in the first year. It is the most critical time in the career of a network marketer. In this chapter, we intend to describe meeting minds carefully and provide you with an effective defense against each of them. First mind, hotel meetings. Just about the time a new distributor has learned how to become a leader and has his group on track, some out-of-town leader inevitably blasts into the community and holds a citywide hotel meeting. Although lavish and appealing to new people, it can often result in teaching your group bad habits. Or it may be a regularly scheduled hotel recruiting meeting at which one or two of the local leaders speak and to which you are encouraged to bring new recruits. Such meetings are going on at all hours of the day at every major hotel in the world. Occasionally, the speaker is reasonably good, and lots of distributors are encouraged to attend. As many as 1,000 people can be present. But of all the ways to build a dynamic network marketing organization, a large hotel meeting as the first and primary contact with your prospects is perhaps the very worst. In spite of the fact that Mark's mentor, Richard Call, said, "Don't do a hotel meeting when I make my first trip to Austin," Mark set one up anyway. He packed 300 people in a ballroom, convinced that, given his communication skills, Richard's success, and a ground-floor networking offer, they'd sign up half the audience. Mark sat up all night putting his identification number on more than 100 distributor agreements. Out of the 300 prospects, only 3 signed up, and all of those had quit in 60 days. Mark had just stepped on his first meeting mine, and resolved to never do it again. Hotel meetings were first developed by network marketing companies that sold durable goods as a means of quickly sifting through large numbers of people in order to find 1 or 2 people with big money to invest. A former president of one such company told us jokingly that their best closers used this method to sniff out overly eager prospects with at least $30,000 to invest. The problem is, when these companies were run out of business or prevented from front-end loading distributors with garages full of products, their hotel meeting system remained popular. But hotel meetings are among the least effective recruiting systems. Network marketing has always been a people business. When prospects are subjected to a large, impersonal meeting room, the intimacy of our business is completely lost. Long before fax machines, computers, VCRs, and hotel meetings, Mary Kay created more female millionaires than any other corporation in history. Amway built a billion-dollar empire in America using private, in-home meetings, and is today still 4 times larger than their nearest competitors. For some strange reason, during the last half of the 80s, when MLM really began to blossom, most companies opted for hotel meetings rather than in-home meetings. Hotel meetings can only be of value if they are used occasionally as a supplement to regularly scheduled in-home presentations. Let's analyze why. Hotel meetings cannot be duplicated. First, the setting of a hotel meeting is all wrong for network marketing. The number one fear in business is public speaking. New prospects, whose first introduction to our business is via the hotel meeting, will be immediately fearful of success. They walk into the Hyatt, see a well-dressed couple addressing hundreds of attendees with a microphone, and think, "I can't do that." Most people fear public speaking. We sometimes wonder how many millions of would-be successful MLM distributors have walked out of hotel meetings and chosen never to participate because they thought they might be required to stand up and deliver a public speech. The thought can be quite intimidating. No one need ever deliver a speech to become a millionaire in our profession. Yet that's not the understanding of many who quit before they ever begin, believing that public speaking is a large part of network marketing. In addition, there's the money issue. It costs a reasonable sum for leaders to rent a ballroom or meeting space at a hotel. So at the meeting, either the leaders lose money, which most can't afford, or they make a profit, which encourages others to emulate them. But what about the message that is sent to prospects and other members of the group as they glance around the room and discover, with simple mathematics, that the leader is making money off them? There will be some resentment at the thought of a leader profiting from the meeting. Moreover, some entrepreneurial leaders will get the idea that the way to make money in network marketing is to conduct these large meetings. Other leaders even go further by selling books and tapes to participants. It can become so profitable that one leader, formerly with one of the biggest MLM companies, confided in us he can gross over $500,000 in a weekend by charging for hotel rooms, food, books, tapes, CD-ROMs, etc. However, he has the advantage of being a professional convention planner with plenty of money to invest. Not every leader has the resources to duplicate that approach, nor should he or she really need to have them. The nature of our business is to earn money from the sale of products and services, not peripheral materials. Hotel meetings create dependency. Network marketing is successful when leaders are recruited who, in turn, recruit other leaders. It is meant to create independence. Many companies insist on the use of the term independent distributor. Yet hotel meetings have just the opposite effect. For those who do join and buy into the concept, they think, "Great, I don't have to work to be successful. All I gotta do is send my friends, family, and associates to the Hyatt each Thursday night, and these great speakers will do it all for me." Of course, that never works, because ultimately the only people who make real money in MLM, with very few exceptions, are those who conduct their own meetings. Effective recruiting meetings need not be large, and no one needs to deliver formal speeches. Attending meetings at hotels should not be confused with real work in this business. Too many new distributors find that it's much easier to become professional meeting attendees than it is to face the rejection of frontline recruiting. At the outset of your MLM career, it is important to understand that sole dependence on hotel meetings for recruiting and building a large organization is based on an erroneous principle. This is easy. I don't have to work. I'll just send people to meetings. Absolutely not true. A low turnout causes embarrassment. If you think no-shows are hard to take when the meeting is held in your home, think about how you might feel when this happens at a hotel meeting. There is no worse experience in this business than to rent a hotel room and have a handful of people show up. Ask any leader in the business. Almost everyone has been there and done that at least once. Dave Johnson recalls one such moment in his first year of the business, nearly 10 years ago. Early in my career, I felt it necessary to grab at any chance I had to talk to people in hopes that they may join somewhere in my line. One of my second-level distributors, Dr. Hung Tai Wang, invited me to conduct a training meeting in Bethesda, Maryland at the Hyatt Regency. He promised me that there would be 175 people in attendance. So I maxed out my credit card, cashed in my last free miles on United, and went to support my downline. On the target Saturday, I arrived at the ballroom at 8:30 a.m., 1 hour before the 9:30 start time. Nobody was there. At 9 o'clock, Dr. Wang arrived. At 9:15, it was still just the two of us. At 9:25, there were 5 guests. By 9:30, Dr. Wang was pacing up and down the hallway looking for lost distributors. At 9:45, he was quite distraught, wondering where the other 170 guests were. We did conduct the all-day seminar for the 5 attendees, and 3 of them are still in the business today. However, Dr. Wang admitted later that he wished the overhanging chandelier would have fallen on him and ended it all right there. The moral for me was the realization that you never know when you'll meet your next top leaders. Just think of what could have happened to those 3 leaders if we had discounted their attendance and canceled the seminar because of lack of expected attendance. The fact is that the meeting could have been held in Dr. Wang's home and spared him the embarrassment of all the no-shows. They were extremely lucky they didn't come away with nothing to show for their efforts. Of the countless stories we've heard over the years, no one else in this entire industry has described a similar hotel experience with such a positive outcome. Today, Dr. Hung-Tai Wang has one of the largest organizations in Asia and is one of the highest-paid distributors in the business. Dave Johnson and his wife Connie live in Reno, Nevada, the same town in which we live. Rene worked closely with them during those pioneering days, and we have all become close friends. As upline to Dr. Wang, the Johnsons are the leaders of one of the largest Asian organizations and among the highest-paid distributors in our company. They travel extensively and live a life that others can only dream about. Paula Cook-Ehrlich tells a similar story of her early days in the business when she accompanied her husband on a business trip to Texas. While there, I decided to hold an opportunity meeting for a few people we knew. I was planning to use our hotel suite for the meeting and had taken a few key products with me to show everyone. I happened to mention this to my upline, and he said that he had a very large organization in Texas and that he would put out a voicemail about the meeting. He said that I should get a meeting room at the hotel, which I did, for about 50 people. I called him when I'd done this, and he said that he didn't think the room would be large enough, that I should get one that would accommodate about 100 people. That was 2 days before the meeting, and at that point the only room the hotel had available was one for about 200 people. So we decided to rent it, setting up water stations at the back and a large product display at the front to take up any extra space. Of course, then I had to have more products and display materials than I brought with me, so I had the company send, via overnight courier, a complete product package, and then scurried about town to find what I needed for the display. When I reported back to my upline, he said he'd put the message out a couple of times on voicemail, and that we should have a good crowd. He added that this would be great training for me. He was right. I just had no idea how costly the lesson would be. Well, the evening of the big event came, and we had the most beautiful product display and professional handouts on each chair, summarizing the business opportunity and products. 2 of my associates had come early to handle the registration desk. But only 15 minutes before we were scheduled to start, no one had shown up. At that point, we said to each other, "Wouldn't it be funny if no one came? Ha ha." Well, guess what? By our scheduled start time of 7:30 p.m., there were 4 people in the room, and they were 4 of the original 10 I had invited, in a room that would hold 200. We did sponsor those 4 guests, so it wasn't a total loss. Just a very expensive evening. They must have gotten a clear picture that the market wasn't saturated yet. My husband jokingly said that if there was any scam in this business, it was that my upline had a downline in Houston. We had a good laugh over it. When I got back to my room, there was a message from my upline asking me to call him and let him know how the meeting went. When I told him, he was horrified, and I will never forget his first question to me. "Are you going to quit?" To tell you the truth, it never even entered my mind to quit. When I told him, "No, of course not," he said that I had real character. If I wasn't planning to quit, then I would definitely make it in the business. As it turned out, there was a glitch in the voicemail system preventing anyone from hearing the announcements. My upline offered to pay for the room, which I declined, but we've had many laughs over it since. In the years that followed, I thought of that comment often when I really did feel like quitting. It kept me going. Today, 7 years later, Paula and her husband Mort are living on Miami Beach, having reached the very pinnacle of their company, drawing an income from an organization that stretches across more than 20 countries. They are living the lifestyle of which they've always dreamed, and still believe that anyone can do this business if they are willing to overcome the temporary setbacks along the way. A handful of people showing up in a home or a hotel suite would have been a normal MLM gathering, but a handful in a hotel ballroom is not a good feeling if you are the host. It's also quite costly. Most networkers can only afford to make this mistake once. Hotel meetings are not private. Hotel meetings, by their very nature, systematically screen out 25% of the population. Just use a little common sense. Many doctors and accountants cannot afford to be seen by patients or clients at a hotel recruiting meeting for multi-level marketing. Many corporate leaders and company owners won't risk being seen in these meetings by their subordinates or customers. Teachers fear bumping into parents of their students, or, even worse, their principal. We once recruited a pediatric cardiologist who sat in our living room and said, "You know, my own sister tried to get me to attend one of her meetings when some great out-of-town leader was speaking in Austin, but I declined. How confident would the parents of a 5-year-old be if they bumped into their physician at an MLM recruiting meeting the night before he was to perform open-heart surgery on their child? The only reason I'm here now is because it's a private meeting." Remember, the first time a new prospect sees our business, the best possible setting is your living room, be it ever so humble. Hotel meetings do not exemplify freedom. We are always insisting to new prospects that freedom is our greatest reward. So imagine a guy on Thursday night at 7:30, loosening his tie and walking into a meeting of 100 people. He's thinking about the fact that he's already put in 42 hours this week at his company. How is he going to explain to his wife and children why he now needs to go out to meetings at night, too? Nobody wants to spend what precious little time they've got at night searching for a parking space at the Hilton. Large weekly hotel meetings destroy the concept of freedom by forcing people to add to their already overloaded schedule after their regular work hours. Hotel meetings create an illusion of saturation. It's impossible to saturate any area with too many distributors, yet the perception of saturation can discourage new distributors. A presentation is naturally more appealing when it is given in one's living room with a few friends discussing the tremendous ground floor opportunity in network marketing. We all know that, relative to the entire population of most cities, a gathering of 300 people is a drop in the bucket. Yet to new distributors, it may seem as if everyone in their immediate area already knows about this deal. A new distributor may think, "My gosh, in this room alone, 299 people are ahead of me in this business." The impression of joining a company at an early stage is destroyed by the initial perception of hundreds streaming into a large hotel recruiting meeting. Hotel meetings do not promote personal development. Personal growth and development have always been the true assets of our industry, but only a very few people experience personal growth by standing up in front of an audience with a microphone. For most people, leadership skills are better developed in small, in-home meetings to recruit new frontline distributors, coupled with weekend training sessions in which networkers are taught to lead their own small groups. We believe the most positive outcome of success in our industry is not financial independence or time freedom, but rather personal development. We have proudly watched many of our personal recruits, some of them the most unlikely to become success stories, develop into remarkable leaders by sheer force of will. Rather than conducting their recruiting meetings for them, we encouraged them to take charge on their own. And while some successful leaders are proud of the former doctors, lawyers, and corporate CEOs they've sponsored, we are exceptionally proud of our humble frontline recruits, a housekeeper, a student, and a police officer, all of whom have become millionaire legends in our industry. Along the way, we managed to recruit a few dynamic professionals like Terry and Tom Hill, but for the most part, our highest percentage of successful frontline leaders were formerly ordinary wage-earning people. The message we want to convey at every meeting with every single prospect and distributor is a simple one. We are in a low-investment, low-overhead distribution business in which average people can achieve wealth and independence through hard work and the legitimate movement of products and services. Here's the message we don't want to convey. We are in a pyramid system in which those with public speaking skills who get in early can lead profitable weekly, monthly, and annual meetings by selling books and tapes and hosting motivation rallies. The latter message is the one being projected by those who insist on regular hotel meetings. Thus, the first meeting mine a new distributor is likely to encounter in the early battle for success is the frequent hotel extravaganza. Hotel meetings are not an effective tool in building a legitimate network, and they are not easily duplicated by the masses. Hotel meetings are a great way to bring your group together periodically on special occasions, like when upline leaders in your group come to town, or for a formal presentation of awards or a special recognition, or just for bonding. But most of your time should be spent in face-to-face prospecting or at home making calls and doing your own presentations. Second mine, the part-time adult daycare center. The second meeting mine actually occurs most often in the home. We call it the part-time adult daycare center. Generally, it's created by well-intentioned upline leaders who open their homes to any and all downline associates whenever they are not at work. New people and old feel they can drop by any time to pick up products or just have a cup of coffee and visit their upline. It's a bit of an ego boost for those who have never had many friends, and it's a wonderful way to improve one's social life. It's also much easier to coach existing distributors who respect you than it is to endure the rejection of recruiting meetings with new prospects. The problem is, if your goal is to build a large organization, this method won't help you. It's like having a 24-hour drop-in center for the homeless, and is about as profitable. This socializing may be fun, but don't deceive yourself into believing that your daily or weekly drop-ins are productive or helping grow your business. They aren't. Third mine, the church service. Another less effective get-together is what we call the church service. Generally, it's a weekly recruiting meeting in which frontline distributors bring guests to the leader's home for a presentation. If these meetings really worked, they would render themselves obsolete in a matter of days. Here's why. If in the first week 5 people come to a recruiting meeting and everyone duplicates the process, by week 3 there should be 155 prospects. The original 5, their 25, and their 125 altogether. Most homes won't comfortably seat that many, and even if they do, by week 4 they certainly can't handle 780 folks. Obviously, the reason some leaders can continue to do weekly in-home meetings for their downline for years is that the group doesn't grow exponentially. If your goal is to build a close circle of friends for the purpose of weekly personal support, or if you merely wish to have a small group of individuals who look up to you, there's no better way than the weekly MLM support group. It's great for folks who don't have a church affiliation, but need weekly 2-hour bonding sessions with a group of like-minded people, but it's no way to build an international network marketing organization. If the exponential growth were to work as it should, besides having a totally unmanageable number of people, leaders would soon find that they had created a destructive codependency. If you wish to earn a great deal of money and achieve total control of your time and destiny, you must become a leader and conduct your own meetings while teaching your frontline to do the same. Rene shares her own personal experience from before we were married with this type of gathering in Reno. As a former nun, I earned the right to conduct weekly church services. It was in my nature to enjoy conducting them, and I believed at the time that I was doing a great service for my downline. I am a teacher at heart, and I loved presenting the business opportunity to our new prospects. I was going to be holding them anyway for my own prospects. Why not do them for my distributors as well? Many of the more self-sufficient in my group did branch out with their own home meetings, but once a week on Tuesday evenings I had 30 to 40 people gathered together, both distributors and their prospects. As long as I continued leading them, many good things came from those meetings. New people joined us in the business, but it was the closeness and friendships that we built that I really treasured. At the end of 1991, Mark and I married. My life changed dramatically, including considerable travel with my husband to support his, now our, downline across the country. I gave up my weekly meetings, and almost overnight my Rene group disintegrated. Partly it was due to the fact that our company was experiencing the most severe media scrutiny in the history of network marketing, but mostly it was because I had made most everyone in the group dependent on me. When I closed the church doors, it shut down business for many of my associates. It was a hard but important lesson for me. If you are holding your own church service by choice, at the very least, continue to encourage the independence of every single person in your group along the way. It is important for their own personal growth and for the growth of everyone's business. Fourth mine, the deception meeting. The next meeting mine is called a lot of different names by a lot of different marketers. Some call it the dinner meeting because it usually involves friends who have been invited to a dinner party. Others call it the curiosity meeting because the approach used to get friends and associates to the house does not explain why they're invited, so the friends attend because they are curious to see what their hosts are up to. Actually, we call it the deception meeting because those of us who were ever invited to one still remember how angry we were at our friends for leading us on. In fact, many of us avoided network marketing for years because our only exposure to the industry involved this kind of trickery. Before you use this kind of meeting to snare recruits, be forewarned that it is not only ineffective, but it can lead to real resentment among friends. The deception meeting is based on a very serious misconception. Some distributors with companies that have been in business for over a decade are afraid to tell their friends the name of their company out of fear that a well-known name will lead them to believe that the market is already saturated with distributors and therefore won't be inclined to come to a presentation. This fear is erroneous for two reasons. First, the name of the company generally should not be mentioned when you are inviting people to a meeting anyway. Second, no business is ever saturated in any community. The fact that your friends may have already heard of your particular corporation doesn't mean they won't be interested. What is objectionable is being invited to a social event or an intimate dinner with friends that is really a recruitment meeting. Deception or curiosity meetings are in-home business presentations in which the prospects are led to believe that they are merely going to dinner at a friend's home. When guests arrive, they are usually introduced to others in attendance, who are sponsors of the host, and perhaps another 2 or 3 couples who are prospects. Once the dinner is over, a formal presentation is given to illustrate the logarithmic growth of MLM. That's when the guests realize they've been had. This kind of meeting is a fraud right from the start. Most people with any integrity will refuse to recruit their friends using such deception, and those who are persuaded to do so usually fail. Throughout our travels in America, Asia, and Europe, we have met countless individuals who have refused for many years to consider any involvement in our industry, because their initial exposure was based on a deception meeting. Fifth mine, the office meeting. Another kind of meeting mine is the office meeting. Even though he was warned by his upline mentor, Richard Call, to never get involved in the office process, Mark ignored him and yielded to the temptation in his 5th month. By then, he was earning enough money to be able to afford the office. Mark often tells the following story to MLM groups. I had become a big business man. I actually pronounce it business because it's such a joke. Big businessmen are important guys. We usually drive a Mercedes, wear $2,000 designer sport coats, flash a Rolex on our wrist, and carry a platinum American Express card. Above all else, we need a fancy office and high overhead expenses to prove our worth. In all seriousness, the very things we attempt to escape by entering network marketing are frequently the things our egos dictate we must have once we're successful. When I started earning over $15,000 a month, I decided, against my mentor's protests, that I needed to move my network marketing business to an office location. After all, with that kind of income, I felt it was time to begin conducting meetings in an environment where I had my own desk, secretary, fax machine, and conference room. So I found a beautiful space in the nicest office complex in Austin, Texas, and signed a 6-month lease. Then I hired a part-time secretary to take all my important calls, and poof, I was a big businessman. Guess what happened? First, my closing ratio declined by almost 50%. Not only that, but I had a significant increase in no-shows to my presentations. What telephone calls I did take were people complaining about the attitude problems and general incompetence of my secretary. So I had to spend time teaching her the fundamentals of telephone behavior. By the second month, no one I interviewed signed up, and the few I recruited in the first month were clamoring to hold their meetings in my office and refusing to do their own in-home meetings. By the third month, I had moved my office back home. Here's what I learned. Office meetings don't work nearly as effectively in our business as do in-home presentations. When I went home, my closing ratios jumped right back into the 20% range, and my downline distributors were much happier doing their own in-homes when I was again doing so. We realize that advising against offices will be unpopular with many of you who already have offices and approach business in this manner. But our objective isn't to have you love us. Our goal is to get you to the same kind of income we are earning without unnecessary costly overhead. However, if you choose to keep an office, at least do so knowing all the facts. First, renting an office cannot be duplicated by most people because of cost. Second, an office creates unnecessary overhead. Third, office meetings do not exemplify the freedom that you should enjoy as a network marketer. Office meetings cannot be duplicated. Most people have jobs rather than private offices, and therefore do not have the slightest idea how to manage them. This causes havoc and unnecessary stress, which can impede one's productivity. Most people are too busy just learning the basics of MLM to have time to deal with running an office. In addition, not many people can afford an office. Neither of us could have afforded an office in our first few months in business, and therefore would have never signed up had we been recruited in an office setting. Office space, even if you share it with other business people, is expensive anywhere in the world. Remember, we are in a business of duplication. If we can't afford to do business in an office, on a boat, or anywhere else, it probably will also be impossible for, or inaccessible to, the masses. Offices create unnecessary overhead. Perhaps one of the biggest strengths of network marketing is the lack of overhead. In our business, you can reap the benefits of being an entrepreneur without the expense of a franchise or a small business owner's operating costs. The beauty of this business is that you can do it from your living room. There's no need to invest thousands of dollars on employees and office space. So why waste money on totally unnecessary overhead when an office is not going to increase your productivity? Offices do not exemplify freedom. There are two major attractions to our industry: big money and free time. Prospects who come to an office interview will feel that by joining your MLM organization, they will be tying themselves to an office. Hence, where is the freedom? If they duplicate your system, soon they will not only be fighting traffic during their commute, but will feel compelled to spend much of their time there. What's worse, their leaders will imitate the process. They will feel that their presentations, too, should be held in such a professional setting. By leasing an office, you will be implementing a trend in your downline that contradicts the essence of this industry, giving ordinary people the chance to enjoy freedom outside of the traditional business site. We have people in our downline who have succeeded through both hotel and office meetings, but none of them are earning half as much as we are. Regardless of how much you make, we encourage you, as we encourage them, to make your decisions based on what you want out of your business. Some distributors and some foreign cultures simply prefer the group office environment for motivational and social support. We understand these preferences and accept the fact that network marketers are their own bosses. But nothing is going to prevent us from advocating to every distributor in every country the systems that made us millions. Our intent is to give you all the facts so that you can make intelligent decisions for yourself while establishing your network marketing business. Sixth mine, the bar or restaurant meeting. Another hazardous situation can be found in the bar or restaurant meeting. Recruiters can't expect to be successful by conducting their meetings in public places where there's no access to a VCR, no blackboard or dry erase whiteboard, and lots of distractions. You know, little distractions like a gang of drunken office workers singing songs, or a sporting event blaring over multiple television sets. One of the most popular network marketing books, written a couple of decades ago during our industry's infancy, asserted that anyone could become wealthy by doing presentations on a bar napkin. But that's a lot of bunk. Trust us. There's nothing at all effective or professional about doing business in a restaurant or a bar, unless the bar has a bulletin board-sized napkin, a VCR for your personal use, and doesn't play music, sell alcohol, or entertain customers. The secret of network marketing is to introduce as many new people as possible to our business opportunity. The method you use to sponsor your prospects should be one that can be easily duplicated and, in turn, used effectively with their prospects. It takes a lot of focus to do this right. Given the choice, your best chance for success is by hosting a small group meeting in your home, where you have total control of the environment. Seventh mine, the other guy's place. Another serious hazard is conducting your first recruiting meeting at the other guy's place. If possible, try to avoid recruiting at any prospect's home or office. It is ineffective in the same way a bar or restaurant is ineffective. Distractions. What's worse, you have zero control of the interview. A friend of your prospect happens to drop by, or the phone rings and, poof, you've lost the continuity of your presentation. The child of the prospect runs into the living room crying with a scraped knee, and you've temporarily lost your prospect's attention. Some people looking at our business have even been known to create distractions on purpose once they know we're coming to their home. One prospect we attempted to recruit in his own home actually invited two friends over who had failed at other MLM ventures in order to distract us and give him good reasons to ignore the ideas we conveyed in our meeting. It is time-consuming to drive across town to someone else's home or office. Also, why bother with a one-on-one meeting when you could be doing a small group interview, perhaps accomplishing 4 to 8 times the results? But sometimes, if prospects cannot be approached in any other way, meeting at their place is better than not showing them your business opportunity at all. Mark showed the business to Dennis Clifton at his home, and that was definitely a trip worth making. But whenever possible, strive to get the prospect into your own home presentations, which allows you to have the control necessary to have an effective meeting. And if won over, the prospect is much more likely to duplicate the process correctly. Eighth mine, technology. Even though new technological methods will become available in the future, those distributors who remain faithful to a simple recruiting system will prosper dramatically. Remember, if everyone can't easily duplicate your system, it won't lead to success. We know networkers who are using the Internet and email to recruit and train new distributors. But more than 75% of all baby boomers are not yet online, so why limit your market to less than 25% of the boomer population? Others have attempted to work with phone drops, automatic dialers, fax-on-demand systems, and other new technologies. Used in conjunction with telephone and face-to-face approaches, this shotgun recruiting can be effective. Using only one technology to follow up on leads is very limiting and, by itself, will not work. While you personally may experiment with a new technology as part of your shotgun approach, you don't want to make the mistake of conveying to your organization that this new addition is your primary system. Your people will feel they can only succeed if they purchase the same equipment that you use, but some won't be able to afford it. Above all else, remember this. We are in the distribution industry. We are paid directly as a result of the amount of products or number of services sold and used by our network. Doesn't it just make sense to distribute items and teach systems in a manner that is most easily learned by the general public and most easily duplicated by them? Stick with this rule, and you will go far in your business. The key to successful meetings is duplication. We want you to understand why in-homes are so effective, as well as how best to use your time during the presentation and training meetings. Remember, this is a book about how to avoid the circumstances that could cause you to quit in your first year of network marketing. We've conducted every type of meeting we just discussed, and found each is substantially less effective than in-home VCR/whiteboard presentations. Never do we tell students in our network marketing college course that the in-home meeting method is the only way to succeed. We are not absolutists. However, if you truly wish to survive your first year, we think you need to understand all the various meeting styles from the most effective to the least effective. In fact, we don't just want you to survive. We want you dramatically wealthy with all the time in the world to do what you want when you want to do it. Having said that, now we want to share with you what we believe is the best and most easily duplicated process in network marketing today. The real key to successful meetings always revolves around the fundamental MLM principle of duplication. Any type of meeting that cannot be copied and taught by the least articulate and successful person in your group is ultimately doomed to failure and should be abandoned. Mark had been in the business for nearly 4 years when he experienced a graphic example of this principle. As he explains, I received a call from a very enthusiastic fellow named Barney, who called me from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to inform me that he had personally sponsored more than 200 high-quality distributors, yet none of them had become successful. I asked him to describe a normal work week in his life so that I could try to figure out what he was doing wrong. His prospecting techniques were excellent, and his ability to get prospects to meetings was unparalleled. He had a much lower ratio of no-shows than I did. It was when Barney began describing his meetings that I figured out the problem. I'll present his explanation for you exactly as he described it to me. Mark, my wife and I have a Rolodex full of prominent people in the South Florida area. We were very successful in 2 businesses and recently sold them for several $million. After 2 years of fishing, we got bored and realized that we needed to be doing something productive. So we signed up in network marketing and began inviting our warm market, 10 at a time, to 2 weekly meetings. We conducted our meetings on our 100-foot yacht. Our daughter is in one of the best sororities at the University of Florida, so we hired her this summer, along with 3 of her friends, to serve cocktails and hors d'oeuvres at each of our meetings. They last about 2 hours, during which time we cruise the harbor, play the company video, and then do the same whiteboard illustrations you teach. When we're done, we dock our boat and invite them to Saturday training. Barney went on to explain that sign-ups were not a problem. All or most of his family and friends were signing up, and many actually ordered more products than the initial startup kit. Yet only one of dozens of his frontline associates had ever signed up any other distributors. After listening carefully to Barney's story, I asked him one question. How many of your frontline distributors and prospects own a yacht? He laughed and said, None. He got the point. He immediately moved his meetings into his guest house, quit serving cocktails and hors d'oeuvres, and eventually succeeded in sponsoring other successful distributors. Sometimes when we are teaching our distributors a system for recruiting or training, we will unwittingly suggest some new technique, one we've heard about but haven't actually put into practice. That's when we seriously lead new recruits astray. Here's our rule of thumb. If you personally practice a new recruiting or training procedure and actually see it work to increase volumes for a full 6 months, then implement it and teach it to your downline. If you've merely heard a rumor that some new system has worked elsewhere, don't give it serious consideration or even repeat it to others until you've actually tried it. You want to keep the in-home meetings of your downline so consistent that any prospect could attend any meeting in any city and walk away with the same knowledge and information. That's how the leaders in the top companies have done it, and it's hard to argue with billions of dollars of success. Recruiting meetings. There are many ways to prospect people, and we certainly subscribe to the shotgun approach. Use ads, fishbowls, and contests. Use walking and talking, lifestyling, and the telephone. Use the mail as well as the computer. Use flyers and bulletin boards in every available public area. Give handouts and attend trade shows and franchise seminars. In fact, use every method available to meet prospects. But then adopt one specific meeting style in which to make your presentation. And don't change systems, especially during your first 2 years. The best meeting is the one in which every single detail, from location to closing comments, is easy to teach and emulate. Steve Sledge recalls doing presentations in his den with a room full of people and how his family handled his need for privacy. I asked my wife and kids not to interrupt my meetings. The problem was that when they were away from our home and returned to find me in the middle of a presentation, there was no way they could come in without passing through our den. So they became creative, removing the large screen in the master bathroom and climbing through the window. Time and again I saw my family laughing, smiling, and waving to me as they made their way into our home. All the while the prospects were oblivious to what was taking place behind them. Those are the fun moments on which we all look back, remembering how we built global international businesses right out of our homes. Begin recruiting in your own city. Ken Pontius, one of America's MLM legends and a dear friend, explains the importance of starting to build your business at home in your own city during your first year. The money, skills, and knowledge it takes to sponsor long-distance distributors can be debilitating for novices. Sometimes when I remember the comedy of errors that comprised my first year in MLM, it's hard to fathom that through perseverance, my wife Shirley and I now earn millions each year. I sponsored people who had no business being in our profession, nor did they even want to be involved. I just pushed and pushed with the tenacity of a bulldog, never considering for a moment that people need self-motivation to succeed in life. I sponsored people who lived in other states before I had the money or the knowledge to support them. For some reason, doing business at home, in my own city, just didn't occur to me initially. I drove miles to do meetings only to be stood up. In one case, I drove 221 miles to conduct a presentation for a minister in Missouri, who promised that he had a hotel meeting already booked and filled to capacity. One sweet little lady showed up thinking it was a square dance. She do-si-doed right on out. I could fill 10 pages with all the reasons why I should have quit in my first year, but it only takes one sentence to tell you why you shouldn't. Network marketing is the only industry that allows common people to earn millions with a minimal investment and zero overhead, coupled with total time freedom and the joy of global travel. There are 3 magic words that worked for all of us who have made it to the pinnacle, and they'll work for you. Just don't quit. Meeting times and locations. Because virtually everyone has a home, it is obviously the most logical place to conduct recruiting meetings. People frequently say to us, "Sure, Mark and Rene, that's easy for you to say because you live in a proverbial mansion." Yes, but remember, we began in humble environments. Regardless of whether you live in an apartment, trailer, or house, always use your largest room for meetings. You must have 3 items: a television, a VCR, and a whiteboard or flip chart. Most everyone has 2 of the 3 already, but if you don't, borrow or buy them. As part of creating a simple, easily duplicated system, we suggest that you show a video and do your presentations using a dry erase whiteboard. During his first year, Mark signed up people from different ends of the spectrum, sponsoring a bank president who had recently been terminated. At the same time, he sponsored the wife of a painter. The former banker lived in a $1 million home in the finest subdivision in Austin, Texas. The painter and his wife lived in a trailer. The banker quit in 3 months. The painter's wife today earns $6,000 a month, and most likely will do so for the rest of her life. The quality of your home environment is not nearly as significant as your own enthusiasm. Read the previous sentence one more time. It is the essence of success in MLM. Don't serve any food at your meetings, but if you feel the need to provide something, make it a beverage, water, coffee, or iced tea. Ideally, you should conduct meetings on any weekday during regular work hours for 1 hour either side of noon. These hours are best because it allows your prospects to take an early or extended lunch. The next best meeting times are evenings. The least preferable times are during weekends. You want to create the impression that our industry is a truly legitimate business that is conducted during normal business hours. The ideal number of prospects per meeting is 4 to 8. Try to avoid doing one-on-one meetings. They are an ineffective use of your time. Of course, there is always the rare professional whom you might determine needs a private meeting, but as a rule, small group meetings are best. For information on the opening interview and presentation, we refer you to a comprehensive step-by-step chapter on the subject in our book, Power Multilevel Marketing. This provides more specific information on the points to cover while doing a business opportunity meeting by whatever name you call it: business presentation, business briefing, business interview, or private business reception. No-shows are normal. Always schedule twice as many prospects as you would like to attend your recruiting meetings. For example, if you want 5, invite 10. It is normal to have 50% no-shows at these meetings. People will offer up the wildest excuses for not showing up at your business presentation. Jerry and Debbie Campisi of Boca Raton, Florida, recalling their early days of building their business, claim to have heard every excuse in the book. Here are just a few of the standouts. You won't believe it. My house caught on fire and burned to the ground. I lost everything I own, including your information. I feel really bad about missing your meeting. I had an accident on the way to our appointment. I can't believe I'm still alive. I had to go to the hospital, but I'm okay now. I want to wait a few weeks to get everything back to normal before we meet. And their favorite. I couldn't show up for our appointment because someone broke into my car and stole everything I had, including your starter package. It had your telephone number, so I couldn't even call you. I'm really glad you're calling me now. How about this one? I was so excited to meet with you until my husband came home. He told me that this was one of those pyramid schemes where they don't care about selling anything. It's just a front-end network deal, and all they want is your money. He wondered why in the world I would even be looking at something like this. 2 weeks later, he signed up in another deal that truly fit his description. Everything he was telling his wife not to do, he did. Don't be surprised if you get outlandish excuses. In a follow-up phone conversation, a prospect's girlfriend offered this defense. Oh, I'm sorry, my boyfriend must have forgotten. It's his pet snake's birthday. He can't come to the phone right now because he's having a birthday party. Jerry said he tried to get a visual on that one, picturing the snake wearing his birthday hat and diving into the cake. The Campisis advise that whatever you do, don't buy into all the explanations that people offer. Successful entrepreneurs know that excuses are the nails that build houses of failure. After more than a decade with one company, Jerry and Debbie Campisi have the experience to know the truth of that statement. They have reached the top. Like us, they met and married in this business, and are our close friends and travel companions throughout the United States, Europe, and Asia. We all enjoy working the business together and playing on the beaches of the world. We have seen many successful marriages between distributors in our industry. Network marketing is a haven for finding people of like minds, hearts, and bank accounts. There is a rumor floating around our industry that a case is now pending before the Supreme Court that stipulates that network marketers can no longer merely marry, but must also agree to a legal merger of their downlines without the possibility of prenuptial restrictions. Of course, that is only a rumor. Training meetings. Another meeting that is critical for success is the training meeting. We have created a 180-minute video called Power Training that demonstrates exactly what we do, step by step, emphasizing what we consider the most important elements of successful training. However, there are a few philosophical issues we need to address related specifically to training. According to some studies, an individual with above-average intelligence retains approximately 15% of new material taught in the first hour of a meeting, approximately 10% in the second hour, and beyond that, less than 3%. We are convinced that providing a laundry list of facts and ideas in the first training session, or for that matter in any training session, is not only unnecessary, but a foolish waste of time. Why attempt to teach people important material when it has been scientifically proven that many of those folks are going to forget most of what you will present? Our entire training system is designed in such a way as to change subject matter every 50 minutes. That's based on the solid fact that the human attention span cannot remain focused on one subject matter for more than an hour without becoming saturated. Then the mind must rest before devouring a new subject. We've met distributors who conduct weekend marathon training sessions. Some leaders actually have bragged about the fact that their training is so intense and comprehensive that it takes as long as 8 hours to complete. Sorry, folks, that's insane. The subject matter of training meetings. As the first step in training, we teach people to create 2 separate training modules of 50 minutes each on a Saturday morning from 10 o'clock a.m. until noon. We suggest that the first hour be a demonstration of how to complete, and how to teach others to complete, any application forms, distributor agreements, product orders, and other paperwork. This is the time to show them the products included in your starter package, how to use them, and how to build a base of 10 customers. Introduce corporate literature as well as any brochures or magazine reprints that you want your downline to use. That process usually takes up the first module. The second half of the meeting should cover goal setting with a brief explanation of the compensation plan, how to build their 2,000-person warm list, and how to focus on the importance of the relationship when approaching family and friends about this incredible opportunity. At the end of the 2 hours, make 4 assignments to your new associates. 1. Go home and use the products in the starter package. 2. Find 10 solid customers among your close circle of family and friends. 3. Set your goals in writing using the material provided. And 4. Using the memory jogger provided, begin to create your warm list. Remember, those who are serious about their 2,000-person warm list and get their 10 customers are usually the ones who succeed. During their training, remind your new associates that even though today they are the students, next week they will be the teachers. This system is so simple to duplicate that they should feel at ease training their own new distributors the following week, doing nothing more than what you have just done with them. Stress the importance of using your system without deviation. Unless you can reduce your training system to 1 page, it's too complicated. That may seem like a preposterous notion, but it works. We use a 1-page training format to get our new associates started, a 25-page Getting Started manual at training, and a comprehensive encyclopedia of network marketing for serious business builders. But guess which one we fax first to out-of-town distributors who want to learn our system? The 1-page training format. And when we do, the unspoken objection we have to overcome in the minds of most prospects is, "This is too simple. It sounds too good to be true." We tell everyone that the system is simple, but the work is not easy. Ours is the most wonderful profession in the world because it makes the most sense. People shouldn't have to spend countless hours in a classroom learning complicated business models from an academic who usually doesn't even practice in the business world. People learn the most while in a participatory role, making errors, yet learning from each one. With new distributors, our objective should always be to quickly cut the umbilical cord and demand of them leadership and hard work, at whatever pace they choose to do the business. The sooner new distributors become self-reliant and follow a simple success formula, the better. And we must constantly be reprogramming our prospects for success by pointing out how simple and easily duplicated our system truly is. Because if we don't, most people will walk away thinking, "Nobody can earn this kind of money sitting in their living room showing a video." But we did, and so did Mark's housekeeper. And with a simple, proven, easily duplicated strategy, so can everyone else who has a home, a television, and VCR. Keep training meetings simple and limit them to 2 hours, tops. Now, what about the trainees who go home, try the products, write out their goals, start putting together a warm list of several hundred people, find 10 customers, and call you back ready to go? Those are the individuals, the ones you've been praying to meet, whom you bring in for a personal one-on-one strategy session. This is the moment when our profession changes from sifting through the numbers to forging strong business relationships. In this personal training session, you help lay out an action plan suited for each new associate, discuss how to select and approach those with whom they would like to create lifetime business partnerships, and schedule a specific day for you to help with their first presentations. This second training meeting should take 1 to 2 hours and include specific techniques for contacting their top 25 people, sharing an audiovisual package that introduces them to our business, and setting appointments to meet with those interested, since that is what they are going to be doing next with their warm list. Product training is not necessary. You might notice that there's something conspicuously absent from our discussion of the training meetings. Those of you who represent a company with specific products probably are wondering why we've left out detailed product training. Our reason is this: it is totally unnecessary. Those individuals who feel a burning desire to learn about the ingredients in their personal care products, vitamins, pet food, or other consumable items should do so on their own time, both by usage and personal study. But be forewarned, distributors who are product experts seldom become the successful builders of huge international organizations. One of the significant facts which surfaced as we interviewed America's best distributors during the research for our last book was that not one placed their emphasis on teaching intricate details about products or services. Not one. We are perfectly aware of the fact that some people reading this book pride themselves in knowing the function of every single ingredient in every single product they distribute. Such folks probably are upset with us for this unfair stereotype. Hey, lighten up. We have consistently poked fun at ourselves and revealed numerous ridiculous mistakes of our own. The truth is this: in our profession, those who truly wish to recruit dozens of frontline leaders over the years and build a really powerful international organization must focus on educating the multitudes about how to achieve wealth and independence. These have always been and will continue to be the most exciting products in our industry. At one point, both of us, still building our own individual organizations, decided to become experts on one of our hair products so we could dazzle people with our wisdom. It didn't take long to memorize the process that scientists used to fractionate the mucopolysaccharides to the precise molecular size so that they would stimulate the papilla of the hair follicles in order to vasodilate the capillaries to just the right blood flow in order to improve hair fitness. And when we proudly talked about that in meetings, some of the doctors even rolled their eyes in confusion. That knowledge never allowed either of us to obtain one customer, nor sign up one distributor. So we quit mentioning it. We replaced all that with an enthusiastic, "It worked for me, and maybe it will for you too. Why don't you try it?" Don't discuss products in training other than to provide a general understanding of the primary products or services. Then encourage the distributors to use them all and learn from personal consumption. Network marketing is about sharing products and services with family and friends based on your own personal excitement with the results. It is not an industry based on your wisdom of the intricate details of how the products work. Remember the example of telling your friends about a recent movie you've seen or a restaurant you've discovered. The products you distribute through MLM are no different. The 8 meeting minds presented here are the obstacles to avoid in year 1. There are certainly others, but these are the most damaging. Numerous would-be successful distributors have unwittingly failed as a direct result of hotel, office, and other public presentations. Remember, you are a professional in a major global enterprise. There is no greater favor you can do for your new partners than to expose them to a legitimate prospecting package and recruiting meeting for your company. So, above all else, keep control of the situation. Meetings, whether for recruiting or training purposes, should be kept short, simple, and easily duplicated. Do them in a private setting, preferably in your home, and attend larger gatherings only periodically as you and your group feel the need for bonding, acknowledgement, or remotivation. You dictate the time and place of the meeting. You control everything about the first business presentation, and even more important, you control how your newest associates are trained. If you've been through training once and it was done right, you can teach it too. Maintain the attitude that you are offering your prospects an appointment with destiny. What other professionals can look a man or woman in the eye and tell them truthfully that it is possible to earn $20,000, $30,000, even $50,000 a month and more in less than half a decade, while enjoying total personal freedom? No one can but those of us in network marketing. New distributors should avoid all the meeting minds like the plague, and utilize only those group meetings that offer an occasional means of bonding with other distributors and positive reinforcement to the system your group is using. Be proud of the industry you represent, and don't be afraid to conduct your own meetings. Summary. Attending unnecessary meetings can become the stumbling blocks that lead to your demise in our industry. Large hotel meetings don't work unless used periodically as a supplement to regularly scheduled in-home presentations. Weekly hotel meetings are ineffective and not easily duplicated because they are expensive, create codependency, can be embarrassing because of no-shows, are not private, do not exemplify freedom, often create the illusion of saturation, and do not encourage personal development. Occasional hotel meetings are best used to bring the group together to hear an upline leader, provide awards, offer recognition, and create bonding. Most of your time should be invested in face-to-face prospecting, telephone calls, and in-home presentations. The church service, a regularly scheduled recruiting meeting in which frontline distributors are taught to bring guests to the leader's home, where he or she then does presentations for everyone, can lead to disaster if continued long-term by creating codependency. A deception meeting is a dinner party to which friends are invited, believing it to be a social gathering, only to find out that they are there for a briefing about network marketing. It's proper to create curiosity about network marketing when inviting people to your home for a business presentation, but it's never proper to deceive them about your intentions. It is not wise to use an office outside the home because, 1, it cannot be duplicated for most people. 2, it creates unnecessary overhead. 3, it does not exemplify the freedom that you should enjoy as a network marketer. No one can expect to be successful by conducting recruiting meetings in any public place, such as a bar or restaurant, where there's no access to a VCR, no whiteboard, and a great many distractions. When possible, avoid conducting meetings at your prospect's home or office, because you have no control over the circumstances. High-tech recruiting methods, such as using the Internet, email, phone drops, automatic dialers, and fax on demand, can be effective when used with other approaches, but using only one technology is a very limiting system that cannot be easily duplicated. Successful meetings revolve around the fundamental MLM principle of duplication. Any meeting that cannot be replicated by the least articulate and successful person in your downline is ultimately doomed to failure. When beginning your business, start by recruiting in your own city. When doing a recruiting meeting, the quality of your environment is a fraction as significant as your enthusiasm. Convey the impression that network marketing is a truly legitimate business conducted during normal business hours. Expect about 50% of the people you invite to meetings will not attend, even after promising to do so. As the first step in training, we recommend that you set aside 2 hours each week on Saturday mornings to teach a small group of your newest distributors the basics of how to do our business. Following the first step training, set up a one-on-one personal strategy session with any frontline associate who completes your assignments. Product details should not be a significant part of your training because networking is a business of sharing of products with family and friends based on personal excitement and results, not based on a technical knowledge of ingredients or services. Meetings, whether for recruiting or training purposes, should be kept short, simple, and easily duplicated. Chapter 8. Unloading the plug-in pistol. Recruit and train your own people instead of depending on others. There's a devastating weapon which can misfire, injuring potential leaders in our industry. This little weapon can also backfire on new distributors, crippling and sometimes destroying their ability to recruit and train long-distance prospects. Both of us fired this weapon in our first year as new network marketers, and it is discharged daily by new people in MLM organizations all over the world. We call it the plug-in pistol. Here's how it works. The phone rings. It's one of your distributors who tells you very enthusiastically that she has a major, well-connected prospect in another state who is so credible he will make billions of dollars for everyone in her upline. Once those remarks are uttered, the pistol is fired. So I need to plug him into someone in that city. Do you have a leader there whom you can recommend? Even more complex is the foreign prospect due to the language barrier. We just signed up a distributor in Tokyo, and he's so excited. What kind of training meetings do we have going on in that part of the world? We want to get him plugged in right away. The problem with trying to plug in people in this way is quite simple. It seldom works and more often backfires, negatively affecting your new distributors and often creating a permanent obstacle to their success. Success in network marketing is tied to our ability to prospect, recruit, and train, and teach others to do the same. No distributors have ever become successful through a welfare mentality of having others do everything for them. There are many examples from which to draw, and in this chapter we'll prepare you for each of the situations you are likely to face. Plugging into a long-distance training meeting. In long-distance sponsoring, network marketers commonly sign up new distributors and send them to whatever training session is going on in that particular locale. Let us say this right up front before we say anything else. Most network marketers use this technique. Why? Because frankly they don't know what else to do, and it's the easiest way to handle the situation. It generally has a certain ambience of professionalism, and it can get people started. So if you get shot by one of the long-distance sponsoring bullets, you may be only mildly hurt. But beware, You may also be seriously wounded and not even know it yourself, and it can be fatal to your MLM career. Here's the situation. Training is a very personal and critical step in getting your new associate started in the business. As we have written repeatedly, there are many ways to do this business, but consistency is essential to success. Changing systems frequently can be deadly for the unseasoned and even the seasoned network marketer. If you intend to be a responsible, supportive upline associate to your new distributor, then you want to have a strong hand in teaching that person how to get started. This creates a mentality of self-sufficiency that you want to spread throughout your organization. If you leave it to chance, or worse, plug your new protege into whatever training is close by, then you are taking a serious risk. You may be setting up your new distributor for a welfare mentality. Confusion often sets in about which system to use. You have mentioned to your new associate the importance of doing in-home meetings, but the local trainers you've plugged him or her into suggest that prospects be brought to their weekly hotel meeting. Even though you have stressed the importance of personal interaction with your potential business partners, at the local training meeting your new associate hears about a great new recruiting video that can be sent out to prospects, thereby avoiding any personal rejection. The worst thing you can do to new associates is plug them into a myriad of diverse systems that will leave them floundering. So if you are convinced that systems do in fact matter, then please heed this advice. Be careful when you select a leader or group for your new frontline associates. Be as picky about their training as you would be about daycare for your own child. In our business, how your new recruits are trained is crucial to their success. But just as the best of all possible solutions, if the choice is available to you, is to stay at home and raise your own child, the very best method for taking your valued frontline associates from childhood to adulthood in the network distribution industry is to do it yourself. And remember, duplication is the name of the game. If you send your new recruits to other meetings, so will they. If you personally train your recruits, so will they. Recently, our own company has chosen to produce its own training materials and conduct its own leadership training conferences because of intense regulatory pressure. We are in the minority in strongly objecting to this policy change. In our opinion, it is akin to socialized childcare. If you have children, imagine how you would feel if the government decided that all parents are mandated to send their children to public daycare centers of the government's choosing. All children might be raised by the philosophy of those in power. It is the antithesis to American democracy and of freedom of choice. We are firmly against any company-imposed training of our valued new associates in business, unless that training was created and approved by field leaders. If MLM corporate executives knew how to succeed in this business, they'd be at home with their families, earning 10 times their salaries, not in meetings creating sales tools they've never used themselves. Having them design our training program gives meaning to that old saying, "Those who can, do, and those who can't, teach." But at the same time, we understand why the company has taken this position. The Federal Trade Commission is taking a very hard line with certain well-established MLM companies. If you are with a newer company, less than 5 years old, brace yourself. If you hit the big time in this industry, your turn will come. The FTC is poring over every little detail in the corporate brochures, catalogs, and field-produced training manuals. And this government bureaucracy is holding the company ultimately responsible for the content of these publications. In response, MLM companies have decided to take the easy way out. They are reclaiming the right to produce training materials so that they can maintain control over all content to avoid lawsuits, and that leads them to also exert authority over all training procedures. While we understand the reason for their knee-jerk reaction to federal scrutiny, that still doesn't make it right, in our opinion. We don't believe in company-imposed training systems any more than we support mandatory daycare. And we don't accept the erroneous notion that just any citywide training will do for our new distributors, especially during their formative first year in the business. The potential problems are as threatening as the inherent challenges in not being selective about the care of your own children. There are thousands of horror stories about sending a new recruit to a local training meeting held in another city. Mark recalls a personal story of his own. In 1986, he plugged his cousin Steve from his hometown into a local meeting because a distributor who was quite successful was moderating it. What follows is Steve's humorous account of that particular evening. I was turned on about the business because I was tired of practicing medicine and figured my career was taking me nowhere. When Mark sent me a newspaper clipping of him jumping over his tennis net after a game in his backyard, and I knew he had been broke just 6 months earlier, I got very excited. He sent me the information. I filled out an agreement and then called him back for training. He said that since a local doctor was conducting a Saturday training session, I should attend his meeting. I'll admit the fact that another MD was involved helped me shake my professional pride issue. After all, why should a 35-year-old successful doctor be signing up in MLM? Yet I rationalized that this was no different than an AA meeting in that it might be embarrassing at first, but, after all, everyone was there for the same reason. During the drive to the meeting, I began to think about all the interesting entrepreneurs and business experts I would undoubtedly meet. When I first walked in the door, my suspicions were confirmed. My negative suspicions, that is. A patient for whom I had recently performed a medical procedure that very week approached me and jokingly said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Good God, Doc, after what you charge for minor surgery, surely you don't need a part-time job in a pyramid deal." I was mortified and turned 10 shades of red as I noticed a good 10 or 15 people had heard the remark and were now staring at me. I laughed off the comment, shook his hand, then moved away, quickly isolating myself from him and that group by selecting an empty chair on the other side of the room. The lady I sat next to was quite well dressed and looked like a solid citizen, so I introduced myself and made a little small talk. She confided in me that she, too, had just signed up under another couple out of town and was here at a training meeting for the first time. Then she began telling me that her former massage therapist had actually sent her to the meeting. What excited her the most was that she had been doing what she called a treasure map for wealth, which, she explained to me, was cutting pictures of material objects out of magazines and pasting them on a canvas. Twice a day, she told me, as I loosened my collar and glanced around, hoping no one was listening to this conversation, she sat down by her pictures, chanted the word Hugh, then envisioned unexpected income falling into her lap. It wasn't until she told me that, in a channeling session, her archangel Michael informed her in ancient Aramaic that she should attend this meeting, that I walked out, never again to attend an MLM meeting. We've heard tales much worse than this one, so listen to us carefully. When distributors in your organization call and ask if you have any leaders in Michigan or Florida or Texas whom they can plug a new person into for training and support, tell them no. This isn't a business in which you merely sign them up and plug them in. Associates should be supported long distance until they are experienced and self-sufficient by utilizing proven training materials. Only after they are solidly established can they go to other leaders' meetings for additional support and company bonding. But it will take some time before they're established. Always remember the Yarnell's 81st law. Whenever you send a credible person to an out-of-town meeting, he or she will invariably pick a seat next to someone whom God planted on this earth to demonstrate that not all the squirrels are in the trees. On that fact you may depend. If you choose to send a new associate to another leader's meeting, do so by checking it out thoroughly and asking for referrals about the quality and content of the training. Don't just blindly send someone there, taking the path of least resistance. You can't expect someone with no vested interest in your downline to give your associates the same kind of attention that you would provide them. Each leader's primary responsibility is to train and support those on whom he is paid in his own line. Even the most extraordinary leaders may not mind including your associates in their meetings, but they are not likely to go the extra mile for them. Most are stretched to the limit just trying to build their own lines and support their own associates. Yours will certainly go by the wayside. By simply plugging prospects into an existing meeting, you are offering them mediocre support at best during the critical time of getting started in our business. Do your own training. So what should you do if you are the type of parent who, given the choice, would be inclined to stay at home or run a business from home so that you could raise your own children? You will probably have the same instincts about supporting the children in your downline. Let's assume that you agree with us that training should be a simple, easily duplicated system that can actually be reduced to a one-page training outline. Let's also assume that you have a new person who just signed up on your front line in another state. Begin by faxing him or her a copy of your one-page system. Ask your new associate to look it over carefully and offer to answer any questions in the next day or two. At the appointed time, make the call so you can answer any questions. Let him or her know the source and credibility of your system. Because you need to get it out of the way right up front, ask if he or she has any objections to the system. Conclude the discussion by letting the new associate know how avidly you believe in this system and that, if he or she wants your support in business, any deviation from this system is not allowed. Get your new associate to fully commit to your system. The next step is to have your long-distance associates purchase their introductory kit and product starter package directly from the company, as opposed to buying their products from us, as we generally do locally. At that time, if the option is open to you, have them purchase a short manual, less than 40 pages, put together by a leader whose system you are using, that teaches a simple, no-brainer way to do this business. Such a manual should be easily duplicated, able to be reduced to a one-page outline that explains a system that anyone from any walk of life can learn, implement, and teach. After your long-distance associates have started using the products and have read their short manual, arrange another telephone discussion, this time to target those issues that are the most critical in your system. Sometimes your new distributors will quit after the purchase of their first product package and before they complete their assignments. A certain amount of quick in-and-out attrition is normal in our business. But for those who continue on with you, recommend one or two of your most powerful motivational tools to help them build their business. These are the people with whom you will forge a close personal bond and create a lifetime business partnership. For these serious business builders, we then suggest that they purchase a complete training manual. We have invested years researching and writing the Encyclopedia of Network Marketing to guide serious network marketers to success. Feel free to use it if your own upline mentors have not already written something similar. We also suggest a weekly coaching session over the phone between you and all serious long-distance frontline members of your group. Insist that they initiate the session using the magic words, "You call me." When and if they do, give them your unwavering support. If they don't call, move on to the next person. Be sure that their style of approach and their numbers are reviewed during this weekly telephone meeting. Discuss how many prospects they approached that week, how many audiovisual packages they gave out, how many appointments they set, how many people to whom they actually made a presentation, and finally, how many they sponsored. Encourage them whenever their style of approach and their numbers are inordinately low. Be a mentor and lead by example. Help them close their serious prospects. Give constructive criticism about how your new associates might develop on more personal levels. When coaching downline distributors, don't make the mistake of telling them what they did wrong. Doing this only reinforces the mistake and puts them into a downward spiral. Have you ever figured out how to do a don't? When you want to assist associates in changing, suggest what you want them to do right. Quite often the obstacles to overcome are within a person. If your associate is struggling with lack of confidence, suggest that she ask herself, "But what if I could?" Possibility thinking expands consciousness, increases self-esteem, and furthers the chances for success. The best coaches are those who remind people of their inherent ability. Just trying harder seldom produces results. In short, train your people as leaders and teach them to do the same with their people. Give everyone the opportunity to emerge as a leader. And you know the SW rule. Some will, some won't. So what? Because someone else is always waiting. Those who don't become leaders will gravitate toward codependency at the citywide meeting if it exists in their locale. That's your backup plan. Maybe, just maybe, the archangel will show up and lead them back home. The value of a simple training system. Teaching a simple system is a good start toward taking charge of the leadership of your own organization. If you begin your leaders on the right track and prove it can create success for them, you have a good chance that they, in turn, will stick with the same program and pass it on. The following is an example of our one-page training. If you like it, adapt it for your own personal use. A good training system flows in such a way that it can be duplicated by the least experienced in your organization. As you can see from the MLM flowchart following the Yarnell Success Training System, it comes full circle, taking your new associates through the process and then teaching them to do the same. The Yarnell Success Training System. Simplicity is evidence of the most advanced teachings. Dr. Emil Cady. The Guidelines. 1. Commit to this proven training system for 1 year or until you reach your financial goal. Because it is essential that you stay on one proven track, we encourage you not to expose yourself to events that teach or promote other systems. 2. Begin by carefully selecting and approaching those with whom you would most enjoy creating a lifetime business partnership, and teach those people who join you to do the same. 3. As you gradually move into the cold market, place more emphasis on the number of people that you approach. Focus on the width of your front line, rather than the depth. However, support everyone who asks for your help as though they were frontline. 4. Following in-home presentations or long-distance sign-ups, encourage serious people to phone an upline leader. 5. In order to stay focused, we discourage you from creating your own training materials. Rely exclusively on this proven system for the first year or until you reach your financial goal. 6. Build a customer base among your family and neighbors prior to creating a downline. 7. Focus all of your efforts on building one powerful organization, and never try to build 2 or more lines in different companies. 8. Success depends on believing and investing in yourself. Therefore, never loan money or products to new distributors. 9. Be loyal to your business. Use your own products or services in lieu of other inferior brands. 10. Stay focused on the end result and take pride in your accomplishments along the way. Do not allow rejections, dropouts, dream stealers, and discouragements to deter you from your vision. You are 100% in control of your own mindset, and therefore your own future. The system. 1. Attend first step training with your sponsor, held once a week as a group meeting. 2. Fill out an application form. Set up a temporary account and place a product order. 3. Just get 10 personal customers as soon as possible. Having received a product starter package, share your enthusiasm based on personal use and results. 4. Establish written goals and visualize them as already accomplished. Stay focused on the end result and realize that your business plan will be the means to this end. 5. Begin making your warm market list of 2,000 names, prioritizing your top 25 preferred business partners. Set up a card file system by which prospects can be reapproached every 6 months. 6. Get back to your sponsor for a personal strategy session and create a specific plan of action based on your goals. 7. Approach people with the financial security and time freedom possible in our business. Call on your top 25 people, telling them how much you would enjoy being business partners. Remember, it is your enthusiasm that will attract people to your organization. Meet your prospecting goals every day. 8. Provide your prospects with an audiovisual package, introducing them to the timing, trends, advantages, and excitement of our industry. 9. Next, conduct in-home presentations with 4 to 8 prospects at each meeting, all invited from your warm market list, or referrals that come from them. Your upline will be in attendance at your first 2 or 3 meetings. A. Hand out articles, reprints, etc. to establish the credibility of the industry. B. Tell your story, in 5 minutes' time, and the story of one of your upline associates who is already successful. C. Explain the positioning and strength of your company. Explain why you chose this one over others. D. Give personal testimonials about the products along with catalog and/or samples for those interested. E. Play a recruiting video that includes company and product info and a simplified compensation plan explanation. Follow it with the board illustrations. Explain challenges most workers face today, 40-year plan/linear income. Explain 5x5x5 exponential growth allowing for 75% attrition. Explain roll-up factor when people quit. F. Answer any questions. Give series prospects the phone numbers of key upline associates and encourage them to call or arrange a 3-way call if they have questions. G. Hand out business overview and close with 3 reasons to join. 1. Wholesale buyer. 2. Business tax advantages and travel write-offs. 3. Creation of a lifestyle with wealth and independence. H. Invite prospects to next Saturday's training session. 10. Ask for a commitment. Sign up as a business builder, a retailing distributor, or a wholesale buyer. Alternatively, they may choose to become a customer or, at the very least, give you a referral. 11. Name the product package and list the exact training materials you wish new associates to purchase. List phone numbers showing where to order. 12. Conduct first-step training once a week for new distributors. Set up a personal strategy session for distributors who have completed the assignments, purchased products, set goals in writing, started developing their list, and building their customer base. The results: dramatic income, absolute time freedom, and the satisfaction of knowing you have helped others to create the same. MLM flowchart. Pre-approach phone call. Opportunity AV package. Business presentation. 3-way or direct closing call. Commitment to sponsor. Product starter package. First step training. Assignments, customers, goals, and list. Private strategy session. Plugging into a long-distance recruiting meeting. If sending someone to a long-distance training session is questionable, entrusting a valuable prospect to someone else's recruiting meeting without your presence is pure lunacy. It makes about as much sense to us as sending your secretary to an adoption agency to pick out a child for you and your spouse. We wouldn't even send someone else to pick out a pet dog or cat. Why would anyone leave a highly regarded business associate in the care of a total stranger at some randomly selected meeting? When it comes to introducing a prospect to our business, we have one fundamental and unwavering belief. Network marketing should be presented in a small group in a private setting. To do otherwise is to defy the very nature of networking. It is, after all, a business of friends telling friends, not a formal production with lights, cameras, slideshows, and action. If you are introducing your network marketing company to a long-distance prospect, we suggest that you begin with as much personal involvement as is humanly possible, from a distance. Go into this knowing that long-distance recruiting is more expensive than local recruiting. It involves packages, long-distance telephone calls, postage, and more calls. Don't even begin unless you can afford the cost. In your pre-approach phone call, having carefully selected those you wish to contact, share your excitement about the business and the prospect of working together. Send your prospect an audio tape, videotape, or multimedia package that explains in the simplest way possible your excitement about the network marketing industry, your company, your product line, and your organization. Look over your package and its presentation, imagining how you would feel all over again if you were the one receiving it. Does it really answer all the questions you had then? Send out these materials only to those who indicate a genuine interest in learning more about network marketing. And don't mail out a greater quantity than you can follow up and support. In all, it's going to take at least 2 one-hour long-distance calls. Use your first phone conversation to tell them the story of how and why you became involved. Get a commitment in advance of a time you can call to discuss the business after they have received the package and had time to look at it. Getting someone to look at your videotape or listen to your audio tape can be a real challenge. That is why we use this method only for select long-distance prospects or an occasional local prospect whom you are unable to get to your presentation any other way. Your closing ratio with long-distance prospecting will be less than face-to-face presentations. Your follow-up phone call becomes a mini presentation. Be sure to highlight the critical aspects of the business, the money to be made, the simplicity of your system for building this type of business, and how you will work closely with them to teach them, step by step, exactly how to succeed. Answer their questions and listen carefully for objections. Use upline support to close your serious prospects. Ask your prospects to call one of your business associates who has more experience and success than you. This can be done either by a direct or 3-way call. Usually, more than one phone call is required to progress to the closing point. Now, having made a long-distance presentation through your package and calls, on a personal basis with upline support, you are ready to sign them up. Once you have done so, you may choose to have them attend a local recruiting meeting where a respected leader in your company is speaking. As suggested earlier, you need to carefully select the group and its speakers before encouraging your prospect to attend. Under no circumstances should you allow your prospect to attend the training meeting that follows the recruiting meeting unless the training leader is a well-regarded member of your upline or a mentor whose system you are following. If your prospect is still holding back from a commitment because of some objection, you have a serious decision to make. Dispatching your prospect to an opportunity meeting in another city is akin to sending your children to New York City unaccompanied. However, if you are unable to close your prospect in any other way, it may be worth the risk at this point. It is a decision you should make carefully. If you choose to follow this plan, do so if and only if the loyalty is securely established between the two of you. The inherent ethics of network marketing comes from allegiance to the person who thought enough of you to first introduce you to the business. Send your prospect to the meeting with the caution that it is merely a supplemental support to the system you will be using. Call your prospects the moment they arrive home, or at the latest, the very next morning, to get a pulse reading on their reaction to the meeting, the speaker, the guests, and the presentation. Don't assume that all is well once you have discharged the plug-in pistol, that is, once you have sent your potential business associate to a local meeting. You should feel reasonably concerned. You can breathe a little easier once you have followed up with your prospect and received a commitment to follow your system, which occurs about 20% of the time. Plugging into a local recruiting meeting. Even though we don't believe it is effective, we understand why networkers send new associates to recruiting or training meetings in other cities before having personally worked with them. But why on earth would anyone send their valued prospects to another leader's meeting within their own city, for their very first exposure to network marketing. It doesn't make sense when, with a simple system, you are perfectly capable of getting them started on the right track yourself. To succeed, you need to share your knowledge with your new associates and teach each of them to do the same. Hotel meetings should be treated only as a backup, a reinforcement, the second part of a 1-2 punch. But no new prospects should have their very first exposure to network distribution in a large, formal setting. Peter Hirsch, author of Living with Passion, recalls his introduction to our industry. My MLM nightmare started during my first business briefing. A friend picked me up to take me to a hotel meeting, which is now, after almost 8 years in the business, something I'm very much against. The immediate impression that hit me smack in the face was, if I join this company, I'm no longer entitled to wear natural fibers. I guess the people running the meeting were trying to give people the feeling that, if we can do it, you can too. But that's not the feeling I got. What I sensed was, nobody in this room knows how to speak or dress, and they probably can't read. I don't want to be with these people. I don't want to be like these people. Help! Get me out of here. I stayed because I didn't have my own car. By the way, that's not a justification for taking guests in your car. The answer is to not have hotel meetings, and whenever you have a business presentation, make it good. Make it so that your guests will want to stay without being held hostage. When my friend dropped me off at my house, he gave me a product to try. I was tired of arguing, so I just took it. It was a water filter that looked like a thermos. The evening was so awful that I couldn't fathom why anyone would join the company. I imagined someone sitting at the kitchen table with a water filter on his right side and a gun on his left, saying to himself, "Before I go for the gun, I may as well try this water filter thing." 1 week later, I joined the company. Why? 2 reasons. First, the product was very good. I liked it, and I saw a need for it. Second, desperation. I hated what I was doing for a living. I was a practicing attorney, and saw MLM as a way out. In my first month, my organization moved close to $100,000 in wholesale products. Life looked grand. You see, I knew plenty of other attorneys who were also miserable. I was on my way to a lifestyle of the rich and famous. Then the real nightmare began. My second check was lower than my first. My third check was lower than my second. What was happening? They never said at the meeting that this could occur. The trend continued, and soon I had nothing left. The crash was devastating. Then it hit me. I had to actually learn this business. I had to learn MLM. In my first week with that company, I was taught the ancient MLM art of front-end loading. I now realize that there is nothing worse in network marketing, from both a legal and ethical perspective, than suggesting that people purchase thousands of dollars of product that they obviously don't need and likely won't sell. Peter eventually left that company and learned to do the business, like us, in small group settings, personally making his own presentations and doing his own training meetings. What he learned in the process was not to worry about the first order. From hard experience, he shares the belief with us that real volume, as opposed to promotional volume, is the way to build a solid organization. If you build your business or customers on smaller orders, you will always have a business. If you build your business based on front-end loading, it won't last. Instead, you'll end up in the NFL. No friends left. Peter Hirsch is one of the rare people who walks the talk. He not only wrote the book, but everything he does is about living with passion. How much passion does it take to walk away from your company when you are the top distributor earning several times more than you've ever earned in your life because you don't agree with its practices? Peter knows because he did. He has become a close friend whom we greatly admire as one of the most ethical and conscientious young men in network marketing. Issues of integrity. Of course, there are many more practical reasons for avoiding plugging quality prospects into meetings, whether in your own city or others, if you cannot participate. Some time ago, we were speakers at a meeting where a couple set up a table in the front reception area in order to register all the attendees. When the meeting began, they simply walked off with the list and the registration money. Later, they began calling those people who were on the registration list. What we discovered was unbelievable. They were actually leaders in a totally different company who used this same deception on more than one occasion to steal prospects from other distributors. That's how insane things can become at large meetings. But let's talk about a much more insidious form of theft, namely prospects being stolen by leaders from one's own company. Not only does this happen, but all too frequently it's perpetrated by those leaders who are at the very top of companies. Sometimes it happens with the full knowledge and blessing of corporate owners and staff, though they never dare admit it. Peter Hirsch called us not too many months ago in a despondent mood and asked if we could get together and spend the weekend. Because we're great friends, of course we invited him over. This young star was a top earner in his company, responsible for recruiting and training a very large organization. We found out that weekend that the corporate leaders allowed another leader, who was given preferential treatment by the company, to steal an entire downline from him. He came to tell us that he had quit and walked away from an income of $30,000 a month. That takes courage, more than most of us have. Fortunately, this is not a common occurrence among company leaders, but it does happen. We've seen company owners themselves face many ethical dilemmas in network marketing. Some companies finally reach the big money only after sacrificing some or all of their reputation in the process. Other companies have insisted on high ethical standards, but have not been able to pull in the big money. Some try to make money from the sale of required, ongoing support materials, audio tapes, videotapes, and printed manuals, instead of from the sale of actual products. We have seen companies charge many times the actual value of a so-called training program and try to pay the downline from these revenues, something that, when investigated, we believe would never pass FTC standards. Like so many of you, we are extremely idealistic in our expectations concerning the network marketing industry. When we first became involved, the industry had a rather poor public image. But we knew the truth. This was a clean, solid industry, having as its preeminent purpose the sale of massive quantities of quality products and services by word of mouth, while paying network distributors what they are truly worth. That's what enables us all to lead quality lives. With the ongoing development of the industry, some of that idealism has been compromised. As we look at various companies emerging today, we see no network marketing company who has made it to the big money, that is, to $500 million in annual sales or more, and not compromised something in the process. No company is in a position to cast the first stone at any other company. However, the ethical lapses in network marketing pale in comparison to traditional business. Last year, for example, the biggest bank in Japan was caught cheating and forced to pay $2 million in fines to Americans. In 1995, 7 CEOs of the largest tobacco companies stood in front of a Senate investigative committee with their right hand in the air and swore that tobacco is no more addictive than marshmallows and contains no booster additives. 2 years later, those same corporate heads settled all future lawsuits for $2 billion, with the proviso that they will never again advertise their products. Recently, we saw a Winston billboard at one of the main intersections in our town stating, "We've gone naked and taken out all the additives. No bull." How proud would you be to be involved in that industry? This is our message to MLM newcomers. Take pride in our industry and select your company based on realistic expectations. Select the one that has the very best record based on your values. But we don't believe any company in existence today would receive a check mark in every column. Top money earners, complete harmony among field distributors, respected corporate leaders, level playing field, high ethical standards, perfectly balanced front-end and back-end compensation plan, quality products that are in demand and competitively priced, the potential for longevity, a globally seamless marketing plan, and no more than average attrition. Perhaps one day a company will come along that can uphold the highest ethical standards and break all sales records as well. But even if that never happens, network marketing companies still ethically outpace the majority of traditional corporations worldwide. There is really no comparison. With the maturation of network marketing comes the loss of innocence. Those companies that last more than 5 years have a generally favorable record for high standards. Unfortunately, even in those companies, there is a growing number of distributors who are quite unscrupulous. Given the nature of our industry, unethical behavior can only be controlled by the individual distributors themselves. We can set standards on whom we invite to join our organizations, or by corporate leaders who have the courage to terminate those who clearly violate company policies. If this problem is not dealt with in the early stages, and the wayward networker is allowed to continue operating unethically, there comes a point of no return. Eventually, an unethical distributor will become too big and too powerful to eliminate without bringing harm to the company, and, for that matter, to the entire industry. We can preserve the integrity of our industry by only affiliating with those companies that demonstrate the will to strictly enforce policies devoid of favoritism or selfish greed, as well as by screening new associates in our recruiting, selection, and training process. Simply put, select a company that isn't afraid to terminate a big hitter who breaks the rules. Invite principled people whom you trust into your organization, and train them to do the business ethically. Fear of loss. Get ready for a scary fact. Whenever you suggest that anyone in your organization attend a meeting in another town with no supervision, you must be prepared, and maybe even expect, to lose that distributor to another leader. Here's an example of how it might happen. Bob has never been involved in network marketing and doesn't understand the simplicity of our industry. His friend Steve has heard about a meeting in Bob's town that is conducted weekly by a local leader. So before Bob is ever enrolled, he is plugged into the local meeting. Of course, when he arrives on his own and explains he's not yet signed up, some local leaders will be all too pleased to help out. Often they will first befriend Bob and then, during the course of the evening, attempt to persuade him that he should set aside his allegiance to the distributor who first introduced him to this business and sign up with them instead. They eventually lure him with promises of having special ties to their company, or suggestions that he cannot be successful without local support. Why sign up under an acquaintance 500 miles away when he can sign up here at home under a sponsor who can more adequately support him? Though it's a lie, Bob doesn't recognize it, nor does Bob yet understand the structural integrity of our industry. The need for local support is a myth. Were that not so, Bob would be limited in the development of his business to just his own area, with no potential for expansion. On the contrary, the secret to building a successful business is to become the leader of your own organization, never dependent on others for extended local support. The exponential growth of a network marketing organization lies in the distributor's ability to teach others an easily duplicated system for sponsoring and being sponsored anywhere in the world. So Bob shouldn't try to bypass Steve, the person who introduced him to the business. Although Steve may be inexperienced and distant, somewhere above him is a person in his upline with the necessary power, income, and experience to work with him and teach him proven techniques for succeeding in this business. But not realizing that, Bob very innocently signs up under the local group and decides to call Steve in a couple of weeks and break the news to him gently. There's no telling how many thousands of distributors have quit our business after plugging in leads to meetings in other cities only to have their prospects stolen by an unscrupulous leader. Of course, this could never happen if new distributors were taught not to entrust prospects in other cities to meetings until they've been signed up and trained. Even then, it isn't necessary. In our opinion, the entire notion of local support and weekly hand-holding meetings is not the way to build a successful organization. Both of us were sponsored by out-of-town leaders and then trained and supported by telephone. In fact, Mark didn't meet his mentor, Richard Call, until Mark was earning over $15,000 a month. The first time he called Richard, he was given a system over the telephone, and he went out and followed it. Even though it was Mark's first participation in networking, he learned enough in that phone conversation to earn serious money after just 4 months in our company. International recruiting. There's a real risk of collapse of the structural integrity intrinsic to network marketing in foreign markets. Breach of loyalty between you and your group, however promising in a newly launched market, is often a direct result of the plug-in pistol. It can even happen without entrusting someone to another leader's meeting. Success in a foreign market is dependent on several things. 1. The loyalty and communication between the sponsor and new distributor. 2. Well-translated training materials offering a simple, proven system. And 3. The self-reliance and proactive nature of the startup group in that country. Success does not result from merely finding one good person and plugging him or her into whatever training session happens to be offered locally. However, failure is quite probable. If done properly and taught truthfully, anyone can succeed at, and teach others to succeed at, the business of network marketing. Success doesn't require a myriad of formal meetings, training centers, product seminars, and other hoopla. But here's the problem. As unscrupulous networkers, of whom we spoke earlier, grow logarithmically, they can cause you big problems. Perhaps one of them meets your distributor at a corporate gathering, or at an open meeting, or at a training center, and finds out he or she is sponsored by someone thousands of miles away in another country. With no respect for the structural integrity of this business, the unscrupulous networker will suggest that your distributor would be better off sponsored under a local leader. Why? Because by doing so, he or she can share an office, or use the training center, or receive close support from someone who knows and understands the local culture. Does a network marketer really need those things to succeed? No, but your distributor could easily be led to believe that he does. A really unethical leader may even offer your distributors kickback money to buy their loyalty away from their original foreign sponsor. Then your recruits, the shining lights of your hopes and dreams for building an international organization, are taught how to stop ordering under their current ID number, which links them to you. Instead, they are taught to sign up under a new number, and the theft is complete. Then your former distributors are taught how to duplicate this process with all of their recruits. This practice has been the single greatest heartbreak for many decent network marketers. And it doesn't just happen to new first-year marketers. 10-year-old veterans are also its victims. And when it occurs in significant numbers, it becomes virtually impossible for a company to trace, find, and return all the lines to their rightful places in the original order. We have a message to corporate leaders who may be reading this chapter. This practice can be stopped, but it must be nipped in the bud. They must come down hard at the very first occurrence on those who make use of such practices. 1 strike, warning. 2 strikes, fine, and 3 strikes, they're out. The company's punishment should make a statement loud and clear. We will not tolerate unethical behavior in our distributor force. Period. End of story. If a company fails to terminate a networker who shows a pattern of unethical behavior, then the precedent is set. The activity will be duplicated and multiplied by the very nature of the business. Once the monster is created, there is no controlling it. The situation we are describing has been experienced firsthand by us and many others, and we can tell you unequivocally that it has caused more heartache than all the other challenges in this business put together. If your company is still young and you have yet to expand internationally, do everything in your power to insist on strictly enforced international policies, including the termination of highly productive distributors if necessary. Once the company shows how serious it is about international policy enforcement, the word will spread. Those who might consider such a practice will think twice, not wanting to risk their termination. But if a company waits too long before sending out this message to its worldwide distributor force, it may be like trying to put the evils back into Pandora's box. Network marketing is a colossal business, and it becomes even bigger when you enter the international scene. Some legends of the business have confided to us that they've lost millions because of pre-launch illegal activities. All that money went directly into the pockets of those who advanced into the country with products and paperwork before its official opening. But what breaks our hearts is that many honest leaders in our industry had their one lead and chance for wealth stolen by such brazen crooks without any company intervention. International recruiting can be difficult, even if you have the financial means to avoid the plug-in pistol altogether, and can personally supervise the new market, taking up temporary residence there. If, for any reason, something feels wrong about a prospect or meeting, follow your instincts and say, "Next." Rob Heyman of Pompano Beach, Florida, had been with his network marketing company about 6 months when the corporate leaders made their first expansion into the Pacific Rim. Rob decided to go for it. Why not? The answer to that question becomes clear, as Rob explains. "I spent 5 months in Hong Kong and then went to Taipei. One day I was riding in a taxi and found that the driver spoke English quite well. I invited Eagle back to my apartment to show him our business. My upline associate always taught me that if someone was within 3 feet of you and breathing, try to recruit him. Eagle became very excited and said he knew just the man who could build a huge downline. The only catch was that we had to meet him early that morning, at 2:00 a.m. My instincts screamed no, but I wanted to build a huge downline. If this guy was so powerful, then I'd go there. Eagle picked me up at 1:30. I wore my best suit. This was a heavy hitter, and I needed to impress him. We drove through several side streets and then down a dark alley. Eagle parked the taxi, and we walked for another block until we came to what looked like a garage with a side door. Eagle knocked 3 times. Someone opened the door just a crack, and the man and Eagle spoke in Mandarin Chinese. My knowledge of the language at the time consisted of, "Please bring me the check. Where is the bathroom, and are you ambitious?" We were led down a long hallway that resembled the tunnel to a dungeon. Finally, we entered a room that was tastefully decorated with 2 chairs, a beat-up sofa, 1 desk, and nothing else. A man finally entered the room after about 15 minutes. Eagle and the man spoke to each other for about 30 minutes. The only thing I picked up on was that the man's mood went from serious to angry to extremely hostile. I kept asking Eagle, "So is he interested?" Eagle kept saying that we'd talk later. When we finally left and were walking down the alley to the taxi, I noticed Eagle kept turning around every few yards and looking back. After we got in and started driving, I demanded to know what the heck had happened. Eagle confessed that a friend of his had borrowed a large sum of money from this man in an attempt to get a major crime boss from the United States to leave him alone. At this point, I told him to stop the cab. I got out and told him to find another sponsor. The second thing my sponsor told me is to do whatever it takes. I now believe this phrase does have its limitations. Cold recruiting in a foreign market can be extremely difficult, especially for a first-year networker. Since that time, Bob has gone on to build an organization of thousands of people in more than 20 countries, and is currently at the top of the compensation plan in his company. Think what he could have lost had he let that unpleasant experience get the best of him. He should have followed his instincts that told him a 2:00 a.m. meeting is bizarre. Each company has a variety of ways of dealing with the international market. Some go into a foreign country and find a local partner without opening it to their distributors at all. Others allow only those who have achieved a certain level of success to work in the foreign market. Still others require their marketers to meet qualifications all over again in each individual country in which they choose to build. Others have one seamless global plan, which is open to every level of networker within the company. Familiarize yourself with the international expansion policies within your company. Seek the advice of your upline associates about your entrance into the foreign market in your first year. Depending on your situation and the company you've chosen, it could be the best or worst option of your networking career. As a general rule, we discourage newcomers to the industry from dabbling in the foreign market unless the country is their birthplace, or they have close family there, or their best friend in the whole world lives there. The foreign market is extremely difficult, even for an old-timer. It takes a self-starter with absolute loyalty and a proactive approach, and it takes money to keep the lines of communication open. However, if you are new and are determined to enter the international market, then immediately consult with your sponsor or a successful mentor in your upline and begin to brainstorm exactly how you are going to capture your share of this special market. One thing is certain. If you are able to create a solid leg of your organization in a foreign market, it can be one of the most lucrative undertakings in your networking career. But your success will depend on your personal contact and leadership, not on plugging in your key distributors to some local training center. If you thought long-distance recruiting and training was difficult and expensive, international recruiting is more so. Just as you should do with your out-of-state recruits, you must be willing to take charge of your own group. If you can't make a trip to the foreign market to personally supervise your distributors, always the most effective way, then show them everything you can about the business utilizing phone, fax, email, and mail. If English is understood, then the process is simplified somewhat. There are many industry recruiting tools that you can borrow. Our webpage, for example, has some basic information about our industry and how to select the right company. It is accessible to anyone in the industry who wants to use it at two addresses: www.yarnell.com or www.powermlm.com. Most major companies and many MLM leaders have their own company website, fax on demand, and other similar technology set up for recruiting and training purposes. Turn to those technologies used in your own company to pull together the best support materials at hand. While building a foreign market is not easy, with the help of modern technology, it is more possible to succeed than ever before. Through the various mediums at your disposal, make as full and complete a presentation to your foreign prospects as if they were sitting in your living room. It's important to recruit proactive distributors in another country. Make sure your foreign prospects understand the importance of assuming a strong leadership position. The right person will be invigorated by this challenge. The wrong person will feel a desperate need to plug in to someone. As always, present all the information available, especially your story, as well as details on the company and product line, timing and trends of the MLM industry in their country, how money is made through leveraged income in your compensation plan. Once you have answered any questions, have a strong player from your upline team follow up with that prospect on your behalf. Unless you have a trusted upline associate or mentor visiting that market, never ever send your prospects to another leader's business briefing. Under these circumstances, with you being thousands of miles away and not part of the same culture, the risk of losing your recruit is simply too great. Let's assume that a prospect in a foreign market has decided to sign up under you and really go for it. Now the hard work begins. You must train this prospect based on the system you know works and teach him or her to do the same. We suggest that you begin by first sending a simple one-page training outline. Your new associate can easily adapt and translate it for that particular market. If a leader in the industry or in your company has a book, manual, or audio tape or videotape training package available and already translated for that market, and it fits with your system, then by all means direct your new group to purchase and utilize that material. But if you have nothing more than the one-page outline, you can still train very effectively. We have also found teleconference calls to be a solid way to build a foreign market. Given the fact that telephone systems are not as advanced in other countries as they are in the United States, this is not always an easy undertaking. but no one said this business would be easy. If you have a leader in that country willing to go to the trouble to set up weekly teleconference calls, take full advantage of it. These weekly calls are a tremendous support mechanism. If language is a barrier and an English-speaking leader is needed on these first calls, use simultaneous translation by someone who is bilingual. But whatever you do, keep control of your new group. Start them out right, keeping the system simple and easily duplicated. Impress on them the importance of using your system if they are to be on your team and supported by you and your upline. Reassure them that you will notify them when upline leaders visit their country, and that eventually all materials will be translated for them. But the value of getting set up early is self-evident. Our message is a simple one. If you unload the plug-in pistol and take back control of training your own recruits, you will elude countless problems that are of growing concern in our industry. Losing distributors to other leaders simply won't happen to you if you avoid the welfare mentality and choose a self-sufficiency mindset. By protecting yourself and your downline from conflicting systems, you can avoid misfires which cripple new distributors. Take charge of your own organization and teach your people a simple system, which they in turn can duplicate with their recruits. Use your upline for support, but don't expect anyone to recruit and train your people for you. Summary. The plug-in pistol fires each time a network marketer signs up a new distributor long distance and then plugs in that recruit to any local training meeting that is available in that particular city. Select the long-distance leader or group to whom you entrust your new frontline associate with the same scrutiny that you would use to choose the daycare provider for your own child. Just as the best of all possible solutions is to raise your own child, so too is it best to train your valued frontline yourself. Plugging in your new distributors to just any citywide training, especially during their formative first year in the business, can create confusion and cause irreparable damage to their careers. Conduct your own training with your long-distance distributors by 1. Faxing them a one-page outline of your system. 2. Answering all their questions over the phone. 3. Getting a commitment that they are willing to follow your system exclusively. As your new associates move through the process, continue their training by 1. Requesting that they purchase a short manual that expands on the one-page outline. 2. Reviewing the short manual with them over the phone. 3. Recommending to them 1 or 2 motivational tools. 4. Offering to coach them once a week. 5. Conducting individual personal strategy training sessions over the phone. 6. Recommending that they order a complete training manual once they prove to be serious business builders. 7. Closing prospects for them and being available and supportive whenever they call. When coaching downline associates, suggest what you want them to do right, rather than reminding them of what they're doing wrong. Only after you have your new distributors solidly on track should you agree to their attendance at citywide meetings in their locale. The first time your family and friends are introduced to network marketing, they should see the presentation in a private setting. When recruiting long distance, stay personally involved with your new prospects. 1. Do a mini presentation by phone, fax, email, or mail. 2. Send your prospects multimedia information and follow it up with a phone conversation. 3. Use the support of your upline associates for closing. If closing your new long-distance prospect is impossible, check out the kind of meetings being held in that area and encourage your prospect to attend only the business presentation portion of the best meeting. The preeminent purpose of network marketing has always been to consume and distribute quality products by word of mouth, while paying network distributors what they are worth, thus enabling them to live quality lives. You can preserve the integrity of our industry by 1. Affiliating only with those companies that will terminate even a big hitter who breaks the rules. 2. By inviting honest people into your organization. And 3. By training your new distributors to respect the structural integrity of our industry. Some unscrupulous marketers attempt to destroy the structural integrity of our industry by unethically inducing other distributors' prospects who attend meetings unaccompanied to join their own downline by implying that they cannot be successful without local support, which, of course, is a myth. The myth of local support implies that distributors are limited to recruiting in their own city, with no potential for global expansion, which is totally contrary to the nature of MLM. The exponential growth of a network marketing organization lies in the distributor's ability to teach others how to become leaders, who in turn can teach others an easily duplicated system for recruiting anywhere in the world. Success in a foreign market is dependent on 1. The loyalty and communication between sponsors and new distributors. 2. Well-translated training materials that offer a simple, proven system that is easily duplicated. 3. The self-reliance of the new startup group in that country. Success does not result from merely finding one good person and then plugging in that recruit to whatever training happens to be offered locally. New recruits in foreign markets are often tempted to switch their allegiance from their original sponsors to local downlines who erroneously claim that training centers, signing bonuses, cultural ties, and other hoopla are critical for success. It is vital that corporate leaders crack down on policy violations before they get out of hand. As a new networker, don't dabble in foreign markets unless the country is your birthplace, you have close family there, or your best friends in the whole world live in that country, or you have a downline who meets these requirements. With the advancement of technology, building an organization in a foreign market is more possible than ever before. The plug-in pistol won't backfire and hurt you if you take charge of your own organization and teach your recruits a simple system that they in turn can teach to their recruits. Chapter 9. Deflecting the Executive Explosion. Recognize the upside and downside of corporate executives joining MLM. While conducting a recent MLM college class in South Korea, we were asked a loaded question. In a most sincere manner, a gentleman inquired, "What have all those corporate managers in America who are being laid off by the thousands been doing for all those years when they were on the job? If the American corporate strategy for increasing profits is to simply get rid of executives and managers, how could those people have been productive in the first place?" Before either of us could give an answer, another South Korean gentleman offered this explanation. "American corporations," he said, "are just like a handful of our Asian businesses. Executives go to meetings all day to plan future meetings and write memos promising to send another one soon." Of course, everyone laughed enthusiastically. On the surface, it would seem that a large gathering of MLM professionals would just naturally be biased against corporations. Yet there was profound truth set forth in that response. In this group were several former corporate executives who had turned to network marketing, and they knew firsthand that men and women in traditional corporate management positions are not being productive. Memos and meetings do not profits make. The Yarnell's 39th law. We have friends who, after struggling to earn their MBA degrees, joined marketing divisions of Fortune 500 companies, and then worked hard for as long as a decade before being promoted into management. Once promoted, they began attending meetings and writing memos. We certainly realize that there are corporate managers who assume tremendous responsibilities and work long hours, but many don't. That's why it's possible to lay off thousands and yet increase profits. Theoretically, if we were to go into a company and terminate 20% of the management, the bottom line would be negatively impacted. But in most cases, the profits are enhanced. That's why downsizing has become the darling of Wall Street. Investors love to see the companies in which they have invested begin to lay off their employees because it generally results in an increase in stock values. Never before have so many high-powered executives been downsized out of their professions. In the last decade, many of them have been attracted to the financial independence and flexible lifestyle offered by the MLM industry. First-year distributors will undoubtedly find themselves engaged in a battle brought on by this change in global economics. We call it the executive explosion because of the monumental convergence of such a huge new pool of displaced corporate executives into network marketing. Generally, these are men and women who made a great living in corporate America, graduated from the finest MBA programs, weathered the first 2 decades of management cuts, but ultimately found themselves fired from the very position for which they slaved for years. Not only are they competent, well-trained, and polished professionals, but they are also quite effective at playing the corporate politics so prevalent in traditional business. We recognize that corporate executives, business owners, and men and women in specialized fields come to our industry with one invaluable asset: respect. Most people have a high regard for the education, experience, and expertise of management executives, and because of their credentials, distributors will be inclined to listen to what they have to say. But as the executive explosion continues to gain momentum, traditional businessmen and women will also create problems as they attempt to carry many of their former practices into the network distribution industry, practices that simply won't work in our business. In this chapter, we will point out the advantages to our industry as former executives continue to join, but also recommend solutions to the challenges they bring to the industry, which inevitably will have an impact on every distributor's effectiveness. And these challenges will extend not only to the entire downline, but often to the upline as well. Advantages gained by corporate executives joining MLM. Beginning in the late 70s and continuing right into the greedy 80s, thousands of corporate managers turned to the network marketing industry for entrepreneurial jobs. But never has there been a greater influx than in the last decade. No longer regarded as the little lady's part-time home party plans, network marketing has gained increasing momentum and grown into a respected industry in the 90s. Meanwhile, prices for franchises have soared amidst overkill legal fees and inevitable government interference. Both the low downside and high upside potentials of MLM are being discovered by an increasing number of white-collar professionals: college graduates, college professors, successful corporate managers, chief executive officers, CEOs, physicians, dentists, healthcare specialists, CPAs, attorneys. The credibility of the industry is building under the influence of this sophisticated new generation of professional networkers. As more professionals join network marketing, the trade press is reporting on our industry and individual companies in a much more positive light. Network marketing is being discussed in such leading publications as the Wall Street Journal, Forbes, Success, Working at Home, Chicago Tribune, and by the Associated Press, as well as in a wide range of regional newspapers and special interest publications. This credibility is also extending into the university sector. Over the past decade, there has been an ongoing debate as to whether or not Harvard University teaches network marketing. We think it's an issue of semantic gymnastics. Maybe Harvard doesn't teach network marketing, but in April of 1997, Harvard PhD Dr. Charles King gave a lecture about network marketing at Harvard to the Harvard Law School Office of Student Life Counseling, the Harvard Association of Law and Business, and the Harvard Business School Marketing Club. Challenges posed by corporate executives joining MLM. Faced with no substantial savings or transitional income, many downsized corporate executives turn to MLM in a desperate attempt to recapture their former lifestyles. These are good men and women who, frankly, don't know the first thing about our profession and don't understand that they don't. When they see a group of former blue-collar workers and non-corporate types, whom they feel have somehow blundered into $30,000 to $50,000 a month without a degree or any sophisticated knowledge of business, it captures their attention. They figure that if people with less education and experience can achieve that kind of wealth, then there is no limit to what they can do, especially with their credentials. These men and women are faced with two challenges as they enter into the field of network distribution. First, an unmistakable desperation stemming from their loss of prestige and sudden withdrawal of benefits, company cars, and income. Second, a misguided conviction that they can transfer their corporate management style into network marketing. Because so many corporate managers have recently entered our profession, it's only natural that corporate practices would begin to infiltrate network marketing. But they've brought into our industry the very practices that led to low productivity and unjustifiably high incomes in their former traditional corporate management positions. On the other side of the coin, there are two obvious challenges that displaced corporate executives pose to our industry. First, because they are typically very high achievers with great egos and impressive credentials, former executives can often intimidate new distributors who sponsor them. Second, these former executives are inclined to employ many of the tools they used in traditional business, systems which are simply not effective in network marketing. Once intimidated, sponsors no longer command the respect necessary to coach such executives. So the executives take immediate control and begin implementing their own high-tech systems and attempt to manage everyone. Don't make the mistake of assuming that someone you sponsor who has special credentials and comes from a strong corporate background knows more about our business than you do. As Aaron Lynch points out in his wonderful book, Thought Contagion, less credentialed people can recognize the restrictive effects of credential systems well enough that they don't even try to impart beliefs to someone with impressive credentials. If you have been in the business longer and have been trained properly, it is critical that you exert your power and train your corporate executives as you would instruct anyone else you sponsor. If you take control from the very start, you will earn respect. Robert Holloway of Dallas, Texas, represents the corporate dissident as well as anyone we know, but one who did it right by duplicating exactly what his mentors taught. His career progressed from his early days as a scientific programmer and engineer through the real estate development stage with his business partner, Roger Staubach, to his current network marketing empire. Almost no corporate executives join network marketing because they're at the height of their success. Most join this business hoping against hope to put the pieces of their lives back together. Robert was no different. He describes his own situation. The beginning of my career in MLM was not one of the highlights in my life. My real estate business had slacked off considerably, with very little potential for positive change in the near future. I had watched an exciting and profitable real estate career go sour. The markets had completely evaporated. 1 year prior to my introduction to network marketing, a former real estate developer had come to me with this great idea about water filters and said if I would just get in his business, I could make him a lot of money. I asked, "What about me?" And his reply was, "Oh, well, you can make a lot of money too." That did not sit well with me, although I was impressed with the proposed earnings potential. About 1 year later, I was invited to a business presentation on a new growth opportunity. It sounded like a real estate deal. Little did I know until I arrived that I was being invited to an MLM presentation. I had a lot of overhead, and the last thing I was interested in was network marketing, especially selling skincare products and shampoo. My background was in engineering and development, and my pride said this was the last thing on earth I wanted to do. I had just lost millions of dollars in real estate downturns, and now I was going to call friends to tell them of my new MLM career and ask them to join me? At first glance, I could not see why any of my friends would want to do that. Now, after building a multi-million-dollar business and developing a quality lifestyle, I can't think of one reason why everyone wouldn't want to join me. But I had learned from working at IBM, and especially after struggling in the commercial real estate market, that if success was going to happen, it was up to me. The mindset of a corporate executive. Robert Holloway shares some of his insights into understanding the mindset of corporate executives and business people. I began to contact my closest friends and found that most wanted to improve the quality of their lives and make money. But I wasn't prepared for the second part. Most were unwilling to do anything about it. I found that most people had come to accept their fate in life. Layoffs, downsizing, corporate mergers. They had very little hope and no dreams to follow. They were not happy where they were, but the fear of doing something that might further erode their situation was greater than the anticipation of the positive results from taking charge of their lives. Many corporate people today can't envision themselves being successful in a new venture because they see themselves, in many cases, totally unhappy in their chosen fields. How could MLM improve their status? Well, the answer, of course, is that their personal future is yet to be written. Why not direct the future in a way that brings continued expansive growth, as opposed to stagnation and confused regrouping? The challenge is to understand that our job is not to find people and change them. Our task is to find the ones who have already come to the conclusion that they need to change, and then get them the information they need to satisfy their research. Those who develop positive outlooks and apply our concepts with commitment and consistency are able to build dynamic, successful businesses. This is one of the most rewarding opportunities available today. In the next few years, thousands of lives will be dynamically changed for the better through network marketing. This business is all about timing, catching people at the right time in their lives when they are open to new areas of opportunity. If you can give corporate executives good information relative to their specific concerns, then you have reasonably good odds that they will move to the next level of investigation. Once they use the products, see the potential of expanding multi-billion-dollar markets, and sense the rewards of the marketing plan, they will be ready to be involved in the training system and the business-building process. I have discovered two essential facts about dealing with the corporate person or business professional. One, they want information that documents that the business is legitimate. Two, they respond better if you are yourself committed and building a business, because they understand that you can show them how to duplicate your success. If you are a new distributor, you may need to use your upline to close corporate people. Mark Yarnell had to go a full 6 levels upline until he found someone with experience, Richard Call. None of the distributors between Richard and Mark were seasoned leaders. The process is still the same. Prospects need proof and direction. The faster you provide these resources, the faster they can do their research, make a decision, and move to the next stage. Either they are ready to get started, the time is not right, or this business is not for them. The first two are positive decisions, but many inexperienced networkers will not recognize the second stage as positive. And if you will use the follow-up card filing system, which we recommended in an earlier chapter, with those for whom the time isn't right, you will eventually sponsor some of those people too. If the business is not for them, ask for referrals. As Robert explains, most people completely misunderstand when a corporate person says no. It's not that they don't want to make more money and have free time, it's just not the right time for them to pursue it. 6 months can change everything. Most people don't understand this and see it as a personal rejection. A person new to MLM often doesn't realize that being turned down just means that the timing simply wasn't right. Don't take it any more personally than that. I'm convinced, more than ever before, that the timing today could not be better to launch a career track in network marketing, one that can change a person's life for the better. Robert's forthcoming book, entitled From IBM to MLM, explains in detail the steps necessary to take control of your life, develop a vision, become energized, and put your plan into action. He and his wife Karen live in Dallas, Texas, and work the business together. With all of their success, they now have the time to pursue their real passion, sailing and exploring faraway islands, stopping in each little port along the way. Last summer, we had the joy of being introduced to the sport with them while yachting our way around the Sir Francis Drake Channel in the Caribbean. Greece is next. Corporate executives can become among the greatest distributors in your organization. or they can blow everything and ruin your entire downline. We've seen both happen. The way to prevent the latter from happening is to exert your strength from the very beginning and let them know how very different MLM is from traditional business. We have been very fortunate to learn a great deal from Terry and Tom Hill. They are the only truly high-powered sales professionals we've ever sponsored. Terry was the #1 Xerox sales rep, and her husband, Tom, was a Merrill Lynch stockbroker. They have been invaluable teachers to us with respect to the executive explosion. They taught us about the executive mindset and the necessity for structure. More importantly, Terry shared with us many of the sales strategies employed in corporate business, and specifically why they don't work in our field. We want to begin by examining a few of those strategies to see why they are ineffective. Networking strategies, the antithesis to traditional business. Networking strategies are often the very antithesis to traditional business and conventional marketing systems. Corporate executives often erroneously believe that strategies that brought them success in traditional business will work in MLM. Sadly, most don't. But because of their egos and previous leadership habits, they instinctively seek to reinvent the wheel. As these respected executives bring in new systems and create new sales tools based on traditional business, they unwittingly lead other distributors astray. Because of their credibility, they can sway their upline as well as their downline. Of course, many new distributors just naturally assume that these formerly successful executives know what they are doing and adopt their traditional strategies as a means of succeeding in MLM. We're going to say it once more. Take control, be decisive, and lead yourself. Give up meetings and memos. It isn't easy for a corporate person to give up meetings and memos. They are ingrained in executives. So first and foremost, teach your new frontline distributors coming from the business world that MLM is a work program and that success comes to no one during the time that they are attending meetings and typing memos. One of our frontline leaders sponsored a former manager of a large division of Phillips Petroleum. Within the first week we started getting lengthy memos, either faxed or emailed to our home, detailing the amount of work he was preparing to do. One day we called him and thanked him for the memos, but explained that it wasn't a valuable use of his time. He was crestfallen by our comment. To him, memos were life. He quit after 2 weeks. He didn't understand that memos mean nothing in our business. Action is the only thing that counts. New distributors, especially from corporate America, must be taught from day one that product usage, prospecting, and recruiting are what lead to success. Memos and meetings are time wasters. Replace high-tech systems with personal storytelling. The most common mistake by corporate professionals is the overuse of high-tech systems in building a network marketing business. While current high-tech communications seem very advanced, they can also be a rather cold, sterile way to relate to others, and simply don't prove effective in our business. Many corporate professionals who join the simple home-based business of network marketing will try to structure it to look like the business world from which they came. They want to create slideshows, use projector overheads, and give computer-generated PowerPoint presentations. They will try to assemble formalized presenters and printed charts, rewrite manuals, and generally mimic the activities that were relevant in their former position. Some will even set up offices. See Chapter 7. For a former corporate executive, the most difficult aspect of our business to grasp is that MLM is designed to be something that all folks can do. If you try to turn it into an exclusive country club or corporation, you defeat the very essence of network marketing, which is about having significant numbers of people in your organization, prospecting, recruiting, along with using and sharing the products and services. Make certain that every step you take can be duplicated by the very least skilled in your organization. If done properly, ours is a business that sends prospects home thinking to themselves, "I can do that. I have a living room and a VCR and friends who need more money and time with their families. I really believe I can do this business. This is a business of storytelling and sharing personal ups and downs. Traditional business instructs you to emphasize your strengths and past successes. To break down the walls of resistance, network marketing teaches you to share your vulnerabilities, the circumstances leading to your hitting bottom, as well as your successes. It is generally the down times that open the door to network marketing for many people. But more importantly, it is hearing a very personal story that makes other people relate to you as a real person. It is very difficult for typical corporate executives to share their weaknesses with others. They have rarely, if ever, been encouraged to do so. But it is the emotional, passionate, personal side of this business that creates its deeply human appeal. Systems such as slideshows, email recruiting, high-tech computer websites, hotel meetings, mass mailings, and a host of other traditional impersonal marketing strategies do not work nearly as effectively in the simplified, easily duplicated field of good old-fashioned work-at-home network marketing. Lead by example instead of by delegating. Once in network marketing, traditional business executives must leave behind their habit of delegating responsibilities and begin to lead by example. Executives are forced into the trenches in MLM. For many, letting go of their former image is unbearable. Most managers, administrators, and supervisors have spent their lives telling others what to do and overseeing their activities. That same behavior in network marketing can lead to the rapid death of your entire organization. Do you know why? Because ours is a business of duplication. Whatever you do, your people will duplicate. If each one is managing his group and no one is prospecting, recruiting, and presenting the business opportunity, then that organization will stagnate. The healthy organization begins with action at the top. The leader should be in the trenches, prospecting, setting appointments, frontline recruiting, and using and sharing products and services with a small customer base. The leader should not be supervising anyone, but rather showing them what to do by example. If you duplicate that throughout your organization, then you will certainly have a living, breathing, thriving business. Never qualify your prospects. Because of the executive explosion, new distributors will recruit people who were formerly quite successful marketing reps with major corporations. One of the very first rules of thumb followed by professional salespeople and brought with them into MLM is the importance of qualifying a prospect. For example, a typical marketing rep selling $3 million laser printers usually tries to make certain that a company both needs and can afford that specific printer. That is, qualifies the prospect before making an approach. But when executives and marketing reps use that principle in MLM, it doesn't work. Here's why. Those who succeed in building huge organizations in our industry are frequently people who have no business background, no former sales experience, no college education, and for all practical purposes appear to be those who would not succeed. Our best description of the type of person you are trying to recruit is one whose back is against the wall financially, who is driven by a cause, who is coachable and willing to follow your system without changing it, who comes across enthusiastically, and finally who enjoys working with people and seeing them become successful. But when executive types come on board, they unfortunately tend to qualify their prospects and exclude many who would ultimately make them a fortune, all because they don't appear qualified. The best advice we can give to corporate executives who have just entered our industry is this. Wake up each morning and resign as general manager of the universe. Don't play God. Anyone can do this business. Whether they will put forth the effort is entirely up to them, not you. It is also important to keep in mind that a far-sighted networker will make room for all kinds of people in his or her organization. Wholesale buyers, retailing distributors, part-time organization builders, as well as people who pull out all the stops and take this opportunity to the moon. You don't want anyone to feel out of place in your network. As long as your people are taking steps to achieve the goals they have set for themselves, they should feel a sense of belonging in your group. A typical and successful organization will consist of a balance of all types of people with all kinds of objectives. It will be made up largely of wholesale buyers who are faithfully ordering and reordering products and/or services month after month. A good organization will also have a share of retailing distributors intent on selling products or services as their primary means of earning an income. Next, there will be part-time networkers who are working toward building an organization of distributors for the purpose of replacing their income. And finally, the smallest group will be those who are full-time maniacs going crazy with this business, setting records in MLM history. Always look for the serious business builders with whom you can partner, but make a place for everyone in your organization. Truly, the more diverse, the merrier. There is no value in qualifying your prospects. Organization building versus retailing products. With this influx of executives into the network distribution industry, there is a far greater understanding of the value of building an organization of people who do three things: use the products or services, share them with others, and find others who will do the same. It takes a lot of people, each doing a little bit, to make it all work. But for many today, as in the early days of the industry, there is confusion over whether to place your emphasis on product sales or on building an organization. The answer lies in deciding what you want out of your business. Home parties, clinics, and retail sales create immediate short-term cash in hand. Building an organization of distributors who use and share the products and duplicate this process produces long-term residual income. With some exceptions, such as medical doctors, most professionals entering the networking scene today prefer the passive residual income from organization building over the immediate gratification of product movement. Even those who come into our industry unaware of anything but the ability to sell products, like scholar athletes Steve and Jeanette Back, will often inadvertently discover the longer-range value of building an organization. But they aren't alone. It was November of 1979 when Jan Rui first learned about multi-level marketing. I had a 4-year-old daughter, Sarah, and a 2-year-old son, Clayton, and was invited to a product demonstration. I wanted to join the day I attended, but the company rep told me that she wasn't going to be associated with the company anymore and that I would have to call her upline. I called that next person and left her message after message. She finally called me back and told me to stop annoying her. She then informed me that our company was very new and they had stopped letting people become sales reps until the following March. On the first day of that month, I called the local sales rep in Dallas, Texas, who told me I could stop by the church where she was working to pick up a form. She didn't want to mess with getting it to me. I joined while I was pregnant with my soon-to-be daughter, Ashley. We had no money. I was sick of being broke and sick of always asking my husband for a little money. I never really thought in terms of wanting financial independence. I just wanted to have some extra money. I was 30 years young and not willing to live like a pauper for the rest of my life. My husband had no desire to be financially successful, and I felt captive with 3 children, not being able to earn any money without leaving them. I called my mother and asked her for the startup kit deposit, but she discouraged me, certain that these kinds of home parties were not for me. She said I should stay home, be a mother, and let my husband's income provide for us. I was disgusted with her attitude, and called her mother, my grandmother, who said, "Honey, I will be happy to invest in you. I'm going to stake a claim in your future." That day I knew I had found the perfect vehicle. It seemed perfect, a real business that allowed me to be with my children and sell a product out of my home. I just didn't know yet that it was network marketing. The day I joined, my local upline associate quit, and my next upline associate was located in California. I was the only sales rep for my company in the entire South of the United States. No training, no meetings, no support. Oh well, I was determined to be the best salesperson I could be. At my first home party, 20 people were there and I sold $75 in product. Wow! Someone actually bought from me. I was thrilled. I booked a few parties and my business took off. As I showed the products in private home parties, people lined the hallways to buy from me, and some even asked how they could sell and become involved. Well, I had no idea, so I told them that they couldn't join me, that I was the only one who could represent this product to the public in Dallas. Can you believe that? I didn't understand about recruiting, but I booked more parties than I could handle. About 6 months into the business, I decided to take a look at the small company manual in the bottom of a box in my garage. It said that my company was an MLM business and that I was to recruit others to sell the product. Well, blow me away. I had no idea and had never kept the names of the many who had asked to join me. I'm still looking for those people today. This moment of discovery created such a wonderful visual for us. Just thinking about her rummaging around in her garage and being blown away when she read her manual made us laugh until we cried. The next 6 weeks, she continues, I focused on recruiting and found 13 people who also wanted to sell. At that point, my California upline associate called me. In fact, everyone called me. In 1980, those 13 distributors made me the top recruiter in the history of the company. One of the recruits told me that she only wanted to do parties and that she would not recruit. I had booked the coming fall with home parties almost every other night, which represented more than half my business. I remember that I had baby Ashley in my arms when that newest frontline called to inform me that she was quitting, the same day she joined, because she had called all of her friends to book parties and they had already committed to come to mine. I made one of the hardest and, as it turned out, most significant decisions of my career. I told her she could have the home parties that I had booked. Through those parties, she became the top seller that year in our company. And though I was pretty bitter at first, it gave me more time to be with my 3 babies, all under 4 years old. In spite of herself, she ended up recruiting 6 people, whom I trained and supported. As my organization grew, I set up a tiny office in a corner of the playroom so that I could work and supervise my children at the same time. I got on the phone prospecting and following up for hours each day. Even with the care of the children, I made at least 20 calls a day. I was driven by the money. Everyone else in my entire company was mission-oriented, save-the-world type people. Not me. I wanted to make money. I figured out that if I made my mission helping enough others make money, then I too would eventually make money. And it worked. I also took my 3 babies to the zoo and to parks every other day. They had a great time while I prospected. I was determined and driven. I would do whatever it took to get some extra money. I was propelled to success because I wanted the money to put Sarah and Clayton into a private school in Dallas. The day I gave away my parties to my new recruit and focused on finding others who wanted to recruit or do parties, that's when my business took off. I focused on getting a lot of people doing a little bit. By the end of that year, I had 24 people in my group and had earned about $5,000. By the following January, almost everyone quit. I just started all over again. I can't believe I stuck it out. My children and my business were my entire world. They both flourished, but my marriage did not. I'm sure none of you can relate to that. I survived divorce, mega debt, single parenting, the death of my grandmother, the death of my upline, miscarriages, along with the ups and downs of being the head of a growing MLM organization. I thank God every day that someone recruited me into MLM. My parents have moved from Texas and now live close by. My mother became one of my sales reps. My children have turned out to be wonderful young adults. 2 have now completed college. I got to stay home, and now my family and many others in my downline are reaping the rewards. Today, 18 years later, Jan is happily married, living with her second husband in a mansion on the top of a mountain in Aspen, Colorado. Through network marketing, she has become a millionaire with over 7,000 people across the nation selling almost $10 million a year. She is the author of 3 best-selling books in MLM. The Working at Home September 1997 issue of Success magazine featured her rags to riches story. Her motto in those early years was, "Lead me, follow me, or get out of my way." It is still her motto today. Many distributors come into this business because they fall in love with the line of products and want to make money telling everyone about them. Organization builders, particularly those who understand business, love to have retailing distributors as part of their group. But we owe it to everyone to make sure they know that the option is always there for them to elevate their goals through duplication. The day Jan gave away her home parties to one of her frontline associates is the day her business began to take off. Why? Because Jan accidentally blundered into one of the cornerstone principles of multi-level marketing. We elevate ourselves by lifting up others. And it is interesting to us that it all began when an unselfish grandmother refused to accept mediocrity for her granddaughter and chose to invest in her future. God bless that darling lady. Building a network organization full-time. Having left the world of traditional business behind, the first challenge to a networker who was formerly a big businessman, as Mark is fond of saying, is the loss of his pride. A lowered self-image is the greatest challenge to former corporate people. Even though they were overworked and or underpaid and or laid off or about to be, still, in their former life they were somebody, with a title and a fancy office to prove it. Now they are at the bottom of the rung and have to prove themselves through productivity, and that can be scary. The first step in sponsoring and training corporate executives or business people is to be sensitive to the fact that they are probably at the most vulnerable place in their lives. They may still have the old bravado in their talk, but don't be fooled by it. They need you right now. Show them your strength and lead them through the steps to be successful, pointing out the blatant differences between the world of network marketing and their former world of traditional business. Encourage them with your every word. As product manager for a major Wall Street investment firm, Jay Prim supervised 56 branches throughout California. Although he was given a great deal of independence as the only manager in his firm on the West Coast, he can still recall the adjustments he had to make as he transitioned into full-time network marketing. In January of 1989, when Jay signed up with his company, the stigma of MLM was much greater than it is today. As Jay explains, "It was really tough, and I took a lot of heat from my friends who thought I was crazy. My father continually dropped hints in those early days about my getting back to a real job." Jay left the glamour of the Transamerica building in San Francisco for a bedroom office in his home. On a bad day, even he questioned what he was doing. Even if he was miserable in corporate America, he could hide behind the prestige of a job that at least looked wonderful. Then, as Jay describes, there was the urgency. I had allowed myself exactly 1 year to replace a 6-figure income. I was sick of being battered by corporate America. The more I did, the more they expected. Now I was running my own show, and I was excited. I was accountable only to myself and no one else. I had to deal with all of the usual preconceived notions about this industry. I thought of myself as being a resource for people. Basically, I just looked for prospects who saw this business the same way I did, as a major global opportunity. I was driven to succeed. I thought nothing back then of putting in 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 and sometimes 7 days a week. We lived and breathed this business. I worked closely with my upline associate, Mark Barrett, and we were recruiting machines. I was in one room on the phone setting appointments, and he was in the other doing his part of the presentation to my people. The biggest problem most corporate people experience in making the transition into network marketing is the total lack of structure. I was accustomed to being fairly self-reliant, but many new distributors miss not having someone tell them what to do. Mark handled this by throwing corporate types, like me, to the wolves. Since my previous position was as a trainer, he played off my strength. By the first week, I was doing presentations before I even felt like I knew what I was doing. It was baptism by fire, and it was the best way for me. The busier I was, the happier I was, while caught up in the frenzy of those early, desperate days. 1 year later, Jay had replaced his income. 6 months after that, he had multiplied it 5 times again. Today, Jay lives just outside of Boulder, Colorado, with his wife, Betty, and their 2 children, Jason and Ashley. He and Betty travel extensively to Asia and other parts of the world to support their downline. He works from home, in an environment where his children have never known it any other way. They've grown up with the misguided notion that most dads work from home and spend most of their time with their family. What a concept! We're certain that when Jason or Ashley find out that other dads go to offices and write memos all day, they will have a similar response to Jan Rui. Well, blow me away. Building a network organization part-time. Building a part-time network marketing organization while holding down a full-time job presents many challenges. Part-timers must often deal with their boss's negative reactions, their spouse's skepticism, all the while maintaining an equilibrium throughout the process. Any one of these is enough all by itself to destroy the possibility of success. Sandy Ellsberg describes her doubts about her husband's initial pursuits in MLM. One evening, my husband, Bill, told me to get all dolled up because we were going to a hotel. I decked myself out in my highest heels with ankle straps, adorned my hair with oleanders, and off we went. When we arrived, he waltzed me into a room full of 300 people, right up to a front seat on the aisle where a guy in plaid polyester pants and a dark brown polyester jacket with white top stitching told me I could make $28,000 a month working part-time. Instinctively, I folded my arms, crossed my legs, and closed my mind. After growing up in a city project and working long hours for 10 years as an elementary school teacher, I couldn't even imagine the seemingly obscene numbers this guy was throwing at me. I leaned over to Bill and said, "Look, Buster, the Brooklyn Bridge is sold. We just opened our own clinic, and now you want me to waste my energy on this?" But Bill said, "Honey, I want to do this. If you're not going to support me, at least don't resist." And he added, "Just be positive for 6 months." So for 6 months I barely saw my husband. My father used to call every few days and ask how we were doing, and Bill was never around. When the first check came, and it was a little over $100, my father declared, "Follow him, he's got a girlfriend." But I kept my promise, and the next month wasn't much better, just over $300. The month after that, the check was up to $500, but he was still spending all of that and more getting the business off the ground, and he was still gone every night and weekend. I accused him of ruining our marriage. He reminded me about the 6-month deal. The next check was $1,100, then $2,200. At the end of 6 months, it was up to $3,800, and he was still doing it part-time, putting in full days at the clinic. In all the years I taught school, I'd never taken home more than $1,000 a month. At this point, I started to get ideas. "Honey," I said, "I could write a little training program for you so you wouldn't have to keep repeating the same thing over and over, and people could make a fast start. And let's make a nice little handbook, just like I do for my first graders. That way everything will be simple and easily duplicated." And you know what? In 90 days, our check doubled. When we made $7,000 in 1 month, suddenly I could see how $28,000 a month could be possible. That's when I got it. That is what it took for me to become a believer. I had to experience the process firsthand. I had to hold my skepticism at bay long enough to allow success to happen. I will always be grateful that Bill held me to my promise to reserve judgment for those 6 months. And as promised, MLM showed me the money. In many cases, people with full-time occupations can start slowly by making smaller sacrifices. This is what Tony Neumeyer chose to do, and he has definitely reaped the benefits. Real estate provided a very good living. However, I had time poverty and was always at the beck and call of others. I was working 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week, and my time was not my own. My job was running me. In order to make time for my network marketing business, I had to make some real choices. I decided to get up an hour earlier each day to get some of my real estate paperwork out of the way. I also chose to put some of the activities I loved, particularly baseball and golf, on hold for a while. Getting up an hour earlier 5 days a week was a simple decision. I knew I would gain over 20 hours a month, or a full work week every 2 months. I knew the leveraging and compounding of time would pay huge dividends in a relatively short period. The key was to use that time effectively. Within a few months, my organization had developed across 3 time zones. Since I was already awake at 5 o'clock a.m. my time, I was able to phone people on the East Coast where it was 8 o'clock a.m. This proved very effective in spurring growth. Choosing to put my social activities on the back burner for a couple of years proved the most difficult of my choices. Sports were my outlet to maintain my sanity. Fortunately, my wife was extremely supportive. We had a toddler of 21 months and a 2-month-old infant when I started with my network marketing company. Kate kept the house running and our personal family matters in order so that I could devote my time to getting ahead. She was and is amazing. I truly felt that by working hard for a few years, we would be set for life, and now that has proven to be absolutely true. Just 1 hour a day and a few sacrifices have changed our lives forever. By using this steady, methodical approach, Tony Neumeyer has achieved the honor of being the top Canadian distributor in a large network marketing company. Building a network organization as a single woman. There are hundreds of thousands of single women like Jan Rui in network marketing. Their struggles to build an organization while accepting their other responsibilities as wives, mothers, and female executives have been valiant. Today there are just as many flocking in from corporate America. As president of a company while still in her 20s, Carmen Anderson was responsible for the sale of a chain of restaurants and the accompanying real estate. She put in 16-hour days and 7-day weeks with employees, FICA, overhead, food costs, paperwork, and meetings. As Carmen describes her experience, after completing my projects with this company, I had the good fortune to have an entrepreneurial friend who knew me during my tenure as an executive. She told me there was a better way. Find the right vehicle, work hard for a few years, and create leverage so you will be paid whether you work or not. I'd always worked very hard at any job I'd had anyway. So I went to a meeting. Wow! My first impression was these people are happy, and they are earning incredible money. I was definitely open to the opportunity and decided to try the company's products. In 2 days, the products had relieved some serious concerns and discomfort I had been experiencing. I looked and felt better. Immediately, all my friends who had the same concerns were introduced to the products. I was sharing, not selling them, and felt really good about being able to help my friends. Next thing I knew, I was off to Hong Kong sharing the products and business with people there when our company expanded internationally, then Australia, then New Zealand. In Hong Kong, I met the man who later became my husband, and he finally got me back to America. We now have 2 babies, a boy and a girl just more than a year apart. And guess what? I have a global business based in my home here in Alabama while I take time to enjoy my children throughout the day and spend quality time with my husband. I'm happy and fulfilled. Life just doesn't get any better. Carmen and her husband Joel live with their children in Sheffield, Alabama, and keep a condo in New York. They also have a marvelous yacht in Boca Raton where we welcomed in a memorable New Year with them. Sandy Ellsberg's experience, once she was left on her own to build an organization, epitomizes that of so many women in our industry today.
After some moderate success with our first MLM company, our fortunes took a decided turn for the worse. Bill developed a chronic debilitating illness that prevented him from working the business. Then we discovered that the MLM company in which we'd invested so much of our energy and hopes and dreams had let us down. About 7 years after starting our first MLM business, we'd reached a serious crisis. I was 41 years old and 9 months into a high-risk pregnancy with a 4-year-old child in tow. My ankles had swollen to the size of thighs. Bill was still very sick, and we had no health insurance. We were worse than broke. Broke would have been easy. With our credit ruined and over $250,000 in debt, we didn't even have enough cash to buy a large package of diapers at the supermarket. Talk about scared. If I'd seen a light at the end of the tunnel, I'd have thought it was an oncoming train. But, like Mary Pickford said, failure is not in the falling down, but in the staying down. Just in time, a friend introduced me to another networking opportunity, and I set out in my beat-up Volkswagen van, without heat, air conditioning, or a radio, driving up and down the 405 interstate doing home parties. When it was cold, I put on a pair of woolen booties to keep my feet warm while I drove. When it was blistering hot, I kept my makeup in a little ice chest in back of the van to keep it from melting. I didn't have the money to run ads. I couldn't buy a fax machine. Heck, I couldn't even put more than $5 worth of gas in the car at once. But I knew from previous experience that this industry delivered. I was willing to go into the gold mine with my pick and shovel and dig as long and hard as I must in order to succeed. And guess what? After that first month, I'd earned a bonus check of $7,000, which arrived the day after the baby. What's more, I also pocketed about $4,000 in cash from retail sales. Having lived this story allows me to understand at a gut level what it feels like to be a discouraged welfare mother, or a laid-off middle-aged corporate manager, or a retiree eating oatmeal 3 times a day at the end of the monthly Social Security check. I know what desperation feels like. But I also know that with the eye of the tiger and the willingness to do whatever is necessary, we each have the ability to create our own success. It's not luck, it's not magic, it's what's inside us.
We have known Sandy for several years now, and this is the message she delivers so sensitively to women audiences. There is not a single woman with reasonable skills and serious drive who cannot pull herself out of her plight and achieve greatness. Sandy and Bill Ellsberg live in Dove Canyon, California. Sandy has gone on to become a major advocate for the industry and a much sought-after speaker among network marketing companies nationwide. As an upline associate to Sandy Ellsberg, Jerry Rubin had these kind words to say about her. Sandy is a veteran of network marketing, but every day she approaches the business like it's the first day of the rest of her life. She is emotionally and intellectually involved in the business and comes to it from the depths of her soul. She's a product of her mentors and her life's experience, and she works harder than anyone I know. She's one of the best teachers in the business because she understands how she got where she is. If you understand how you got where you are, then you will be able to teach others how to get there too. You may remember Jerry Rubin for his Chicago 7 anti-capitalism protests in the 60s. By the 90s, he had dramatically changed his thinking. He and Mark were working on a book together called The Capitalist Manifesto when Jerry met with an untimely death. Most of the world remembers Jerry Rubin as a radical who dared to smoke pot during an interview on national television. But we remember him sitting in our living room in Reno just a few months before his death, moved by the quietness of our environment, so contrasting to his own. The real Jerry was a sensitive man who had become a caring capitalist. He was prepared to do whatever it took to help others rise to their full potential through the very system of capitalism that many of us ridiculed in the 60s. We miss him dearly. Single women are pouring into the network distribution industry because it is the last bastion of free enterprise. Whether you are coming from the corporate world, because like Terry Hill, Jay Prim, or Carmen Anderson, you found a better alternative to corporate America, or you're a homemaker like Jan Rui, who is sick and tired of being broke and dependent on her husband, or your back is against the wall like Bill and Sandy Ellsberg, you can build a networking business. All of these success stories have two things in common. One, they went the extra mile in the early stages to make it work. Two, when it stopped working, as life deals us all setbacks from time to time, they put their makeup on ice and started over. Supplanting executive attitudes. With more and more defectors leaving traditional businesses and corporate positions to follow the call of network marketing, we should all do our best to keep the typical executive attitudes from carrying over into the network distribution industry. Seek personal development over monetary gain. It seems fair to say that most executives are preoccupied about how much money they are making, where they stand in the income structure among their peers, and, in most cases, worried that wherever they are isn't high enough. They are often distressed about the many side effects of their profession. 60-hour weeks, stress-induced coronaries, layoffs, mergers, and hostile takeovers. Network marketing has had a transforming effect on many businessmen and women in this regard. Gary Lealing of Temecula, California, had been a dentist for 27 years. He describes his own transformation. Dentistry was initially good to me, but about 1987 things started to change. HMOs, OSHA, liability problems. I was virtually practicing law to keep from getting sued. All started to make life difficult. I stuck my head in the sand. After all, dentistry would never fail me. Dentists are supposed to make big bucks. It continually became harder to make ends meet, and I finally began to look for something else to do. But every business out there looked like built-in failure to me. Network marketing wasn't even in my vocabulary. I would never stoop to that. In August of 1995, while I was attending a dental seminar, one of the other dentists there mentioned a network marketing company to me. That definitely wasn't for me, but when I heard they had dental products, I thought maybe I could sell them. Ultimately, I came to love the products and agreed to go to one of the company's leadership seminars. By December of that year, I found myself not only selling the products, but also enrolling several of my colleagues in the company. With great difficulty, I managed to sign up 13 others, but by February, all of them had quit. I was batting zero. Out of desperation, and fortunately for me, I attended another company-sponsored leadership seminar, and one of the leaders in my upline volunteered to coach me. It was from that moment forward, at the ripe old age of 52, that I started to discover an entirely new life philosophy. Network marketing was first and foremost about personal growth and development. Through a number of seminars and the cultural influence of my fellow networkers, today I'm a different person. My business is exploding. My relationship with my wife Dixie and my family is at an all-time high, and my outlook on life has changed from pessimistic to optimistic. Although I still practice dentistry part-time, I no longer feel like a dentist with all the worries and preoccupations that go with being one. I now feel like a network marketer with an opportunity that can benefit everyone. I have a great outlook on life and am doing what I enjoy with an enthusiasm that I never knew was possible. Exalt others instead of ourselves. Without passing judgment on all executives, there is a tendency among them to demonstrate an egotistical disposition. We are great. Those who work for us are inferior to us. All of this success is due to our brilliance. But in network marketing, it is just the opposite demeanor that makes this business work. Pat Hintz and Steve Schultz, partners in their network marketing business, discovered the real secret to MLM's success. This is a story you may find yourself repeating over and over as you build your business. It accurately describes the real nature of our industry as well as any we've read. We hope you enjoy sharing it as much as we have. As Pat and Steve tell it, our story is definitely not one of overnight success. The truth is we have simply outlasted most of the others in this industry. For 3.5 years, we worked this business with so little results, it's almost embarrassing to discuss. We went through every possible negative human emotion. We asked ourselves repeatedly, why won't this work? What are we doing wrong? Why is everyone growing faster and bigger than we are? Will this ever really work for us? We went to every rally, every function possible. But even those seemed to be more depressing than exciting, because all we ever heard were the tremendous stories of success about other people. Just once we would have loved someone to stand up and say, I drove 3 hours last night and got stood up. Now that would have made us feel great. If there's one thing we have learned about this business, it's how easy it is to put yourself down. Just compare your success to the success of others. There will always be others who are experiencing more success than you are at any given time. But we kept going because we thought we might find the secret to the business. We lasted long enough to do just that. We traveled 8.5 hours to a rally, intent on finding the secret. We knew that the top money earner in the company was going to be there. We got there early so we could find out from him the key to making this business work. We found him and started asking him a barrage of burning questions. How do you do this? How did you make it work? What is the secret? His answer was a bit surprising. He said, I really didn't do it. I've got good downline people. They have actually done it. Why don't you ask them? So we did. But they said, we really didn't do it. We have good downline people. They've actually done it. Why don't you ask them? So we did. But they said, we really didn't do it. We have good downline people. So we came away from that meeting understanding that no one actually does this business. It's just something you give away to other people. So we went home and tried to find some other people we could give it to. And it worked. The law of large numbers will rescue the persistent. We kept trying long enough to eventually find others to whom we could give it. People who knew what they were doing. They were actually making their organizations grow. We got excited and started exalting them, telling everyone about their success. Then they found others to give it to, who started having more success than they were. Incredible! We started pointing to their success, and others got inspired by what they were seeing. Over the last 3.5 years, all we've managed to do is stumble across a few others to whom we've given this opportunity, and they were able to do the same. Today, we have thousands of people across the country trying to give this business away as a gift to others. Oh, we get the chance to stand up in front of many people and take credit for it, but really, we didn't do it. Steve is a former teacher, and Pat is a former sales rep for a paper company. Today, after 7 years, they are among the very top income earners in their company. We are talking millions and millions of dollars a year. During the early years, before it all started working for them, though they never seriously considered quitting, they developed a philosophy about starting over that they explain in this way. Even today, we continue the practice of starting over again as if we had no one in our downline. It helps us stay focused on what really makes this business work. Persistence. The one thing we've learned is that failure cannot handle persistence. First-year distributors, in particular, must avoid the temptation to follow the high-powered systems brought to our industry by former corporate executives during the executive explosion. Be sure to show empathy toward those leaving the corporate world in droves to join our industry. Despite outer appearances, many of them are scared and vulnerable. By leaving behind the security of titles and structure, they are faced for the first time with the awesome responsibility of self-reliance. Give them straight answers to their questions. Teach them the system of duplication like you teach everyone else, and if the timing is right, they will do it. Or rather, they will not do it, but give it away to others who will do it, and in turn will give it away to others. In the words of Ignatius Joseph Firpo of Truckee, California, "What we've done for ourselves dies with us. What we've done for others remains and is immortal." Summary. The executive explosion refers to the huge influx of corporate executives joining our industry, bringing with them the same management styles that led to low productivity and unjustifiably high incomes in their former careers. These executives face two challenges as they enter the field of network distribution. One, an unmistakable desperation stemming from their loss of prestige and sudden withdrawal of benefits, company cars, and income. Two, a misguided conviction that they can transfer their management strategies from traditional business into network marketing, an industry without managers. Most upline distributors have a high regard for the education, experience, and expertise of corporate executives, and are naturally inclined to listen to what they have to say. In light of the respect they carry, former corporate executives pose two obvious challenges to our industry. One, as high achievers with great egos, they often intimidate the very distributors who sponsor them. Two, even though many of the tools they used in traditional business are simply not applicable to our industry, they try, nevertheless, to introduce management styles and high-tech approaches into our business, which can sidetrack both their upline and downline associates. Even if you have a blue-collar work background, don't make the mistake of assuming that some corporate big hitter knows more about our business than you. When teaching former corporate executives, take control in your training and teach them how different our MLM business is from traditional business. Given the fact that many former corporate execs are discouraged after their departure from traditional business, your task is merely to sift out those who seriously desire change and are at the right time in their lives to join MLM. The quicker you can provide corporate people or business professionals with information about the upside potential of our business, the faster they can do their research and make one of three decisions. 1, they are ready to get started, a positive step. 2, the time is not right, a positive step. Use the card file system to follow up. 3, the business is not for them. Ask for referrals. New distributors, especially from corporate America, must be taught from day one that product usage, prospecting, and recruiting are what lead to success. Memos and meetings are time wasters, as are the creation of slideshows, presenters, overheads, and charts. While traditional business encourages people to emphasize their strengths and past successes, network marketing teaches people to also share their vulnerabilities, the circumstances that lead them to MLM, in order to break down the walls of resistance. It is generally this down experience that opens the door to network marketing. Telling your personal story is what makes other people relate to you. They want to hear why you've chosen this industry as a solution to your former problems. Unlike passing the buck in traditional business, executives who want to build a large organization in network marketing must leave behind their habits of delegating responsibilities and begin leading by example. Do not qualify your prospects, but rather make room for the widest possible cross-section of people. Home parties, clinics, and retail sales create immediate short-term income. However, building an organization of people who use and share the products, and then teaching others how to duplicate this process, produces long-term residual income. A lowered self-image is the greatest emotional challenge for those who leave the corporate world and enter full-time into network marketing. Many part-time networkers worry about their boss's negative reaction and their spouse's skepticism, while maintaining a positive outlook throughout the early stages of the process. There are hundreds of thousands of single women in network marketing struggling to build organizations while meeting all their other demands as wives, mothers, and female executives. But there is not one with average skills and strong drive who cannot achieve greatness. Network marketing can have a profound effect on many business people after they discover that, first and foremost, our profession is about personal growth and development. Unlike the corporate work environment, there are no threats to an executive's position in network marketing if he exalts his downline. A profound truth about our industry is this: possessive clinging will never lead to success. Only by giving the business to others will you ultimately receive huge rewards in the remarkable world of network marketing. Conclusion. For the first half of our careers, prior to meeting, falling in love, and becoming husband and wife, each of us was dedicated to building our respective organizations in the only company either of us has ever represented. For the past 6 years, we have striven diligently to be goodwill ambassadors for the entire network marketing industry. Our colleagues understood our desires to elevate the stature of our profession. Even our company president has encouraged us in this endeavor. We've been honored to speak at a number of conventions. Other MLM company presidents, such as Richard Brooke, have allowed us to coach their best leaders. Many of the very top money earners of our industry have attended our college certification course, which was founded at the University of Illinois at Chicago by Dr. and Mrs. Charles King and us several years back, with the cooperation of their innovative Dean of Business, Dr. Paul Zelding. It's now being taught internationally. As industry-wide consultants and advocates, we've learned much from those with whom we work. Recruiters in traditional business are called headhunters, but we learned early on that network marketers must be heart hunters. Attempting to build this business by stealing distributors from other companies is patently wrong, given the structural integrity of the network distribution industry. Our philosophy has always been to find a good company and stick with it. Don't become an MLM junkie. Not once have we solicited any single distributor away from another company, although many unknowing distributors have asked if they could join us. If a networker has joined a solid company with a proven track record, then we strongly encourage him or her to remain with that company. We feel blessed to have stumbled into this profession many years ago. Not only did it give us the time and financial freedom to do exactly what we want, but it also enabled us to meet each other and build a life together. Our professional goals for the coming decade include writing books beyond our industry. Mark has several book projects underway, including one on achieving self-wealth, updating one of his father's previously published works with modifications for today's audiences, and his most prized project, a love story. Rene has been working for over a year on a self-help book based on various aspects of her own life experiences. However, it is within the MLM industry that we intend to continue to place our greatest energy. We hope to further elevate the stature of our profession through public appearances, major convention speeches, consultations, and education through books, tapes, and the media. In light of this, we would like to ask you to join us in converting our remarkable industry from a job into a profession. There are a few things you can do to help us make this happen. First, let's all resolve to stop bad-mouthing each other's companies. We are all in this together, and yet we seem to be the only profession in which, whenever there's a danger or a challenge, we circle our wagons and fire inward. Networkers often cooperate with regulators and journalists in an investigation of one of their competitors and rejoice in their demise. In some cases, MLM corporate leaders actually testify as government witnesses against their competitors. And sadly, some are not guilty of being pyramid scams. It's merely a way of hurting the competition. Distributors sometimes act as if by denigrating others, they somehow elevate themselves. But that isn't the result. So first and foremost, we ask you to please join us in adopting a simple philosophy. We refuse to badmouth our colleagues, other distributors, and other companies in the field of multi-level marketing. If you won't write it down and sign your name to it, then don't say it. The other side of the coin, and there always is one, is to quickly report any pyramid scam as soon as you have legitimate proof that people are being ripped off to the Direct Selling Association and the Federal Trade Commission. And if the concern you have is with your own company, don't just sit back. Take action. Contact the top leader in your upline. If you can, call the president of your company. Do everything in your power to stop unethical activity wherever you find it. Try to replace the problem with a solution that will make you proud to represent your company. And if all else fails, walk away. Once we understand that success stems from uplifting our own companies and products rather than destroying the reputations of our MLM competitors, that is when our industry will become the most lucrative in all of free enterprise. One of the outcomes of our university course, in which representatives from many companies spend a long weekend together, is that our students realize that those companies they may have been denigrating are made up of real people, special people, with whom they have just shared a very meaningful experience. In that environment, we've seen hundreds of networkers resolve to stop reputation-slamming practices. Second, create your own short presentation specifically designed to educate audiences about the obvious differences between illegal pyramid scams and legitimate network marketing corporations. Then, go to your local Chamber of Commerce and obtain a list of all clubs and organizations. Make an appointment each month to speak to at least one local club or association as an ambassador for our profession. Not only will you help the industry change its image through education, but, in the process, you will obtain numerous prospects for your own downline. The general public simply doesn't understand our industry, and most journalists and media broadcasters do not cover stories about the positive truth of network marketing, because only sensationalism and negativism sell newspapers and increase ratings. In their own words, good news is no news. Third, purchase everything you can through MLM companies whenever possible. If your own company does not yet sell a product you need and want, find out which network distribution company distributes it and contact them. If you don't know a distributor personally, be sure to call their corporate headquarters or you'll have to endure a recruiting pitch. However, we've found that once you make your intentions clear, once they realize you are only interested in representing your own company, they will respect your decision. Let's all stop buying inferior products and services at stores and through catalogs, and start utilizing our own distribution channels. As one of our contributions to the industry, we have also begun a closing and motivation line that you or your prospects can reach by calling 1-900-PROSPER. Instead of spending $3.99 a minute for recorded astrology, psychic messages, and dubious sexual conversations, why not invest $1.49 a minute in your future success? Any prospect who calls this line and doesn't sign up immediately on your front line is brain dead, and any despondent distributor who's on the verge of quitting and calls this line will probably give it another good year. Some of the folks who called our previous 900 line once a week were so upset when we canceled it that we opened this new one permanently. We may update it periodically, but it will basically remain the same, and will simply be there for you whenever you need it for yourself or your prospects. It's the only MLM motivation line that is generic and actually turns around the negatives for the most ardent cynics. Proceeds fund our prisoner reform program. Finally, just go out there and make us all proud to be in network marketing. We have the opportunity to make a difference in our world. And the beauty of network marketing is that it doesn't have to happen in grandiose ways. It occurs one by one as we touch the lives of other people. Because of the exponential growth of our industry, before we know it, we will have transformed the spirits of hundreds of millions of people. If you have enjoyed this book, please give it away to a few people you know, and maybe they will pass it along to a few more people. And before you know it, we may find ourselves in an industry that is capturing the largest global share of the personal care, household, nutrition, health, telecommunications, environmental, educational, and personal development markets of our world, just to mention a few. Network marketing is here to stay, and we predict that over the next decade, and well into the 21st century, our industry will be noticed for two things. One, for its sound marketing strategies, and two, for the sensitivity and integrity that people within the field show toward one another. D. Hawk, the founder of Visa, had a vision that led to his success in the trillion-dollar credit card industry. Similarly, network marketing is on the brink of explosive growth in the next century. To quote D. Hawk, whom we so admire, "We are at the very point in time when a 400-year-old age is dying, and another is struggling to be born. A shifting of culture, science, society, and institutions enormously greater than the world has ever experienced. Ahead is the possibility of the regeneration of individuality, liberty, community, and ethics such as the world has never known, and a harmony with nature, with one another, and with a divine intelligence such as the world has never dreamed." We believe that network marketers will help to make this dream a reality, and we consider this book merely a first step in that direction. In fact, as we literally edited these final words, the ink hardly dry, we were introduced to a new concept that is the culmination of decades of research into human empowerment and peak performance. Leaders in the cognitive sciences, like Dr. Albert Bandura, President Emeritus of the American Psychological Association, and Steven Pinker, Director of the Center for Cognitive Neuroscience at MIT, have documented the fact that human destiny knows no limits. This bold new world of highly technical academic research suggests that the key to unlocking the inherent potential within everyone may lie not in the mere acquisition or competency tools similar to the ones presented in this book, but in a more cognitive personal change. These visionaries suggest that self-efficacy, i.e., having the power to produce certain effects within oneself, combined with competency development, i.e., promoting the specific skills necessary to accomplish a given task, may be the true key for unlocking the power within us all. And according to them, both proficiencies can be learned and duplicated. Although we have but scratched the surface of these cutting-edge techniques, we have been sufficiently intrigued to join with other leaders from several countries in the formation of a synergistic think tank consulting firm called 21st Century Global Trust. Together, we are meticulously exploring this body of evidence in order to create a blueprint for enhanced performance, with the goal of helping millions of network marketers rise to their fullest potential. For we believe our industry, in which the barriers to individual greatness and personal empowerment have been lifted, is the last bastion of free market capitalism. We are an infant industry, and the only reason we still exist, given the challenge empowered individuals pose to big government, is that we developed our profession too rapidly for the professional ruling class to seize control, though many of us have suffered from their past attempts. As an industry, we must not only quadruple our membership in the next decade, but also employ strategies that will empower grassroots participants to prosper as meaningfully as our top 3%. Those of us who have achieved the financial and time freedom first envisioned by our founders. We believe that empowerment giants like Lou Tice and Dr. Bandura are absolutely correct in their assessment of the positive benefits of techniques that combine mastery of task performance with exercises in self-efficacy, and we intend to create and launch programs that will capitalize on these new mental applications. We all stand at the dawn